For those listening on the YouTubes, I guess we'll go ahead and start here. Welcome to the Whispers in the Fog podcast, which is the made up name I made for the non-killer main stuff. Uh, if Crow would like to introduce themselves real quick before I explain exactly what's going on.
All right, sure. Hello, hello. My name's Unladen Crow. I make mostly unknown videos, but I also make a fair bit of commentary stuff talking about the game, certain things that I find either to be good or bad about it. And I guess that's why I was chosen to come back here again. That and my seemingly endless ability to yap about anything and everything. I know that's got to be good for
I
runtime. And
I
let's face it, it's December. We all know what's going on, and that's okay.
it's not just that. It's like you're a friend, and I liked our rapport. Okay, and you definitely weren't the only one who agreed to. Um, Yeah, so the plan today, I thought it would be interesting to go through the year of Dead by Daylight of 2024, technically 2023, but and the year would start with the Chucky release because that was November 28th of last year, which is the exact same day as Houndmaster because they released it on a Thursday. Because reasons. I really hope they explain what happened one day. Uh,
I don't know. I assume it was because of the 2v8 delay. They last second decided to
yeah, but so there's a so you'll notice this with game releases and updates. They almost always happen on Tuesdays.
right.
The reason for this is it's actually a bygone thing. Back in the day, the reason why games would release on Tuesday is because physical releases wouldn't get sent to the stores till Tuesday because if they shipped them on Friday, they would usually get it at the stores on Monday, and then that Monday they would have time to put them on the shelves, and
Oh,
then they would sell them on Tuesdays. That's why Tuesday was the day they did it. It's kind of a bygone thing. It doesn't make any sense to do that anymore, but it's just like tradition at this point. Uh, because I think it was 2014, if I remember right. A lot of game publishers were trying to push for Friday releases, and it didn't go anywhere for some reason.
I
Um,
feel like a Friday release would make
More
a lot
sense.
of sense. Yeah, just
It,
think about it. You get that big weekend player boom, makes the initial numbers look really good.
well, it does, but it also because of how finances work, finances get archived because technically Saturday is the last day of the financial week. It actually makes things look
Ah,
worse because let's say you get a
that's
bunch of sales on Friday and Saturday, and then a bunch of sales on Sunday. Because Friday and Saturday were the only 2 days of that first week, it makes it look worse. it's
interesting.
it's very
Okay.
odd. Like I mean, it's not odd, but like that's probably the reason why Fridays didn't work, even though it makes so much more sense. Um,
Yeah, I guess I could see that. Yeah, I guess I could see that.
but I sent you the list of the chapter releases, but that's not all we're going to be talking about because
Oh,
that.
I knew it wasn't.
Well, I mean, looking through their YouTube channel, there a lot happened this year. I forgot happened this year.
Oh yeah, are you kidding me? It's been a. I'm just gonna spoil it now. I think this has been one of, if not the best years for DBD in general.
Yeah, which is weird because so many people are like kind of crapping on it recently, which is I don't.
Yeah, I think that really is just burnout. I think it is. To be fair, also 1v4 was pretty miserable the past couple weeks because 2v8. I can't deny that.
Mhm. Oh yeah, for sure. I tried playing it a few days ago. I just could. I got map offerings got so bad in 1v4 for me. I had a match where I had four different map offerings from every single survivor. They were not Swift because one of them was streaming. I went to their stream to check. None of them were together.
Oh, that's that doesn't surprise me. But honestly, even without offerings, it's been so rough for me. I have been tracking my stats lately, and right now I've got like a 67% appearance rate of Ormond with no offerings.
Oh my god. Yeah, when I was doing the slugging thing for
Mhm.
Karn, I noticed that I got Ormond like in like half of my games.
It's so crazy. Yeah, it makes no sense to me why Ormond is so popular or like why we're getting it so much. I get that there's more variants of Ormond now, but it's still vastly outnumbered by things like even Badham.
Badham? You mean how there's 5 versions of Badham? God, is it 5 or 4? I always forget.
It's 5 Badhams, like 10 Macmillans, I want to say, because each map has 2 variants now. Same amount of farms, I think. No, not farms. What's the other one?
Coldwind, Thompson House.
No, I think it's just Macmillan that's got like 10 variants now for some reason.
Yeah, Macmillan. Fucking Azarov's has like 4 different versions.
Yeah, they're going crazy with it.
Yeah, Garden of Joy
That's
has
not kind of
2, I think, technically speaking.
Wait, does it really? What's the difference?
I have no idea. Well, I didn't even. Did you know that Toba and Nostromo are the same map?
Like the same realm?
Yeah, they're the same realm. I didn't know this.
But they've got different offerings.
I know.
That's so weird.
It's I know.
That's so weird.
Yeah, if you look at the bottom when it says the realm, I forget the name, but yeah, they're the same realm.
Why?
Why
is
they're in space, I guess.
You know what? I'll take that. I thought about it for a second, and I'll take that. I will gladly accept that.
Well, this is where my philosophy brain comes in. Everything's in space, all right? Like, it's not that deep. It's just, why? By that same logic, shouldn't Hawkins and Larry be the same realm?
Because they're a hospital?
Yeah, like...
Oh, maybe.
So getting into this, another interesting thing about this, especially for a few of these, is a lot of these were solo releases. There's a lot of solo releases this year. And a lot of licenses this year. And we'll get into that question later. But
so many licenses. What was the number? What was the final tally? Like 5 licenses, right?
Are we counting Stranger Things coming back?
I don't think so.
Chucky, yeah. Alan Wake, Lara Croft, D&D, because that technically D&D counts.
And then Castlevania, obviously.
And then, I mean, we had a bunch of stuff for the Alien franchise. Chucky got a bunch of skins. The Rainbow Six collab.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah, that thing. The Slipknot collab, the Iron Maiden collab.
So 5 like character releases, and then on the skin wise, it might as well just be like a mountain full.
Yeah, like it's kind of insane. How many we got, and I mean, again, we'll get into the Rainbow Six Siege collab later because
yes, we will.
Oh my god. Anyways, starting off for the year though was the Stranger Things coming back. That was, in my opinion, I think that's the start of this because it happened on the same day Chucky got released, but. And that's when Alan Wake got announced.
Right.
Yeah, it was Alan Wake, Stranger Things, and Chucky all basically got announced on like within like 3 days of each other.
Mm-hmm.
Alan Wake wasn't really like shown until like a month later, but still, I think Stranger Things coming back was such a big boon for the game, and
definitely,
so many people were so happy.
Dude, I love Hawkins. Hawkins is one of my favorite maps. Also, if I can, real quick, hello, everybody who's rating from Dr. Sturban. Thanks for hopping in. Since we've just got a brief moment, I want to go ahead and say that before we forget.
Thank you. We're recording. I'm sorry. What was that? What was I going to say? Oh yeah,
we were talking about Hawkins.
Did they bring anything new with it? It was literally just bring the stuff back in, right? There was no new skins or anything.
No, it was literally just everything that already existed.
That's kind of the only thing I was disappointed with it. Like, I'm glad it's back. Don't get me wrong. I think the idea of losing a license like that was dumb in the first place. Especially with how it was handled, because if you still had it, you didn't lose it, which opens up so many questions for how licensing works in this game.
Well, that's the same thing that happened with Payday when they lost all of their paid.
Mm-hmm.
With all their paid content, right? And everything that's what was it? It was Scarface, and then they lost like what, John Wick and
I mean,
all that kind of stuff. It was the same idea though. If you already had it, if you paid for it, you kept it.
I mean, maybe I don't understand the legalese, but like there has to be licenses where they would just take them away from people, right?
I think, obviously not a lawyer, just a professional idiot, but I think from my understanding of the little I've looked into it, the reason that happens is because they can't take away what people have paid for, and what they're losing is the license to sell more of it. They can't take away from people. I guess they technically could, but it would be such a PR nightmare if
Hmm.
they like actively removed things that people paid for, because you have to pay for licenses. It's not like using Siege as an example, it's not like Sam Fisher, how you can unlock him using the normal like in-game currency, right?
Right.
You have to pay for licensed characters and licensed skins, so it makes sense why they can't remove them outright, I think.
Well, again, I asked this question about reworks with like things like Skull Merchant. Um, I don't know, like legally speaking, if a game company can just delete a character.
I saw you talk about that. It
No
was
one.
either a stream or Twitter, and there is actually one instance I can think of. I looked into it because I was like, oh yeah, that's a good question. The only instance I found of something kind of even remotely like that was this little mobile game. You probably have never ever heard of it, called Clash Royale. And what they did is they took the heal spell and completely removed the heal spell and then replaced it with a similar card. And anything that you had of the heal spell got converted into the similar card of the heal spirit. But it was a completely different card, different
But
everything except for the fact that it healed.
was it paid for though? Did you have to pay for it?
Well, that I guess that depends on if you consider that game like a gotcha game, because you could pay directly to buy the heal spell when it first came out. You could also pay to win in the challenge to get it early,
Hmm.
and you could pay to unlock gems and everything, or use pay gems to unlock chests to try and get it more. I don't know if there was ever a deal that specifically paid for it, but there were people absolutely who spent money to get that card early.
See, because that's where like my because like I was talking about like Apex or Dead by Daylight or even Siege to a degree. It's like, what if like a character is either so hated, so buggy, so whatever that they feel the need to get rid of them, but it's a paid character. Can they just get rid of them?
I think that they legally could if they did replace it, kind of what Clash did, but at the same time, I don't think it would be a good idea. Once again, the public backlash and the bad PR from that
Mm.
kind of thing would be terrible.
Well, yeah. Again, like I think the PR. I'm just curious if like because I can't find a game other than that instance because a couple people brought that one up. I'm genuinely curious if a game has ever done it because no one could tell me one other than that.
I like I said, I looked it up, and that was the only time that I could really find.
Because like there's always petitions. I mean, for League of Legends, people wanted Yumi gone. There was a petition. I think it had like 50,000 signatures to remove Fizz from League of Legends a few years ago.
Really, I heard about people wanting Yumi gone,
Yeah,
but
Yumi's
I don't even know who Fizz is.
Yeah. Well, so Fizz has an ability where he becomes completely untargetable for like 4
Oh,
seconds,
oh wow, yeah,
and
I could see that being miserable.
he's an assassin, by the way. So he jumps in, kills somebody, and then you can't kill him for 4 seconds. Um, but I mean, like I don't know. I'm just the Stranger Things license getting removed and coming back just makes me think of that. It's like if they lose the Stranger Things license, would they have been allowed to just get rid of it for everybody? Because I'm genuinely curious.
Definitely not initially. I could see like maybe like 3 years down the line, if they hadn't got it back, they may have been removed, but I think it's very unlikely.
Hmm. It's yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting thing because again, we don't even know how the licensing works in Dead by Daylight anymore.
No, they keep that under wraps, which I think they need to, if
I,
for no other reason. Oh, go on.
well, I was gonna say I think this is the game other than Fortnite that like, and Fortnite licensing is also very different from how Dead by Daylight does it.
Hmm.
From what I fully understand, because Fortnite, as much crap as people give that game, a lot of their licensing stuff is literally just to use the character. It's not to do anything with it, right?
Right.
Um, but in Dead by Daylight, a lot of the legalese is a lot stricter because you're actively playing as that character. It's not just a skin. As much as we joke that the survivors are just skins, I have a feeling that the IPs that they get these things from, like Alan Wake and whatnot, do not look at it that way.
Yeah, especially with teachables and all that.
Mm-hmm. So I'd be very curious just how the legal, and they'll never tell us, but because like
Hmm.
I want to know if like it's a down payment fee, if they have to constantly keep paying for it. Um, like
There
again,
was one. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say again, like is the contract like set in stone, or can it be adjusted at any point? Like things like that, because like I have a feeling for Stranger Things, like because they had a good working relationship with Netflix. They used the Demogorgon model in the show.
Hmm.
So like I would think that they had like a contract where they could use each other's stuff constantly, and I guess it just got changed at some point.
Well, the rumor for why Stranger Things got removed was because of Netflix gaming, and the rumor that the reason we got it back was Netflix gaming didn't take off, and Netflix, quite frankly, was tired of us constantly begging them for Stranger Things back. So, and let's face it, when DBD wants to be insufferable, when the DBD community wants to be insufferable and annoying, they are very good at
You mean
that. So
99% of the time?
I cannot blame Netflix because this wasn't some controversial issues where you'd have some people supporting you. No, everybody was against Netflix for
now,
that.
now the funny thing about Stranger Things coming back though, there was a few bad things about it coming back. Um,
Hmm.
a few of the teachables from Demogorgon in particular, but from all three, Steve, Demo, and Nancy, were actually pretty good general perks for like new players.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Better Together, especially for new
mm,
players, was amazing.
better together, even like inner healing was pretty decent because it encouraged new players to
Hmm.
like learn totem spawns. But on Demogorgon in particular, Surge slash Jolt was such a good new player perk.
Hmm.
And now that it's not like a general perk anymore, it's back to being licensed again. Um, new killer players don't have a single gen regression perk. Nothing.
That is correct. Yeah.
So that was like the one downside to it coming back. Um,
Hmm.
but I mean, overall, and I mean, this leads into Chucky because Chucky got announced the same day. Uh, and Alan Wake. I'll get into Chucky and both of them in a second. But I just want to say, when this happened, when all three of these were basically announced back to back to back,
Hmm.
I think this was the happiest I had seen the entire Dead by Daylight community in like the 2 years, 2.5 years I have been with this community. Or
I
actually
mean,
3 years
yeah.
now. Jesus, 3 years now. But like everyone, I didn't see any infighting or hate. Now, a reminder for this: Chucky's gameplay wasn't shown yet. Uh,
Hmm.
but but the mere idea that he was getting added to the game, Stranger Things coming back, and then Alan Wake, the literal what's the word I'm looking for? The like template for Survivor gameplay that the devs have straight up said before was being added to the game. Like it was massive. All of this was massive. Everyone was happy. There was like this 2 week span of these announcements where I didn't see anyone like yelling at each other or arguing or complaining. And then we went back to normal. I kind of miss
Yeah,
it.
it'll be like that. I think something else that's important to note here is I believe it was I think I want to say it was year 3 or 4 in like the anniversary live stream.
Mm-hmm.
Chucky was completely deconfirmed for the game. They said,
Yes.
"We'd love to make it happen, but that we just don't know how. So don't expect it ever." Something along those lines. And I think that's part of why people were so hyped when Chucky got announced because it's like, "Oh my goodness." Because not only did that mean that Chucky was coming into the game, but everything else that got deconfirmed, if you will, is now back on the table. It's unlikely, but it's still there is hope for that now. So the people who really wanted, any specific license that ended up not being, that got deconfirmed for one reason or another, that brought hope back to those people as well. And I think that's very important to mention. And real quick, before we forget, I want to tell you, I think I've got a little theory as to how the licensing works. and this comes from one of the Makote interviews recently,
Hmm.
and he was talking about the charity case. And he was talking specifically about why they don't do the charity case or anything like it anymore. And that the reason for that is that it's really hard to have split revenue streams, right?
Hmm.
So he said that it was really hard for accounting to always have to keep up. Okay, how many things did this sale? Was it ever on sale? What were the sale prices? How many sold during the sales? How many sold off sale? What percentage do we have to give them for all of that and count it up? And it was really hard to deal with. And he talked about that, very explicitly. Obviously, he didn't say anything about the other licenses and everything, but that kind of leads me to believe that it is most likely some kind of upfront payment to the license holder, and then with like no revenue split or maybe a very minor revenue split.
I mean, that would make
So
the
that way
most
it's very
sense.
easy to keep track of. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, as someone, I have merch, and I do a revenue split with my artists.
Hmm.
There's not like a payment expected, right? Like if I don't sell merch that month, they're not like gonna get mad at me, and like there's nothing in our like dealings that's like you must sell this many or else you lose it. No, it's just if I sell this many, they get this much, which I think that makes the most sense.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Um, Also, someone did bring up in chat about Hawkins because you mentioned it. A lot of people don't like Hawkins. I love Hawkins.
Hawkins is great, but people don't like Hawkins because you can't play Hawkins like a normal map. Hawkins, you have to chain pallets together.
Hmm.
As a survivor, you have to chain pallets. And that's what I like about it. Both as killer and survivor, I find that really interesting because there's always a risk and reward of, okay, do I make it to the next pallet or do I need to loop this one and then drop it, or do I need to just drop the pallet that I'm at now immediately?
I just like that every like it feels like what Larry's should be, where every room is like its own like set of loops rather than the room is just one loop. If that makes any sense.
Yes. No, that makes total sense, yeah.
Um, that's the thing. Like that's why I enjoy Hawkins personally. I also like that it's the same reason I like RPD is because it's static to a degree.
Hmm.
The door spawns do change and that can mess things up, but for the most part, you know what Hawkins is going to be like when you get into the map. Like the stairs are always there, the hole is in the same place, the glass room is the same. The middle room is like once you're in that middle room with the one with the tube, the room itself is basically the same.
Right.
It's just the doors leading out are different. Um, and then the whole idea of like generators like opening doors, this is something we saw in Gideon's. I think it works way better on Hawkins.
Hmm.
Um,
Especially now that they've got those breakable walls on either side of the generator doors.
mm-hmm. Which I'm not a fan of. I kind of hate them. One
I think,
like I know one of the best things about Gideon's is those that like the survivors once the pallets are done, they don't have anywhere else to go, so they can like back themselves into a corner. When you break those
yes.
walls, sometimes you kind of help them.
Yeah, I think that Gideon's is one of the worst maps to have breakable walls on. I think, really, I can't think of another map aside from Dead Dog Saloon where breakable walls were used well.
It's almost like Dead Dog was made in mind with breakable walls.
Yeah, that would be pretty crazy if that was the case, huh?
I also find it funny that Dead Dog is the only map in the game where there's a breakable wall on Shack.
I wish they had brought that elsewhere. I think that's really cool.
Yeah, it's like like let's say you're playing Killer and you spawn next to Shack, break the wall. Now Shack isn't that bad,
Exactly, yeah.
especially if you're playing a killer like Clown or I don't know who's a killer who can't play Shack very well. Most of them. I don't like. Can Vecna play Shack well? I don't know.
I think he kind of can, but you've got to be really good at Vecna to do it.
I don't know. I play like the king of Shack, so I can't say much.
Hmm.
Speaking of, we'll get into Chucky here in a second. I do want to acknowledge something about this year in Dead by Daylight that kind of affects both of our opinions on this year. Both of our mains released this year.
Yes, that is important. I was going to mention that once we got to Chucky. Yeah, that was a major deal as well, especially considering even though I don't play him anymore, my old main was Nemesis, right?
Hmm.
And Nemesis got buffed massively this
Oh
time.
yeah, that too. We'll get into patches. I think I'm going to go through each of the chapters, and then we'll go through the patches and such a little later because they're a lot
Right.
harder to find and remember. In particular, I might just go to an Otstarva video or something. Um,
DBD Wiki patch notes. It just open new
yeah,
tab, all the major ones.
but yeah, after Stranger Things, we got Chucky, and the teaser for Chucky, brilliant. It was such a brilliant teaser. Um, it was just the step stool, the knife missing. Everyone thought it was a Myers rework for some reason.
I wouldn't say everybody, but I think everybody was either it's Chucky or a Myers rework until people pointed out the little step stool. Then everybody was like, okay, yeah, it's Chucky.
Well, I mean, to people's credit, like you said, we were told specifically we're never getting Chucky.
Yeah.
So like even I said it wasn't Chucky because I was like, "There's no way." I don't know who it is. I don't think it's a Myers rework though. That's what I said. But yeah, a lot of us did like we didn't think we were ever gonna get Chucky, and because my thought process was, well, Chucky's knife isn't really a kitchen knife; it's the voodoo knife for the first movie. Um, but I mean, the kitchen knife makes more sense, but still. But
Mhm.
his trailer though, I remember watching this and just
Oh yeah.
the amount of joy. Like
I think this is one of the better ones too. One of the better trailers
mhm.
because it's so unique from everything else.
It's like an actual. I use this in some of my videos. Like it's that good. They even incorporated the teaser in it.
Hmm.
Like it encapsulates Chucky's personality. It basically confirmed we were getting Brad Dourif. It shows every mechanic, by the way.
Does it really? I never noticed that.
So look, watch. Well, this is really fun. And something I love about trailers because you can see, and I've talked about this with Skull Merchant, how Skull Merchant's drones don't really show the claw traps in her trailer, which is why I think they were a last
Right.
second addition. Um, like you can see right here, you'll see the footsteps. When he walks away with the blood, you'll see the footsteps on the ground.
Oh, you're
He
right.
scampers under
Yeah.
the pallet right here. And you're not going to see it, but you'll hear him do the awe and do the run for the slice and dice.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah, you can also like when he like leaves sight, you hear his little giggles when he goes into hidey ho mode.
That's really cool. Yeah, I never noticed that.
It's like again, that's what like all trailers should be. Is they should show every mechanic that's going to get added.
I
Um,
knew it showed off Scamper, but I didn't realize it showed off everything.
yeah, pretty much everything.
Wow.
It's funny there. And then when the gameplay got shown and everyone officially saw it, I remember people's reaction to seeing Scamper.
Yes. Well,
Oh.
I think everybody's wanted something that can crawl under pallets for a long time now. So the fact that we got it and we got it on a character that makes perfect sense to be able to do it.
Mm-hmm. It really is funny though to look back at how like I was so giddy about this and I was like, oh, this is perfect, and that it was the most busted thing in the game for like 3 months.
Hubris, enduring.
Oh my god, it
What
was
was it? Running shoes?
yeah, running shoes because it used to be 5%. Um, but I mean, the other thing with this that I do want to mention because a lot of people, um, I mean, look at these view numbers.
Hmm.
1.2 million on the Chucky trailer. And I'm only bringing that up because if you look at the Xenomorph trailer, if I can find it. Oh no, never mind. It's about the same. Wow, Nicolas Cage's trailer was not. Was not.
Yeah, I
It's,
was about to say, wait, why is Nicolas Cage so low? What?
wow. All right. Alan Wake.
Especially considering I think he's one of the best things to come to this game.
Yeah, never mind. They average about 1.2 on every single trailer. I didn't really realize that, except for Vecna, apparently. Why is Vecna so low? Wow.
I don't know. I think it's because it's kind of far out there.
I guess it's just, huh? Even Laura Croft is really low. Oh, actually, we'll get to that one later. Actually, there's a reason.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that one. Um, Yeah, and then we had speculation of like the skins coming with it too, and the Stitch Chucky and Tiffany Valentine skins getting revealed, and still having the different voice actors for Jennifer Tilly. Just this was like peak this year. And I know I'm really biased. Again, I main these characters, but and I'm a massive fan of the franchise. But again, like you said, we were told for years this was never going to happen. Not only did it happen, it was a unique gameplay style. We got our first third person killer, which has opened the door for so many things. We haven't seen it too much, but we've seen it with Dracula and technically speaking, Houndmaster.
Right.
So like we know this is going to be a thing that we're going to see on more killers. Maybe not necessarily as a full thing, but at least part of their power in some way.
Right.
And then the fact that not only were we told constantly we're not getting this chapter, the fact that we got it and we got two skins, we got the voice actors, like again a completely different like gameplay style and all this stuff. It was a chapter that was done perfectly for the most part. Balance wise, not so much, but from an adaptation perspective, it was done perfectly.
Yeah, definitely one of the better adaptations, especially with it. I feel like this is something that's kind of consistent with adaptations. I feel like the more involvement behavior has in it, sometimes, most of the time, the better it is. For example, with the ghost, like the ghost form picking up the doll and the survivor.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's brilliant. I think that's a brilliant solution.
Yeah,
It's
and
kind of like with Ghostface, where they made their own Ghostface, and he turned out to be one of the most enjoyable ones out of the series.
well, even like the ghost thing, like it also like if it was the funny thing is if this was done a few years ago, I still think people would have been fine with it, but it makes even more sense that they did it now because the season 3 of the TV show was happening. It was in on hiatus when this got announced. And
Hmm.
for the trailers for the second half of the season, we saw that Charles was coming back as a ghost.
Oh, really? I didn't
So
know that.
so like
Okay.
I have a feeling like Don gave them that idea to help it work. Um, but
Oh,
yeah,
that's very interesting.
and then I mean the impact Chucky's had on the game. I mean the perks because this is going to be one of the few chapters, or not really. There was actually a lot of solo things this year, but um, getting over to the perks a little bit, like Friends to the End has probably become a staple perk in a lot of killers builds.
Absolutely.
It's barbecue and chili, just better in my opinion. Some would argue it's worse, but I think getting guaranteed aura reading on one person is better than not guaranteed aura reading on the whole team.
Hmm.
And the expose effect is nice on some killers. Batteries included is just a really fun perk for in-game builds when they didn't nerf it for some stupid reason and then unnerfed it. That was such a strange move. Like
Hey, they listen to the community, though.
um
Got to give them that.
yeah, and then friends to the era 2 can play. Um which I think people are starting. I think it took a year, but I think people are starting to realize that 2 can play actually isn't that bad.
Two can play is very funny, especially considering it's a what is it? It's a hex perk that can continuously relight itself
It's the
as long as
only
there's totems.
it's the only hex perk that can do that.
Hmm.
Um
And I think that's very cool.
yeah, and it's also an annoying enough effect that survivors will go out of their way to cleanse it. Now there are some problems with it. I think many have said it's kind of tone deaf for accessibility issues. Now, while I do understand that argument because now survivors can be flashlighted, and for some people they play survivor specifically so they can't. Uh, that's behavior not having accessibility options to make the screen turn black instead of bright ass yellow. But
Yeah,
yeah,
that's a whole other issue. I really do feel like you said, that's
mhm.
more on the lack of accessibility issues in the game than it is on that one perk in particular.
Yeah, there were some disappointments with Chucky coming though. We didn't get a map, which was odd. Um, and we'll get into this
Hmm.
later because there's another killer. that came that also didn't get a map, but they had a concession to kind of alleviate that a bit, and it makes me mad because it's so cool and I love it. And Chucky didn't get it, but I mean, ever since then, like Chucky's had. I'm gonna do a whole video on the changes Chucky's gone through over the past year
Hmm.
because it's a lot.
Yes, it is.
This man has been in almost every single patch. Almost every single patch since release. He has either been nerfed, reworked in some way, shape, or form. I mean, removing Scamper was a big thing. Lowering his cooldown. He's had add-on adjustments. He's had constant bug fixes. Um, like again, this isn't me going, woe is me. It's just I'm just stating the fact that he has been in like every single patch since release. There's been like two. I think me and Ghost Anonymous were talking about this. I think there's been two that he has not been in since last year, which is insane to me. Because I mean, once they removed Scamper, they had to compensate with the cooldown changes, and then they had to compensate the cooldown changes with other cooldown changes, and then there was the whole bug that's been there since release that everyone knew existed, and then one person makes a video on it, and now it's actually a bug that they had to adjust. And then just recently with the 12-second cooldown thing, but it's again, it is insane to me that he has been in every single patch. I only say this because the other killers we're going to get to, I feel like probably should have been in these patches more for other reasons.
Yeah, I think it's just because Chucky, so many people kind of went sour on Chucky pretty much immediately once they realized how hard it was to see him around loops. I think that's when
Mm-hmm.
people, and I think that's why, because people have been very, very vocal about Chucky. I know I don't need to tell you this.
Yeah, the death threats never stop. It's fine.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, which is
well, it's
absurd, but
it's very odd to me, and I said this a couple months after release because looking at everyone's thoughts when he was on PTB, everyone loved him on both sides. People were like very excited and happy that he was in the game and like, oh, this is so cool and he's so fun. And then like, I don't know what happened, but something just switched once he went to live and everyone just hated him. Um, Rightfully so with the Scamper. Obviously, I kind of agree, but
yeah, the original palette scamper was dumb.
well,
I like it now, but like, yeah, that once again, enduring hubris,
we'll
pre-drop the palette, get
we'll
scampered on.
we'll get into this with another killer that released this year. Just remember that these two killers, Vecna and Chucky, were probably in development at the same time because of how development cycles work. So
Right.
just remember that means that they thought Scamper was fine, right? While they were also making Vecna's Mage Hand. So they were about to release two killers that both basically ignored palettes. And I don't mean like kind of ignored palettes, just straight up ignored.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
I mean,
that's go on.
I was gonna say, I think as far as Chucky having impact on the game, I think. Okay, again, this might be my bias. I think he had the biggest impact on the game throughout the entire from the entire killer roster throughout the whole year.
From this year, yeah, absolutely, because of the third-person camera. So far, I've got a little theory that we're going to see something from Houndmaster in the Freddy rework.
Yes, so do I. Oh, I think I know. Are you talking about gens?
Yes, I'm
Yeah.
talking about the gens because I find it very hard to believe that behavior made that between PTB and live in like that 2 week span that they were able to code a whole new type of generator aura and
Mm-hmm.
make it functional and make you be able to interact with it. So my little game theory is that that was taken from the Freddy rework.
I have because the Freddy rework is also supposed to be the same patch they do the deep wound changes, and
Hmm.
deep wound is so random on Houndmaster. I am almost convinced that the deep wound changes are going to make it more better in chase in some way, shape, or form. Do something in chase.
Most likely, yeah. I could see that.
It is so random on her. You know what I mean? Like it makes
Yes, absolutely.
it's so random. Why is it there? Like
I feel like they needed to give it something, but they didn't want to have it be like Oblivious Base Kit.
maybe I don't know. It was just it's to me it was so random. It doesn't fit with her kit in any way, shape, or form. And I have a feeling what it is they added it in knowing what the changes they're doing to Deep Wound in a couple months are.
I would totally agree with that. I hadn't thought about that, but I think you're totally right now that you've mentioned it.
Because, yeah, and again, I think the Deep Wound changes, I've said this a few times, we don't know what they are, but my guess is they're going to make Deep Wound do something in chase to make it more dynamic.
Yeah, I really hope whatever it isn't like slowly goes down even while you're running. Please no. Even if it's 2 minutes, please don't do that.
What if it just hinders you or something?
Oh, that'd be interesting. I don't like an increasing hinder over time. Oh, that would be. Oh no, I hope not. I hope
Like
not.
I just thought about that on the spot. What if it's a hinder effect?
Oh no, please no! It's gonna be tunneling Wesker on every killer.
I mean, it wouldn't be that bad on Legion, I guess, but
Yeah,
everyone else, like even then though, Legion would probably like he'd have to make second decisions if he's going to keep chasing the person he's chasing, I guess. Um, but not like again though, like even Chucky's perks. We'll get into this with the other killers, especially. I think Chucky's perks are the ones that I think I see the most, other than maybe one other one.
I was about to say I think there's one or two from the other chapters that do very well, but yes, Friends to the End especially is all over the place. I think, and
Mm-hmm.
batteries included. I see it. I don't see it very often,
Neither
but at
do
least I
I.
see it.
Yeah.
Unlike Two Can Play.
Well, two can play again. I think people are starting to realize how good it is. More as a utility perk in the sense that you can bring one totem, one hex, and get like the same effect you can get from bringing like multiple hexes for like Pentimento.
Right.
Because unlike Plaything, you don't have to hook anybody.
It just happens. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's very interesting. But like again, like I think the Chucky thing was it was just such a boon for this game when it happened. And someone mentioned in chat about Trickster. So the Trickster rework happened on this patch.
Which rework are we talking about again? There's been a couple.
the one that basically made him the one that made him 115.
Oh yeah, that one.
Yeah, the current
that's
version
a
we
good
have.
one to mention.
Yeah, yeah. Trickster mains were not happy, and they still aren't happy.
Was anyone happy?
No. That's the sad thing about that rework. No one was happy with it.
Yeah, that was.
I don't like. Kudos to you, behavior. You found a way to make a character not only miserable to play as, but miserable to play against.
Wow, that reminds me of another killer rework that happened this year.
We'll get into this with Houndmaster also. Like Houndmaster, like as miserable as she is to play as, I hear she's pretty fun to play against. So
I actually enjoy playing as Houndmaster a fair bit, as long as the dog, doesn't just randomly not charge. That's the thing that like bothers me the most is when Snug is like following behind you, but it's not starting the chase.
yeah,
Cooldown.
it's because he goes from his position, not yours.
Right.
I think honestly, the more I thought about it, because someone mentioned that to me, I think that's where a lot of us are messing up. Because there's no we can't see him. So like when we're aiming it, we're assuming he's going from our position, like by our leg, but sometimes he's like behind you. Or like off to the side somewhere where you're not looking at him. So like it doesn't make any sense. but yeah.
We'll come back to that later, but there is so much to say about Houndmaster already, which I think is a good thing. which I think is a good thing. Don't get me wrong, but I think we need to put a pin in that for now and
Yeah.
return to Chucky.
Well, I think that's pretty much it with Chucky. I mean, he didn't come with the Survivor, even though in my mind, and I know people call me crazy for this, Chucky's Survivor counterpart is Nicolas Cage.
You know what? I could believe that.
It makes the most sense in my mind. Not only do they release like one after the other, they also like fit because they're both like comedy horror.
I think that would be a crossover movie I would love to see now that the image is
Chucky
in my mind.
versus Nicolas Cage. Oh man. And then we got the Bone Chill event. This year's wasn't. It was fine. I don't know. I wasn't a big fan of the Bone Chill event. Although the Bone Chill event was before. It had a separate queues. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That was just snowballs, right? Like all they did was snowballs.
They added the snowballs. Yeah. It was fun for like 3 or 4 games, and then no one messed with them again.
I had fun with them. I didn't play much during the event, but I did have a little bit of fun.
The jump scaring snowmen were cool. I did like that.
Yes. Those were also very cool, yes.
And I know this is kind of talking about what's going on this year, but during the dev stream they showed off this year's that the snowmen are going to move on their own.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which is a really cool idea. It means you can actually hide and not like sit in one place.
Oh, that's cool. I'll be honest, I have not watched the most recent dev stream.
That wasn't much, but that was the cool thing. Well, one of the cooler things they showed off for it. I like that idea.
Yeah, that's a great thing. But I guess now my question is, are they going to change the background lobby from Houndmaster? And if so, are we really only going to have this lobby for like 2 weeks and then there's something else? Or like...
The lobby screen for the not map she got?
Yeah. The random lobby that's really cool, but just doesn't relate to anything.
Like, Chucky didn't even get a lobby screen. Like, it's so weird that she got one.
Always do this? Yeah, exactly. I don't... Like, making a lobby for events, like seasonal events, perfectly fine. But why does the chapter with no map get what could be a really awesome map?
It's well, again, we'll get into Hellmaster later, but there's so much weird with this chapter, I swear. Then we had the Rainbow Six Siege collab, which was a strange collab to say the least.
I'm going to say this is the worst collab in Dead by Daylight.
Really?
And I know people are going to immediately point to For Honor because it's the other Ubisoft collab and it's also awful.
Mm-hmm.
But if we take a look at what both games gathered from this collaboration, right? If we compare For Honor to the Dead by Daylight, For Honor cross Dead by Daylight and Dead by Daylight cross Rainbow Six Siege, and we look at these side by side, For Honor, not only did they get a bunch of really cool skins with custom animations and everything, they got an entire limited time mode with the Trapper that was a lot of fun to watch, even if I haven't played For Honor since it like came out, or like this random free weekend I think it was on one time. I still think it was interesting, and the mode was a lot of fun to watch, even though I didn't really understand what was going on. But with this, right, we get a couple skins. The only 2 I've ever seen, by the way, is I see some comp players like Hens running Tuberal because they're very quiet, and I see a couple casuals running Blitz, myself included, because I used to like bully people as Blitz. I'm not afraid to admit it. I have never seen anybody run Wamai. I main Wamai in Siege, and I don't buy that skin because that skin's garbage. Like, why would I want to have a wetsuit?
Did Adam get it?
Yeah, Adam got it. I know at a time it probably would have been one of the better Adam skins, but like nowadays Adam's actually got some really good skins. And I like Adam. I don't play Adam too often, but I like Adam as a survivor. I think he's one of my favorites. And Wamai is one of my favorite Siege players. So I am the target audience, and I still didn't even want to buy the skin because of how, just kind of whatever it is.
Yeah, and then Rainbow Six got, Huntress and Trapper, right? That was it.
Yes, and you wanna know how much those things cost? They cost, like, $45
Are you
per.
serious? I didn't even look into it. I was mad because Frost didn't get the Trapper skin, so I didn't care.
Yeah,
Um,
Frost should have gotten the Trapper skin, but they gave it Cap Can, which, at least it is a Trapper. Here, I will boot Siege and show you in the screen. It is, like, 35 to 40 USD.
like
It is absurd.
it was so odd to me when I saw that. Again, the literal character with bear traps didn't get the Trapper skin.
Oh, but don't worry, she got Cat from Halo or whatever her name
Oh
is.
my god. I swear, Ubisoft, like, it's like when they did 2B for the Nier Automata skin for Ayana. Is that her name? It's been a while.
Yes, Ayana.
Um, don't get me wrong. I'm not going to sit here and get into the whole the dumb controversy about it.
Mhm.
My only point with it, I don't care. Like, oh, it doesn't look sexy now because I know a lot of people were. I don't even care about that. My point is like it doesn't look like 2B to me. That's my only problem with it. It's not. It has nothing to do with oh, there's not enough skin showing. It just doesn't look like 2B to me. But like they do this. Ubisoft does this like every time with Rainbow Six Siege with collabs. They never come at like the Pickle Rick collab they did. Like
Yeah,
I bought that skin. It looks funny, but like it's such a I don't know.
it makes no sense. Yeah, no, Rainbow Six Siege collaborations are the most absurd thing. We've had one that makes sense, right? The only one that's made sense is a couple of the Rainbow characters showed up in, like, Ghost Recon Wildlands as, like, a limited time event kinda thing, right?
Or even
But
the Resident Evil ones they did, like Leon,
I forgot about those.
yeah,
Those aren't
Lion,
too bad,
yeah,
yeah.
Finka was no, Zofia was Jill.
I mean,
It
that makes sense for those 2 for the most part.
Yeah, it looks nothing like them because their builds are completely different, but yeah.
Yeah, that's more of a reasonable thing, but you take a
Yeah.
look at, like, the other things, it's like Dead by Daylight, there's also a gacha game that they collabed with that I looked into, and is actually, like, the collaboration is somehow the most respectful thing that's happened to the Siege characters in years, but I won't start that rant because it's stupid. It's stupid, and that's part of what makes me so angry about the DVD collab is that we got showed up by a gacha game
I
because they
don't
got the better Siege collab, and that
again
that angers me.
like you said though, I never see these skins.
Never. I never see the ones in, I've been kinda getting back into Siege with some of my friends lately because of all the good changes they've been making lately,
Hmm.
and I don't see any of the I saw a trapper once, and it was just somebody using the calling card for it. They weren't even, like, actually, like,
I I see the Blitz
using the
one.
skin.
I see the Blitz one like once every couple months. That's about it
Yeah,
though.
Felix Blitz, but that's also because it's Felix and Blitz, 2 very popular characters in the games.
Right. But I never see Torborao, I never see Womai. Um and yeah, it's so strange. And I think the Torborao one, I think the bigger problem with that one was because this happened right after Torborao released, right?
No, it happened the skin released before Tubarão did.
So they added a skin from another game before the character was even out.
Yes, Tubarão was on the PTB or, like, Siege's version of the PTB for like a couple weeks, and then they delayed the launch, but they had already scheduled the skins to launch on the same day as when they had originally scheduled the launch. So the Dead by Daylight skin, there was a weird time where Tubarão was playable in Dead by Daylight and not Siege. Also, I just booted up the game and checked. It
Mm,
is $40 for both of the skins, not per. But that's still like
that's
extremely
insane.
over the
That is
because it's two
insane.
skins. It's two skins. Yeah.
That's fucking nuts. Who got the hunter skin?
Finka.
Finka.
Yes,
I,
Finka,
I,
yeah,
I
because
guess
when I think hatchets, I think Finka.
there's not a hatchet character. Is there a character that throws projectiles? I'm trying to remember.
Uh, Tubarão.
Subaru.
There's freezing hatchets.
I don't know, man. Like there's some like add like I don't know hillbilly thermite or something. I don't know.
And that's the other thing. It makes the characters they chose made no sense. And I kinda get why there weren't killer skins for, like, of siege operators for obvious reasons, but I think it would be cool. I think there were a couple ones like, when I first heard it, until we learned what it was, I was like super excited trying to figure out, okay, who's gonna have what, who's gonna,
Look,
and then it's just like, oh,
okay, so like we said, Torborao wasn't even in Siege yet, so like no fan base yet. Like
yes,
no time to even build rapport of the character, right?
correct.
Womai is in most people's eyes, especially to the casual player base, Diet Jaeger,
Yeah,
right?
Womai is super forgettable.
Um,
He's got a fun loadout, but like he's just forgettable, especially like the character wise. We know nothing about Womai as a character. He
yeah,
was introduced as Collie's like second in
yeah,
command,
he's
and that's it.
Collie's, he's Collie's
That is
bitch.
it.
Like that's it. He's just there. and
Like
then the Blitz one is even more frustrating to me because it's not even base Blitz.
it's Elite Blitz, but to be fair, Elite Blitz is like the best elite in the game, so
But like what Thermite, Thatcher, Pulse, like
yeah, I don't know why we didn't get Ash for Meg.
Jaeger, like Jaeger and Ash are like the two most popular characters in the game. I know people who don't even know anything about Siege and know who Jaeger is.
Yeah, exactly. It makes no sense. And it's not like these characters haven't been in a horror situation. Let's not forget the travesty that was Outbreak and how it became Extraction.
Listen, as someone who was in the military, let me just say, waking up and going to PT is sometimes a horror situation. They've been in horror situations. Jaeger was in a biker. No, it's Bandit. My bad.
Yeah, that was Bandit.
My bad. Still, but he was Jaeger's with GSG 9, right? Am I or is he?
Yes, he's GSG 9.
Yeah, fucking an anti-terrorist a German anti-terrorist group. Yeah, he's been in some horror situations. Trust me. But like, no, we got the diver. I don't even know Blitz's backstory. I'm not gonna lie to you.
I don't either.
What is Blitz's organization? I don't even know.
Blitz is also GSG 9.
Is he GSG 9? I didn't know he's German.
Yeah, he's German.
Oh.
That's why he's Felix, I think.
Oh, that makes so much more sense now.
Mm-hmm.
And then Wamai, I mean, again, we don't know much about him. All I know is he's a diver, I think.
Mm-hmm. You think? You're not quite sure?
Well, it's like I didn't really look too much into the Siege lore after a certain point.
I don't think there's much to look into. Let's be real.
I mean, there is now. It just wasn't back then. But all I knew about Wamai is that his lore made no sense for his gadget. That's all I remember. Because his lore was him being like this diver, but his gadget pulls grenades. It makes it's nothing to do.
Yeah, there's just, and that's, yeah, no, why Wamai? Wamai is he just sticks out like a sore thumb here.
Well, and again, I say this about a lot of collabs. Get crazy with it. Could you imagine like a Kali Deathslinger skin?
I mean, that'd be sick. Yeah, like I said, I was going crazy trying to figure out, okay, who could be who, and Kali Deathslinger was definitely one of the ones I thought of because that would be awesome.
That would be incredible.
And it makes sense for the character. I mean, let's face it, Kali's like a PMC mercenary.
Mm-hmm.
The entity could literally just slide her $10,000 and she'd probably jump in the realm immediately.
Hell,
No questions asked.
Hell, you could do a Kali Death or Skull Merchant skin. It actually makes more sense than you think it does. But like, I mean, again, Ash could have been in here. As far as killer skins go, you could have done the Outbreak stuff.
Exactly.
Like
yeah.
Outbreak Dredge.
Like the Proteans or whatever they call them now.
Yeah.
That'd be so sick. Like the did you play Outbreak and did you play Extraction at all?
I played Extraction. I was not around for Outbreak.
Okay,
I started playing the year after it came out.
Whenever you've got a little bit of free time, I would genuinely recommend looking into Outbreak because Outbreak was a top like.
I've seen it.
It was like genuinely like a top 3 zombie game I've ever played. Like the atmosphere of that game was incredible, and Extraction just kind of ruined it all. Like I could go on a whole rant about the difference of the two. That I'll leave it because it's not really DBD related. But Outbreak was so cool, and there's so much potential there, and that's what I meant by like horror scenarios. Like both Ash and Jaeger were involved in Outbreak. And Jaeger, even at one point, like gets in a helicopter crash and almost dies.
I mean, Doc was in it.
during.
Capcan was in it. I think wasn't Chonk in it for a little bit.
Yes, Tachanka was in both of them. Yeah,
Yeah, it was such an odd collab. And again, like I feel like it failed complete on both ends.
I would agree with that. I've not seen like once again, I've not seen it in Siege once.
Mm-hmm. So strange. And then we got the because this was when the Game Awards happened. So we got the casting of Frank Stone trailer at the Game Awards.
hmm
Now I'm not gonna say anything about the trailer, and I don't want to get too much into casting of Frank Stone. It kind of flopped, didn't it?
I heard that a lot of people
a lot of
didn't really enjoy it.
a lot of people couldn't even play it.
Oh yeah, because they put out the wrong version, or they like put out a 0 MB version or something weird like
Yeah.
that.
Well, I bought the game for Kaiser when it dropped
hmm
because Kaiser said they couldn't play it because they couldn't afford it, and I was like, well, you know what? I'll be nice. Here's the game, and then I got my money back, and I was like, what happened? I couldn't run it, so I refunded it. It's like, oh, okay. And it wasn't because the PC was bad. It was just the game was just that bad, badly optimized. And for a supermassive game, that kind of sucks.
Yeah, no, that's casting Frank Stone. I'm gonna be honest, I was never interested in it.
Neither was
You know
I.
what I was interested in?
Hmm.
Project T.
Oh, we'll get to that in a little bit.
Oh, I'm hoping.
Oh,
Oh, I'm
quite a little
hoping.
bit.
I'm
Yep.
hoping.
6 months ago, by the way.
Yeah, that was.
Only 6 months ago. Jesus. Um, but like
Talk
for
about.
like casting of Frankstone, it was for like the lore heads and people who wanted another Dead by Daylight like adjacent game and something different in the universe. It was such a huge thing. And then it was such a disappointment for so many people when it finally dropped. Not just because of the optimization issues, but just like
Mhm.
it felt more disconnected than it was. Because I've watched cutscenes, I've watched like videos on it. I know some will say
Right.
I didn't experience the game. It's a super massive game. I did.
You might as well have.
Yeah. Anyways, it felt so disconnected, but not in like a fun way, if that makes any sense. Like there was
Yeah,
a
it just
lot
felt
of
like a random story.
yeah, like there was a lot of references to the main game and such as like a trickster doll apparently, which is kind of cute. Um, but like I don't know. I'm curious. Again, I've said this before. I cannot say what the next chapter is because I will get someone in trouble if I do. What I can say is it's not Frank Stone. I don't know why everyone thinks it is. If I'm
It's
perfect.
because people thought that the Dracula was gonna be Frank Stone. Or
Mm.
not Dracula, no, Houndmaster.
Oh yeah, fair enough. Well, the next chapter's licensed.
Yes, it is. And Houndmaster wasn't. I
Yeah.
don't know. People really want Frank Stone, and I think it's just at this point they expected it to be Frank Stone. So now that it's not,
I
that now people really want it, just because they thought it was going to be it and then it wasn't.
all I'll say is I know every chapter we're getting up until FNAF.
hmm
So I know the next chapter and I know FNAF. Obviously, I know FNAF. Everyone does.
Yeah,
Um,
everybody knows FNAF.
so,
I've
so
heard theories about the next chapter, and I just want to say I think that like that 2 week scramble where we had a new massive leak every week. I'm gonna be honest, that was really funny. Like I just found that really funny to try and because everybody was like, "Oh my goodness, guys, it's Kayako. We're finally." Was that her name, Kayako? Everybody's like, "It's Kayako, guys. I'm so excited. It's Kayako." Wait, no, guys, look at this. It's Slenderman. It's Slenderman. It took me right back to like peak, like, guys, it's Springtrap days.
I am so glad that we like leaks are not as bad as they were. I think a lot of the because again, I know a lot of friends and a lot of people in my circle uh,
hmm
know the leaks and like have inside info. That's how I get it. Um, but it has been nice that I haven't seen a single person guess the next chapter correctly. I haven't seen a single person do it. Um, and I'm going to stop talking about it because if I don't, I might
Yeah,
spoil it.
I was
Yeah,
gonna say, I think I've seen one person, if what I've been told is true, I think I've seen one
yeah,
person guess it, but I'm not gonna say it's no one big. It was just literally just a random comment, so
yeah.
we're not gonna comment on it anymore.
But
But yeah, it's
but after Frank Stone, it's one of those things because it's a super massive game. Have you played any of their games? Until Dawn
no,
or The Quarry? Um, I,
none of them.
I have played Until Dawn. I have not played The Quarry. They're very linear story games. I'm not the biggest fan of them. The most fun I had with
Mhm.
Until Dawn was getting drunk with friends and playing it and pretending each of us was the characters.
That
Uh,
does sound like a fun time.
that was the most fun I had with Until Dawn. But a lot of people really did attach to the casting of Frank Stone, and I feel kind of bad that behavior didn't capitalize on the launch. It would have made so much sense to drop the game and a killer from the game at the same time.
I agree with you entirely. I think that if they wanted to, that would have been the time to do it.
We'll get into this a little later with a couple other chapters, but behavior kind of drops the ball with
Timing it.
yeah, with timing things. It's very strange. Um
Hmm.
One they didn't do that with was Alan Wake though. Uh
Yeah, because he came out like right along a new game, didn't he?
yeah. Yeah. Well, no, so his game was actually out for a couple months already because it was nominated for Game of the Year,
Oh, okay.
but again, but he came out during the hype of it being nominated. So it
Yeah, that
definitely
makes sense.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the thing with Alan Wake's release, like I said earlier, I mentioned a little bit ago, was um, how many pages has he written at this point? But the thing with this is the developers have said in the past, like their inspiration for like flashlights and even like the basic gameplay of Dead by Daylight was inspired by Alan Wake. Um, so him finally coming to the game was such a huge thing, at least to me. I know this was a very divisive chapter for some reason.
I
Uh,
never understood why people were so worked up about it. Because I mean, it's not like, especially with the hindsight of the next couple licenses we
yeah.
were gonna get, like Alan Wake fits like a glove in DBD.
I say this all the time. Like the developers have said it, but the flashlight mechanic is literally from his game.
Hmm.
Like, what do you mean he doesn't fit? Like, it didn't make any sense to me. Like, I don't know. Um, this was also the same time on Twitter when I had a very stark argument with someone about what the definition of a cult classic is. Because apparently Alan Wake is an occult classic, uh, which
Really?
it is most in factly a cult classic. Just
Yeah, I was
saying.
about to say.
It's
Hard to think of a modern example of a cult classic better than Alan
I don't know.
Wake.
It's probably yeah, especially for video games. Yeah, like there's the yeah, it's definitely a cult classic. It's I don't know. It's
Yeah.
like so many people were very like vocal about not enjoying the fact that he was coming to the game. Um,
I think a lot of that. The only things that I saw about that were people that it was upset that it was Alan and not the lady from the second game. That was the
Saga.
only thing I saw.
She got a
Yeah,
skin.
Saga.
She got a skin.
Yeah, she got a skin in the game too, but at the time we didn't know that was going to happen. I think a lot of people were really upset about that. That's the only like discourse I saw about Alan Wake is people were upset that it wasn't Saga.
I mean,
I've not played either of the games, so I don't know if Saga's like a better character or what. But
she's a divisive character. Depending on
okay,
who you ask, don't look into it or you'll go down a rabbit hole you don't want to go down.
all
Um,
right, I'll take your word for it. I just know that a lot of people were upset that it wasn't Saga, and
um,
then we got her in the game, and then all that went away.
but in it, I mean, even his perks though, like Champion of Light, was a deadline and Prune Illumination.
Illumination.
So going down this, Champion of Light is probably the most impactful of all of them.
Champion of Light is a very fun perk, if nothing else.
It's hilarious. It's actually quite effective on some killers.
Hmm.
It brought a new dimension to flashlights. Like I used to never run flashlights until Champion of Light.
Yes, I think Champion of Light did a really good job of revitalizing like flashlights and like redefining them. And there's so many fun things you can do with them now. Like I think most people by now know that you can combine it with
Fixated.
fixated to
Yeah.
move at normal running speed and get your sprint burst back at the same time. But
Yeah.
even just like combining it with flashbang and certain killers is absolutely lethal. Like one of my favorite things to do is to try and use flashbang to kick spirits out of their power. And when I've got Champion of Light on too, when I hit that, it is just
literally,
perfect.
literally any like killer that has to aim something, Champion of Light is so funny. I using Champion of
Yes.
Light on against a Deathslinger is the funniest shit, I swear. Or a Chucky or a Nemesis or a
Myers
Huntress
as well.
Myers. Oh my god, I love using it against Myers. Um, Deadline is kind of just there. It did indirectly buff Autodidact, which is cool.
Yeah, but the indirect autodidact buff that you needed came like 6 months before Alan Wake in the form of plot twist.
Mm. It also came. Well, it also got indirectly nerfed the next patch, actually. Um, because
Really, what they do to it?
the mangled changes.
Oh yeah, I forgot about those.
um, Again, we'll get into the. I'll try to get into the patch notes later, but
Hmm.
yeah, the mangled changes happened. And then Boon Illumination, arguably the worst boon in the game.
I don't think there's any arguing it. Like, or try and argue a perk that's worse than Boon Illumination.
Maybe Dark Theory, but no, not really.
You know
Yeah,
what? For the sake of the community, I'm willing to agree with you that Dark Theory is worse than Boon Illumination, and therefore nobody should ever run it in any circumstance, and especially not on Haddonfield.
listen, listen. Just make Boon Illumination show totems.
That's all it needs. I
Boom,
agree.
problem solved. Like honestly, like it wouldn't be good. It would just be. It
It would
did.
be convenient.
It did bring in very similar to Jagged Compass that just released with Houndmaster. It did bring in the first boon to have a secondary effect,
Right.
which is an interesting concept that I hope might be. I thought was going to be like them like a prelude to them doing it to the other boons, but it did not happen. So
Yeah, I wish they did. I think that would be, even if it was something minor, like having Circle of Healing up increases your healing speed everywhere by 10%.
yeah,
Or like when you're outside of the range by 10%,
yeah, just
or that kind of thing.
yeah, just something. But boon elimination was such a disappointment. Like I get what they were going for, but like it's not even really thematically relevant in my opinion. Like
Outside of it being illumination, yeah, no, I don't think it is at all.
um and then right after Alan Wake, we got our first gameplay modifier. Our first new game mode,
Hmm.
which was Lights Out. And
Scary to think that Lights Out was this year because it feels like it's been so long, hasn't it?
yeah, it was 10, not even this year, it was 10 months ago.
Wow.
It has not been that long.
That did feel that. Wow, 10 months.
And
I genuinely didn't think we were going to talk about Lights Out.
like it was yeah, it was January. Like that's insane to think about. Uh um but like it like this was probably and it like I mean this with the utmost care. This is probably the most hated game mode too.
Right. I didn't have much fun with Lights Out,
the,
and there were a couple things about it that I really didn't care for.
the,
But I liked it as a good sign of what's to come.
yeah, this was also the first game mode with its own queue. That's when they started doing that too.
Exactly, that's what I meant. I thought it was a good sign of what's to come
Yeah.
because Lights Out, they made it very clear that Lights Out was them just putting something together quickly to try and like test this multi-queue system. They made that very clear in this reveal.
Like
And that's why I was never too harsh on it.
yeah, I don't know. There was some aspects of Lights that I really liked. I think the biggest thing I liked was the idea of neither side having a HUD. I thought that was very interesting. Otherwise, I didn't like this mode at all. It had its
Yeah,
moments, but like overall, the games just felt really slow, which I think
yeah.
was
To
the
okay.
point. But I don't know.
I think that they wanted this to be kind of like an almost old DVD mode because they talked about somewhere I saw it was in another one of those interviews with Makote where they talked about how they did think about well they have talked about maybe doing like a DVD classic mode,
Oh dear
but
God.
they never decided to do it.
Oh dear God.
And I feel like maybe Lights Out was kind of that.
Don't do that. Don't do a DVD. Oh my God.
I agree. I think our DVD classic mode is 2v8. That's my hot take. Look at
I
the loop structure. Look at like the fear you feel when you see both killers running at you. Compare that to when you first started playing DBD. I think DBD 2v8 is old DBD as close as we're ever gonna get.
I want someone to name me a game that has done like a classic mode that includes the recent ones. And I know those happened, and I mean this with the utmost sincerity. Name me a game that has done a classic mode where people enjoyed it, genuinely enjoyed it.
The only one I can think of, it was either WoW or
Mm,
RuneScape. It was one of the two of them. They did like
it was RuneScape. I'll give you
okay.
RuneScape. No, even WoW Classic. Some people did like it, but people made the realization that part of the fun of old school Warcraft was that we didn't know anything.
I mean that's with how it is with a lot of games.
It's the same thing with Overwatch. I know that was the one that was coming to mind. I said this.
Mhm.
I was talking to somebody about this the other day because people were saying like the classic Overwatch mode, people are enjoying it, and people can't figure out why. That's why. It's because we know what we're doing now. Part of the fun of like when Overwatch dropped is no one knew what the fuck was going on. We didn't know like the optimal team comps or who to play and how. Like we didn't know any of this. So like and that's evolved over the years to the point to where we know every like exactly who we should play when, where, and how.
Mhm.
So that kind of ruins the fun.
I agree. Yeah, like no, it's the same thing here. You know, a lot of the fun back then was people didn't really know when to leave chase and they didn't know how to run specific tiles, like the busted tiles that were there. Because let's face it, there were busted tiles back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what was it? Three window cow tree? Something absurd like that?
It was yeah, it was 3 window. It was oh, and they didn't have entity blockers either on the windows.
No entity blockers, double window shack. Uh, let's not forget the six window. What was it? The
Sprint
garage.
Sprint burst just had a cooldown. It wasn't exhaustion. Like Jesus.
Yeah, it
Some
was.
games just shouldn't. Like I'm serious, and like I get it. I get like it's funny too because I noticed this. I compare this to the Pokemon community. I know it's so weird to bring up, but
Hmm.
so the Pokemon community, and you can see this if you like go through like if you like look up certain Pokemon games, you'll see that there's like these eras of which game is considered like good and bad, and they almost
Hmm.
all fluctuate. And it is very very strange because I think right now Generation 6 is starting to be like this was the best generation even though 2 years ago everyone was calling it the worst.
I mean that happens with all games, but I will. I do not understand why people would say Gen 6 is the best.
But like what my point with this for Dead by Daylight is like I've noticed like there's like a generational gap. There are there's people who like say like release Dead by Daylight was the best, and then some are like, oh no, actually 2017 was the best, and then some will say like, no, 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 it's actually 2020. Um, it's just weird because as the years go on, I noticed that like the OG, like the 2016 2017 people, kind of died out, and it's mostly just like the 2020 people now. It's weird.
Yeah. I think that happens with most long term games.
Mm-hmm. Even League, like for a while there, for it was season 4, which was 20. 2014. Yeah, 2014. That was for about 3 or 4 years. That was considered the golden era of the game, even though it was terrible. It was so bad. Um, Supports like barely got anything gold. Jungle only had like 3 camps to farm. Uh, like, anyways, um, after Lights Out though,
Mhm.
here's where you get to talk for like 2 hours. We got
Yeah,
probably the best original chapter in years.
I would make a case that it might not be just in years. This might be a genuine, like, top 3 of all time original chapter when you factor in everything that it brought. And the only reason it's not top 1 is the black stain that is Sable Ward.
Well,
Oh
I mean,
boy.
you know what? Yeah, I get it. I hate Sable too, but we cannot deny she was a home run for the community, though.
Oh yeah, for the community, it was a brilliant move by behavior, both for the community and like monetarily, to introduce Sable Ward at the time that they did. That being said, that is like the reason that they implemented Sable Ward at this time is part of the reason why I dislike her so heavily.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you want me to go on a full rant about that, but I can absolutely.
Am I the only one who just realized that Sable has a phone with a flashlight in the trailer?
Most likely, yeah. Because let's face it, most people were not paying that much attention to this trailer.
Hold up a second. That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be the late 90s. That didn't exist yet.
I always assumed that Sable and Michaela were supposed to be more modern.
I always thought they were like late 90s.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know then. I always assumed that they were like modern because remember in the lead up to like Unknown, they did like text messages and like found footage stuff, and all of that was from phones as well.
I thought because of the found footage part, I always thought it was late 90s. Because it was like Blair Witch.
I don't know. I really just thought they were modern because once again, like the first one that like the first teasers were like from people's security cameras in their house, like their ring cameras or whatever, and like text messages of like recounting of a weird story of where one of their coworkers disappeared or something like that.
Well, I'm just because like looking at this footage, like it's like VHS footage.
You're right. I mean, that's very odd.
I've never realized how much that clashes. What the fuck?
Yeah, no, you're totally. Yeah, no, that is very inconsistent. Yeah,
It's also a movie theater.
movie theaters were in the '90s, but I get what you mean.
No, 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 no. That's what I'm saying. Movie theaters aren't really like this anymore. Like modern movie theaters aren't like the Greenville one.
Oh yeah, where they've got like more than one room. Yeah,
Uh
that's
huh.
fair.
Huh. I'll message Pixel later. I'm sure he'll tell me.
All right,
Anyways,
yeah, we're gonna need an expert to break this one down for us.
but no, but for real though, this chapter, like again, hating on Sable aside,
Hmm.
this chapter is the best thing to happen to this game, like original wise, non-licensed, in years.
Absolutely, it
And
brought us a new like perk type. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say, and that's not shitting on the other original chapters because Twins, Blight, um, Knight, Larry, like Skull Merchant, all of them had their issues. All of them hated, loved, whatever. I'm not shitting on those chapters at all, but
Hmm.
this chapter again, like it showed what an original chapter could be from the marketing, from the skins, from the character designs on both ends, from the perk designs. It was just a massive home run.
And I think another thing about this chapter that's important to mention is Greenville,
Mm-hmm.
the new map. That was a massive success as well, and we're seeing parts of it and like tiles that were introduced on Greenville get moved into other maps now.
Yeah, it's a decisive map, I would say, or divisive. Would you say Greenville's divisive?
I wouldn't say so because you got to remember everybody who doesn't like the map At least you didn't get Garden of Joy. It's got a 50% chance to take the bullet for you. Also, I think we need to say hello, everyone.
Hi, Rev.
From Revian's raid.
Thank you
Hello,
for the
thank you for
raid,
stopping in.
Rev.
Thank you for raiding and all that. We're just here yapping.
We're for those joining us from the raids, we're basically talking about we're going over the whole year for Dead by Daylight. Right now, we're kind of just going through the chapters, and kind of doing a review over it. To be fair, both of us are biased here, I will say, because Crow is an unknown main. So we're both like drooling at the teat for the fucking.
Yeah, this is a great year for us for so many reasons. So
like, I again like Greenville is a weird one because like I hear some people hate this map like vividly, a lot.
I've never heard of that, to be honest. I never knew that people disliked the map. I knew that there were some people who weren't like major fans of it, which is fair. You know, the double loops by Shaq can be annoying, but I didn't know people like actively hated it.
I think again it's one of those. This is like a problem with the Dead by Daylight community. Oftentimes, small amount of hate for it because of how it escalates more than it is. I think some people like kind of just don't like the map, and as a result, it comes off as hating it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's fair. And also, like, people just exaggerate it because let's face it, it's kind of funny to exaggerate things.
I like Greenville. I've said this so many times. I think Greenville is a really interesting design in the sense of the way I look at Greenville is that if the survivors do the two farthest gens, you know, the fountain one and the theater one, they screw themselves.
Yes.
But it's very evident and obvious that they're doing that. You know what I mean? It's not like on other maps where like Haddonfield, where if you can accidentally 3-gen yourself a lot. On Greenville, you know you're doing it.
Yes.
So
it's very.
I was gonna say it seems like a very conscious decision on the survivor part. Is my point. It feels like the game, like the map being killer side of the survivor side of it is determined by which generators get done. And I feel like that leads to more choices on both sides.
I've always been of the opinion that there should be a generator in the parking lot.
Oh, there should for sure.
I don't know why there isn't. I feel like it just makes so much sense to be.
The parking lot's kind of just there.
Yeah, it serves no purpose in the map. Like, I almost wonder if it should be removed if they're not going to add a generator to it. Because it's like the rat corner and nothing else.
Yeah, I mean, it connects to the arcade, I guess. And there's like two pallets in the parking lot for some reason. It's...
Yeah, but they're neither of them are exactly great pallets, let's be honest with ourselves here.
Well, and you know, and again, like you mentioned earlier, Greenville also introduced the double pallet setup. Which, again, in my opinion, I know some people hate that pallet setup, but it also leads to the killer choice. Depending on what killer you're playing, there's different ways to play that loop. Some killers need to break both pallets. Some killers only need to break one. Some killers don't need to break either. On the survivor end, it's better to only drop one on some killers. You know what I mean? Like,
yes, it's always very interesting to see that kind of like, I think that it adds a whole lot of risk and reward and really makes survivors have to greed those pallets, because I feel like against any killer, once one pallet's down and broken, the other pallet is almost worthless.
Not that too.
Worthless, but almost.
Yeah, because even with like the shack is kind of like out of the way, but also in like the center of the map at the same time. Like I think that's another cool. Like I think like don't 2 gens often spawn like right next to the shack? Normally,
sometimes
speaking?
Even one's inside of it.
Yeah.
Yes, there's typically 2 around it. One in between like the fountain and shack, and the other in between main and shack.
And yeah, getting into the actual releases of the chapter. Let's talk about Sable first before we get into Unknown.
Okay.
let's not overcook the eggs. Let's talk about the quote bad before the good.
Okay.
So like I said with Sable was a massive success. Let's not kid ourselves.
No, let's not kid ourselves at all. Sable was incredibly successful. I think she's still the most played survivor.
I haven't looked in a little bit, but I wouldn't doubt it.
All right, Nightlight, here we go.
Now, again, I'm not the biggest fan of Sable. From a character
Mhm.
design perspective, I think she makes no sense.
Right.
That's my biggest criticism of her, and she feels like she was just thrown in to sell. I don't have a problem with game developers making characters that are designed to sell. I do not. I get it. It's a business. I get that.
Mhm.
But there is a way to do it where it doesn't seem like that's what you're doing. And Sable feels like that's what you're doing.
Sable feels that is exactly what Sable feels like. It's kind of there's a lot of problems with Sable, and recently I've been thinking a lot about like why I dislike Sable so much. And a lot of it is more of it feels really weird that the alt like community, right,
Mm-hmm.
has been such a major part of Dead by Daylight and its life for so long. And the two biggest representations of the alt community that we have in the game, Michaela and now Sable, are very inauthentic to kind of I don't want to say the lifestyle and the cultures of it.
I don't mind Michaela as much. Like Michaela kind of feels like it too, but I don't know. Something about
Mhm.
Michaela works for me. I don't know.
Michaela's not as bad, and Michaela the way I kind of have put it is Michaela feels like almost like kind of a TikTok kind of alt, you know. But there are real people like that, and there are real people who do that kind of thing. There are real people who make body butters and work at a Starbucks, or like what is it, a lunar cafe that they call it in game.
I don't remember.
That's it's a little cheesy, it's a little whatever, but it's realistic. But with Sable, it feels like they're kind of I think it was Pixel Bush that says it just kind of feels like they're taking the piss, you know?
I think I said what my the way I word it is that Sable again. She feels like she was made to sell. It doesn't feel like they made her and then she sold.
I agree
It
entirely.
feels like they made her with the full intention of her being popular, rather
Yeah,
than it authentically being coming that. You know.
yeah, they absolutely made her to capitalize on the let's just call it what it is, the blatant fetishization of goth. And
I wouldn't say I wouldn't go that far, but yeah.
I mean, have you seen some corners of the internet? People are getting a little weird. Part of what's kind of, I said I've been kind of thinking about this a lot lately. And part of the reason is I learned that there is a group of people who are about to start doing some absolute Onision kind of level garbage and start like doing a viewer ranking of just random goth people they find on the internet.
Oh my
Which,
god, people are insane.
yeah, absolutely. That was kind of what made me really like, oh, because that's the culture. That's the kind of people that they're feeding into with Sable. But we won't get into that any further for
Oops,
many reasons.
wrong trailer. Oops, I hit the live stream. Um, and
But we
then
can say one good thing about Sable, and that is her perks.
oh yeah, her perks are great. Oh, her perks are so good.
They're all perfect. There's no changes that are needed. Absolutely, they're all like incredible. Invocations. The new
I
invocation's a little weak, but crow taming perk. So who am I to complain?
but have you seen Wicked or Strength and Shadows at all? By the way,
Strength and shadows, yes. Wicked, pretty much only with an invocation.
I run them all the time. I never see anyone running them. Like it.
Strength and shadows is one of the most reliable ways of healing yourself.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's I'm gonna say I think it's better. I think it's like a top 3 or 4 self-care style perk. I think it's better than Resurgence if you're not in a coordinated group, which is I know a little bit of a hot take, but there's so many things that can go wrong with Resurgence that with Strength and Shadows you don't have to worry about.
Yeah. Also, the aura read from it's not a bad thing either.
It's
The
so good.
the one problem it has is oh you have to go to basement. Again, I say this for a lot of perks. If you
Mhm.
happen to be near basement, you know, or like you're nearby, it wouldn't kill you to run over there for a couple extra seconds. Like I don't think it's really that like as long as like you're not on the complete other side of the map, you know what I mean? Like
Mhm.
it's not that big of a deal to go over to basement. Um
Yes, especially considering it's not like a totem where it can spawn pretty much anywhere. The
mhm.
basement is always pretty much in one of 2 places.
Main building or shack.
Yeah, exactly, yeah, there's, like, one map No, there's 2 maps, and they're both, like, indoor maps, and they both have, like, static locations of where the basement is. So it's very easy to figure out where the basement is and where you can heal. And a lot of the time, if it's in main building, that's a really great place to heal because it's in the middle of the map. You can always go there. And most of the time, if it's a strong main building, like let's say Groaning Storehouse, right?
Hmm.
The killer's gonna leave you.
Yeah.
If it's a good killer, you're in a good group, the killer's gonna leave you when you go to main. So you jump down into the basement, you heal yourself really quickly, and then you do main gen, or you do this and that.
Yeah, and again, you also get you get the aura reading once the healing's is, so you can tell if you're in comms, you can tell a team where the killer is. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Um, and then Wicked is the other one. We'll get to Invocation because I think that one's more interesting than good. But Wicked, the other one, which is basically a free deliverance if you get hooked to the basement. On top of its secondary effect of is it 20 seconds?
It's 20 seconds of aura reading once you get unhooked.
That is nuts. That's insane.
It's very good.
Isn't it? That's like the longest aura read base, isn't it? Am I incorrect on that?
That's the longest timed aura read, I believe.
That's insane.
Because anything that can go longer is like when killer is within X range of either a gen with wiretap or kindred,
like
with a survivor.
Like even if you don't get hooked in the basement and get its main effect, 20 seconds of aura reading off hook. Like you know exactly where to go. You know where the killer is. The macro plays you can make off of that. The anti-tunnel you get from that.
It's crazy, absolutely. Babysitter has 8 seconds, and that's like one of the best parts of the perk. Don't get me wrong, the haste is awesome, but like,
isn't it? Is Babysitter 8? I thought it was like 10.
Last I saw, it was 8, but it very well could be.
No,
10.
It's 30 now, isn't it? Didn't they buff it?
The haste is like 30 seconds, but the aura reading is
the aura reading, yeah. But
the aura reading is good.
Yeah, like again though, Wicked. Like I don't understand why I don't see this perk. It's so good.
I think it's just because it's got that kind of deliverance curse. Also, can you give me 1 second? I need to go check on my dog. He's barking a lot.
Go ahead. Ugh. All right, Chad. I'm gonna catch up a little bit. I apologize. Rev, also thank you for coming. What were you guys doing, by the way? I'm assuming DBD. We did talk about the Trickster rework, by the way, Rev. We both hate it. So, and we applauded behavior for somehow making a rework that everyone hated. So, hooray! Thank you for the hydrate spoiler. Ugh. Are we even halfway done, by the way? I didn't even think about that. Are we even halfway through this? I don't think we are. What do we have left? We still got to talk about Unknown. We've still got... Oh my god. We still got to talk about Project T. Castlevania, Lara Croft. Oh, this was a big year, wasn't it? Oh, we are... The balance patches we're going to do after we go through the chapters main. Because refinding the balance patches was a lot harder to do.
All right, hello. We should be good. He was just being spoiled and wanted food from someone.
Someone said
somebody was eating and he was trying to mooch. That's all.
Someone said I should tell you they should nerf Fragment of Undisclosed Origins.
No, they should just rework that add-on. Make it disappear. I never want to see it again. I hate that add-on. That's the one problem with Unknown is there's a couple add-ons that are just really poorly designed. That is the only negative thing I can say about it.
Listen, if I have one more person try to convince me that Punctured Eyeball is actually good. Jesus Christ. I got value out of it one time and everyone's like, oh my god, see, it's broken.
It would be a nice effect if it didn't have so many like conditions to
3 of them.
But at the same time, like, how do you make it not be super overpowered with that effect of deep wounds?
Just make it do deep wound. Like, make it do deep wound if you teleport to a thing they're at or something. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Personally, my thing is if they had to just completely rework it, I'd like to see it to where punctured eyeball, whenever you teleport, it immediately cancels all reveal buffers. It'd still be a very niche add-on for a brown add-on, but it would still be like good, I guess.
hmm
Because I cannot tell you the amount of times that I've teleported across the map, and then like a second later somebody reveals, even though they're still where I teleported from, and it's so annoying.
Yeah, it's the what was 1.5 second buffer, isn't it?
It's like 1.25, but yeah, it's something
Ugh.
like that.
Speaking of that, the last Sable perk is the big one that everyone was freaking the fuck out about when it got announced. Which was the Invocation Weaving Spiders, which was not only a brand new perk type, arguably a very powerful perk on paper.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the thing about this perk, especially on release. I mean, I did a video a year ago, or I guess it's 9 months now. I was going to talk about this perk, and I was like, is it as bad or as good as people say it is? I went to go try and use it. I spent 5 hours getting footage. In those 5 hours, every single match, my teammates would just give up. The moment they saw me start doing it. The moment. I have this footage on my old hard drive.
Oh, that that doesn't surprise me one bit, especially considering what games were like at that time. That doesn't surprise me one bit.
Jesus, I did a video. I remember this. I made the video talking about how don't run this perk. It's not bad, but your team will hate you. I forgot what I worded it. Someone can look through my catalog, but I worded it the title was something like Invocation is good, but not for solo queue. I think I said something like that. And then the thumbnail was like Sable, and it was like your team will want or will AFK or something. But like my point was like the effect is okay, but you have to know when to use it to get the most use out of it. And it's not worth it most of the time. And so many people were so mad at me for that. I remember this very distinctly. People were like, "Oh,
you're right. I don't know why they're mad."
They were like, let me just play the game how I want to play the game. I'm not telling you how to do anything. Do what the fuck you want. I'm just saying, if you want to get the most effect out of it, maybe wait until you're on Death Hook. So being broken doesn't matter, and when you die, you leave your team with something. But it did bring in Invocations, which we've only gotten one more of since that release.
Right, and I think we'll talk about that later, because there are some things that we need to talk about with the Invocation mechanic as a whole.
Yeah, and I have thoughts on that when we get to it. But the Invocation Weaving Spiders on its own, the basically brand new part for all gens is what it is. It's a little more complicated than that, but that's basically what it is. For at the release 120 seconds. You would do sit still in basement for 120 seconds to get this effect to go off. And then it was changed. I don't know about the number changes since then. I know it's 60 seconds now. Did they change the gen regression or progression?
What do you mean?
Is it still 10% off?
It's still 10% off. Yeah.
Okay.
It's just 60 seconds instead of 120 to do it now.
Yeah, and you're also broken for the rest of the trial.
Which is massive.
And I think after the first week, I've seen this perk a few times since then. I have seen it crop up more recently. I will say that.
I saw one just earlier today, a little before we like started this. I was playing a little bit of Houndmaster, just chilling. And I saw 2 back-to-back. One of them never actually used it. They just had it in their build. And the other one did actually use it. They had like a full like no mither invocation build.
Yeah, I mean, did it do anything? Was it useful?
I mean, I was playing Houndmaster, so they got the gens done.
But well, yeah, you're playing
I was
Houndmaster.
playing Houndmaster, so it's not. I don't know if it was really necessary.
Like again, like the idea of invocations, and I think we can't really speak on it too much until we get into the other one. But the
Mhm.
mere fact that we were getting a new kind of perk was massive. It was a huge deal.
Yes.
And it didn't seem like the last time this happened with teamwork perks that we never saw again and still haven't. Does anyone remember teamwork perks?
Oh, teamwork perks were.
Blood Pact was the original teamwork perk, okay? And it didn't need a fancy perk type name, okay? Jesus Christ, teamwork perks.
I just. Oh,
We
the
don't.
worst part is teamwork perks could be cool, but they cannot. Like, fundamentally, they benefit coordinated groups over solo queue, and that is why we haven't seen any more.
What do you. We just got a perk that does that.
I know, but behavior. They don't want to include a whole thing that is literally just if it's one perk like resurgence or camaraderie, sure, whatever. But if they put pretty much Swift will abuse the perk type, people will lose their mind, and I think that's why teamwork stopped where it did.
I
That's just
just.
my theory on it, though.
I don't know. It's just like again, we'll get to this with how much shoulder the burden. Like I
hmm
feel like disproves that. It's, I don't know. But enough about Sable, as
We got
impactful
to
as she
talk
was.
about the big one.
Unknown, the unknown. Uh, this killer was such a breath of fresh air, which is ironic. Like I said, considering the survivor.
Yes, unknown is just such a like a home run. I've heard very little bad about unknown. There are a couple people that have some issues with unknown, and that's fair enough. Absolutely, they do have some kind of valid points about it being a little odd, like within idea, but within gameplay, I think unknown is incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Mainly because there's just so much to unknown. I can't think of another killer, at least not a killer in recent memory, that's had so many just like little micro interactions that you don't need to know, but you can really just do so much. I mean, I'm not gonna start like pull a Yakko's World or whatever it's called and just bring out a pointer stick and
Yeah,
just go down the list.
United
But
States, Canada. Okay, I won't. Okay, I'll stop. Anyways,
there's just so many of them, and every single time I think, okay, this is the end. This I found everything. Something new pops up, and it's been like that for almost a year now, or however long this chapter's been out. There's so many little things to it,
and
and it's incredible, and I think that's a lot of what makes Unknown interesting is there's so many different ways to play Unknown, kind of like kind of like Vecna as well. I think that's one good thing that Vecna has about it is that you can play Vecna in a lot of different ways. I think Unknown is a lot like that as well, if not if it's a little bit more nuanced. Like it's
mhm.
not like you have to go out of your way to play differently with Unknown, whereas Vecna, like the whole kit kind of encourages you to focus on one or two things with the add-ons and everything. But we'll get to that at the Vecna. We'll
But
get to that at Vecna
so,
times.
so I think I think another thing with unknown is again like it was just a home. Like I know people who don't play this game who know about the unknown.
Oh, absolutely.
That is not a very common thing with original chapters for this game. Like yeah, the licensed characters, yeah, everyone knows Michael Myers, everyone knows Chucky, but an original character kind of bending their way into like the cultural zeitgeist, that is unheard of.
I do think, unfortunately, Unknown being so widely known is not entirely due to the success of the chapter, but
Yeah, there was some controversial
the
things.
the controversies around the character and everything. I think I don't want to talk about that too in depth, but I do think it's worth mentioning that that is probably a factor in why Unknown's so well known.
Hmm.
Granted, Unknown is mostly known positively now,
Hmm.
but there were some unfortunate bits around launch of
Hmm.
people being people, to put
Yeah,
it nicely.
yeah, and rest in
And
peace, Zoe Alexander.
mhm, that is a real shame.
Um, but yeah, like the general community reception to this killer, apart from the more controversial aspects, was just overall positive. Like, and
Oh,
it was
absolutely.
insane because I haven't seen the community that positive about a killer in a very long, like there was not very many people like upset about this killer, like from a gameplay perspective. It was
Yes.
so odd. It's such a weird thing that almost never happens in this game. You know?
Yeah, everybody was super. It felt like, there was a time where people just got just as excited for Unknown as they did like pre Overdrive Billy, and that was really awesome. I don't know. There's not many other killers that get that level of like hype whenever somebody realizes they're playing against it.
Yeah,
You
like
know, okay.
I was gonna say, like, Unknown's a weird case because I joke all the time where it's like the only killers people want to play against is like Hillbilly and Wesker, and that's it. Um,
Hmm.
Unknown is definitely a killer that I don't see anyone ever say they love, but I don't see many people say they hate playing against Unknown.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody's going to complain against playing Unknown because I don't know. It's just there's so much fun, and to be honest, the UVX can be very weak. You have to put in a lot of like time and effort to, especially nowadays when most people know how to at least know the basics of like do the spin to win kind of thing against the projectile.
Hmm.
A lot of people really do like playing against Unknown. I feel like it's kind of like Houndmaster, where people really like playing as Houndmaster, mainly because Houndmaster is it's really fun to play against Houndmaster, but let's not kid ourselves, it's kind of easy.
It's also miserable to play as her. Just saying.
But at least Unknown is really fun as well because you can be getting, just absolutely like bodied all game,
Oh
but then
yeah.
you hit like a crazy hit and you're just like, you throw your hands up in the air. It's like, okay, all right, I don't care. I had a great game. I had a great game.
I mean, how many times? Like, I mean, it's happened. Anyone in my chat can tell you. Like, whenever chat makes me play Unknown, there's like this
Hmm.
moment where like I'm feeling really bad about playing Unknown, and then like about like everything starts to click, and I start landing these amazing shots. I'm like, why don't I main this character?
Exactly.
Like, it
It's
just,
just so fun.
yeah, like again, you can have like the worst match imaginable, and then like you hit the sickest fucking shot. Like one you just kind of threw out there and like it landed. And even then, like sometimes like the easy shots, like I the amount of times like I'll go for an easy shot and like the projectile like kind of does what do you call it, disco balling?
Mm, potentially, yes.
Yeah, when it like it bounces up and then comes back down and then explodes.
Oh, yeah. That I
Yeah.
call that either a pop up or a ramp up,
Yeah,
depending. But yeah.
yeah, but sometimes it'll accidentally do that for me because I'm not good enough to like do it on purpose.
Hmm.
But for some reason it makes it feel cooler.
It's so fun when you like intentionally, especially with once you do learn to like intentionally like you see an object that's very slightly sloped and it's like I can use you, and you just
Oh,
launch the orb and it just.
there are so many times when I'm chasing a survivor and instead of like aiming it at the ground like while I'm chasing them, I'll notice there's a tree in front of them. I'll shoot the tree, bank it back into them, and hit them, and it makes me feel like a fucking genius. It's like stuff like that, or hitting like when you're inside a building, and they're on a pallet, and you shoot the ceiling and make it drop back down on them. Because they're not, they're
Mhm.
no one's looking up. You know,
Yes. Dude,
it's
I love Larry's and Hawkins for that reason.
or
Like,
shark
Larry's
known
especially.
or shark
Well,
known. Like,
not for Shark oh, sorry, I thought you were talking about something else, I'm sorry.
well, no. I'm just saying, like for shark known, again, like this is
Mhm.
a killer who has an entire different play style based on a map. We haven't
Yes,
had that since Myers.
I'm so grateful that we do have that, yeah. Shark Known, you can do it on Midwich and the game as well. I tried it on RPD, I don't think it's very practical on RPD for a couple reasons.
Mm.
Well, it's practical on RPD East Wing, I want to say, the one with like the archives and the police armory and everything. But the side with Tin Roof, if you get that side, it's not very practical, unfortunately.
Um, Now, as much as I want to praise everything about this killer,
Hmm.
there's a couple downsides that weren't great with the killer.
Hmm.
Unknown's perks kind of suck.
Yeah, we have Unforeseen, which is good, and then the other two are terrible.
What other two?
You're right. My bad. He came with one.
Unforeseen was literally, and let me preface this.
Mhm.
It didn't actually power creep Trail of Torment, but
I agree.
it basically power crept Trail of Torment. And what I mean by it did, but it didn't, is that to most players, it did.
Mm-hmm.
So it did. It's what I'm saying. Like, most people think it did, therefore it did. It doesn't matter what the actual, like, fact is, you know? Trail of Torment still has its purpose, but as far as most people are concerned, Unforeseen is more reliable and does the job better.
Yes. But they did end up buffing Trail of Torment to make it more competitive, and I think now it's even closer than ever.
Mm-hmm.
I personally, the way I tell people, like, the difference, because I've had a couple people ask me, "Okay, well, what's the real difference?" Use Trail of Torment if you don't care if they know that you're undetectable.
Yeah.
Excuse me. That's how I say it. Someone like a Bubba, you don't care if they know. You just want to be undetectable so you can get really close and then, like, rev them before they can get to a pallet.
Mm-hmm.
But for someone like Unknown, where you're intentionally trying to go for a grab, Unforeseen is better
Yeah.
because it doesn't send up. Even if they're in a calm, right? It still takes a couple seconds, and you've got a couple seconds to work with, especially on Unknown, where you can just disappear. You're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Once you're undetectable, you teleport. Unless they watch someone, and even if somebody's watching you teleport and they know what direction, they don't know where you are until they see you again.
Mm-hmm.
And Unforeseen's very good on Unknown for that reason, and it's better, I think, on Unknown for that reason. But someone like once again, Leatherface, Hillbilly, even Oni to a degree, you just want to get close, you know?
Well, and again, I feel like Trail is also more of a trap than Unforeseen is.
That is another good point.
Because, I mean, the amount of times, like, and this happens even to good players, like, you'll kick the gen, you'll be waiting by the gen for someone to come by and get it. It happens all the time. Like, it really does. Or combining with Dragon's Grip, like someone said in chat. I mean, and if for anyone curious which one's better on Chucky, Unforeseen's better on Chucky. The only reason why is because how the audio layering works. They can't hear your laugh over the terror radius, so if you put the terror radius on the gen, they can't hear you if you're standing by it.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
That's cool.
I learned that a couple months ago because I wasn't even aware that was a thing.
That's awesome.
Well, because again, the chuckle is supposed to be there to counter him being undetectable or to give them a tell.
Okay.
So they I don't think they ever intended on you having a terror radius during that laugh. So the layering is under the terror radius.
Another kind of niche interaction I want to talk about real quick with Unforeseen is I really wanted you to be able to have 2 terror radius on the map with Dark Devotion and Unforeseen, but if you're running both of those, they will cancel each other out
Where does the terror radius go?
to whichever one you did second. So if you hit someone and then kick a
Oh.
generator, it goes to the generator. But if you kick a generator and then hit someone, it goes to the person, which is very unfortunate.
How does that work on like Skull Merchant?
I have no clue.
Because she can put her terror radius on the drones.
I'd assume it would move to that then, because that's I'd imagine that it moves to the drone instead of the other two, just from what I can tell.
Well,
But
I mean,
I never tested that.
she doesn't move it. It just like a terror radius spawns from the drones is what happens.
Oh, then I got no clue.
Yeah.
That's something I'll have to put in my testing folder.
That'd be yeah. Well, I mean, Unknown's got an add-on. Isn't it OSS report, or is it the other one?
It's OSS report, yeah.
Yeah. Doesn't that one like move your terror radius to the husks?
It doesn't move it; it spawns an additional one.
Okay.
And that one still works as far as I can tell because it's an additional one. It doesn't move it. So if the drones say they gain the terror radius, if they get moved there, it probably moves there instead of the gen or Dark Devotion.
Okay.
But if it's an additional one, they probably keep it. That would be my guess.
I see. But his other two works. Okay, I'll talk about the fun one first, and then we'll talk about the other.
Right.
Unbound. This was a weird perk when it got shown off because I don't think anyone knew. Like, even to this day, I don't understand who this is for.
I don't either.
Like, Legion can't really use it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Like
They used to be able to.
most killers aren't hitting somebody and then vaulting.
Yeah, it's very, very odd. It's
Uh,
like the whole perk is just it's so odd. I don't know what they could do to fix it either.
well, because like the most of the killers I can think of that might even consider running it are like range killers who don't vault anyways.
Yeah.
So again, who is this for?
I just yeah, I don't know. I genuinely don't know. Unbound is just
It, like I said, the only killer I can think of who can make use out of it is Legion. But
right. And even then, wasn't there a vault change?
oh yeah, never mind Legion. Well, no, because it's movement speed after the vault.
Oh, okay. So it still works with Legion. All right.
Wait, does it? Oh wait, isn't that considered a special interaction now, not a vault?
I think it's considered special interaction. Yeah.
Yeah, because Chucky's isn't anymore because he doesn't get the movement speed, but it is if he scampers it with a slice and dice. I don't know. They keep changing that crap so much. But regardless, like
Hmm.
there is a killer who can use it, but it's not very good on them. That is
Well,
Xenomorph.
yeah, I guess with the security bolt or the self
Yeah,
destruct bolt.
run it with self destruct bolt, bamboozle, and then that. But again, your Xenomorph.
Yeah.
You can
Like
hit
wouldn't
through the window.
wouldn't
Who
you rather like I could only see like the only time I could see that being useful is if you like hit someone as they're going through the window, then you jump through the window to chase them. But at the same time, wouldn't you rather just have like superior anatomy for an even faster vault? Or is it like can you get so fast with just bamboozle that it doesn't matter?
I I don't know. Like I don't know. It's just like I like the idea. It's just like, again, it's just a perk. I feel like we don't have a killer that can make any good use out of it. And I've said this in the past. I do enjoy perks that are kind of like in the vein of Unbound, where only a few killers can actually use it.
Oh, I agree entirely. I think that's good for the game even.
But I feel like this is a bad example of it because it's so niche
Mhm.
and the killers that can use it don't really want to.
Yes, I agree entirely with that. I just and the worst part about those perks, right? Especially because right now it feels like one of those perks that doesn't have a killer for it right now. It feels
Mhm.
like we're having to wait to see. We're gonna get someone in like a year and a half from now, probably, that just turns out to be really good with Unbound for whatever reason.
But maybe it's Houndmaster. Who knows?
Maybe it's Hellmaster. Who knows? Maybe it's Springtrap even. We have no way of knowing.
Um, and then the last perk, which was
Undone.
Undone. This perk is such a cool idea, burdened by its activation condition. If it wasn't miss skill checks, if it was literally anything else, this perk would be fine.
I think it should be one token per successful skill check. That's how I would rework it personally. And I would make it to where with this, quote unquote rework, I would also make it to where when it's on cooldown, you can't gain stacks again.
It's I would either do that, have it tied to hooks somehow. Like, what if it was like even right now, it's like, why run that when you could just run pop? You
Hmm.
know, it's usually the number one argument. But essentially, if you made it hooks and you get like, let's say, 5 tokens per hook, it could be like a pocket pop. You know what I mean? Because like pop has a time limit.
I get what you're going for here, but I kind of like the idea of having a regression perk that isn't tied to hooks, because it's such a weak perk,
Hmm.
even with like the hitting successful skill checks, right? It wouldn't be that strong. Pop would still most likely be better in all scenarios because at best, with 30 successful skill checks, you're still going to be, you're going to be undoing the same amount of progress as like a pop on an almost done generator, maybe a little bit more.
And
But by the
blocking
time that
it.
they succeed at 30, it's kind of
Yeah, and blocking it so it doesn't regress any more than that 30. So it's actually worse.
exactly. Yeah, it's like I don't know. I undone is not like unsalvageable, but I feel like they'd have to do some kind of drastic change to it, like making it successful skill checks
I mean that yeah,
to make it usable.
Rev does make another good point. They could make it current instead of total.
20% of current. Oh, hmm.
That could also help. But again, the problem is how you get the tokens. It is entirely
Yes.
dependent on the survivors doing bad. Which at that point, why do you need the regression?
Yeah, it's the dying light problem, yeah.
Uh,
And
I
undone is bad because dedicated like doctor builds to making it work, it's still awful.
oh yeah, yeah. I mean, and again, like I said, even if you use like the full thing, it's only getting rid of 20 or the 30, right?
Yes, it's
And
only getting rid of 30 seconds and blocking it for 30
and
seconds.
blocking it, so it doesn't even get more regression than just
Yes.
that flat 30, which
You
is
essentially get a pop goes the weasel and a deadlock once per game.
it's yeah, again, it's such a shame because we went over all of these perks, and again, like Sable's perks, I think are all
Mhm.
great. Even Invocation, as much as people shit on it,
Yes.
but all of her perks are great. They're all thematically appropriate. They've all, I wouldn't say they've fundamentally changed the game in any way or adjusted the meta at all, but like, I mean, I see them still. Like, I don't not see them in the game. Like, they're not lost to the shadows. Um,
Mhm.
and then
They're
unknown,
good enough. Oh, go
yeah,
on.
I was gonna say, and then unknown, like, I unknown, like again, like the killer itself, really good, really good. But the perks, while I do enjoy unforeseen and think it's a good undetectable perk, it hasn't been really meta defining, and neither was the other two, obviously. And
No.
I think we've noticed that for most of the perks released this year. Even on Alan, nothing was meta defining. Chucky, I mean, we had Friends to the End. Maybe that's meta defining.
I think Friends to the End does count as meta because it's good on Unknown, it's good on Dredge, it's good on Sadako, it's good on such a
Mm-hmm.
wide variety of killers. I know there's a couple of Vecna enjoyers who also run Friends, so I'd call it close enough to meta.
Also, Spirit. So, I would not want it on kicking pallets. The reason being, I feel like it's too easy to get, and it would make it very map dependent. Because I mean, like the new map coming out has like 10 pallets.
I mean, it's an interesting idea. I like the idea of it, but it would be very hard to get right.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I mean, batteries isn't really meta either. It's fun, but I wouldn't call it meta. Um,
Yeah, no, I wouldn't call it batteries meta either.
but I still think All Things Wicked, and we'll probably show our hand here, and I do think All Things Wicked was the best chapter of the year.
Absolutely, I agree with that. I will say though, Castlevania is close.
Mm-hmm.
Castlevania, I think, was another good chapter, especially with a lot of the changes they made. Not all of them. There were some kind of crazy changes that they made in the Castlevania mid chapter,
But
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 looking at the just chapter itself.
but I mean, look, going down the list so far, we had Chucky, who fundamentally changed the game and added a character we thought wouldn't come to the game, and an
Hmm.
entirely new perspective to playing killer.
Right.
We had Alan Wake, a character who, again, was a character that has been not only requested but like was fundamentally made for this game. Pretty much, the game was made in his image, basically.
Right.
All Things Wicked brought one of if not the most popular survivor to ever grace this game,
Yeah,
and
definitely the most popular.
one of the best killers ever in an original chapter. I mean,
Hmm.
we're already like every single one of these chapters has been a win in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
Even Alan Wake, again, like, not meta defining, but Champion of Light, like, I mean, I meme about it all the time. People call me Champion of Light in my Discord server because I won't take the fucking perk off. Like, that is not a perk, it is a lifestyle. uh, um, and then after that, we got the Iron Maiden collab, which was really random.
I mean, it was random, but at the same time, they announced it like a year and a half
Yeah,
ago.
yeah. I'm just even with the announcement, it was really random, and it brought us probably one of the best skins in the game.
So you're talking about a Dredge?
Dredge's skin is so creative. It's so good. Uh,
I do like it a lot. I think all of the skins are very good.
yeah, and I mean, we can argue pay to win with Doctor or with Deathslinger's skin like for hours.
Wait, how is it pay to win?
Because
I didn't know anything about it.
crosshairs easier to see.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's just gonna happen with the Deathslinger skins because his gun is, I guess, technically part of the power.
It's not easier to see. I find it easier to see with it. Maybe that's just me. Um, it isn't aligned. Maybe that's why I find it easier to use.
Oh, I didn't even know that Oni got it.
Yeah,
A skin.
Oni got one. Yeah, Oni got one. I always forget Doctor got one.
Like Doctor's looks pretty cool. I knew about Doctor. I had no clue that Oni got one. I've never seen the Doctor one, but that's just because Doctor has so many good skins, and especially licensed skins. Like, why
But
would you run like Pharaoh Eddie? It's cool, but is it look-see levels of cool?
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah, I'll never take look see off.
Yeah,
But
look-see
no,
is so good.
but the Dredge skin though, like this is the winner of this, and like made this entire collab worth it. Not that
Yeah,
this
that's a
isn't.
very good
Let
skin.
me rephrase that. I am not hating on Iron Maiden. All right, I'm not a fan of Iron Maiden. I don't hate their music. I don't. I'm not like a. I don't have like a record in my closet. Is what I'm saying. Like if an Iron Maiden song comes on, I'll listen to it. You know. But
Hmm.
the skin for Unknown or for Dredge just it made this entire thing not seem like a really random collab. Is my point.
Yeah,
Um,
it's so good.
cough cough. Rainbow Six Siege collab. Um, and then we had the Blood Moon.
Oh,
Uh,
the Blood Moon was weird.
was this a someone in chat tell me? Did we have Blood Moons before? I don't remember. Like, I feel like I'm Mandeling myself with this. We haven't had a Blood Moon thing, right? This wasn't a game
I don't.
mode.
I don't think so. I think it was new, and I think it was in normal queue.
Okay. Um. Yeah, this was.
This was P100 Farming Simulator. That's
Yeah.
what the event was.
The other thing I remember this. There was a community. This was the first one to have community challenges, I believe. Not well, not the first one, but there was a community challenge in here. Where it was like we had to use we had to make the blood wells like I think it was like a million times or something.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and people we weren't the number wasn't going up. And
Yeah.
people were wondering what was going on, and it turns out you had to have the challenge equipped to participate.
Yes.
And yet we failed one.
And this was not the first time that we failed a community challenge.
And the devs,
Anybody remember before Bubba
oh
Bubba
my
came out?
god, the devs had to like pity us because we forgot to, like, all of us just didn't have it equipped. Because why would you have it equipped still? That's not how that works in
Yeah.
any other game. Uh, it was so dumb. And I mean, like, it was an interesting idea. Like nothing. Like it was just kind of a nothing event, to be honest. I mean, the blood point gains were cool. Obviously, I mean, it
Yeah.
was like 400% or something. It was something insane. On top of the offerings we were allowed to bring. Like it was nuts. You could get like I think 200K every match if you played it right.
Yes. 200K is on the low end. I think people were getting up to 275, if I remember right. But that was like everybody bringing the best cake that they could, and
Mm-hmm.
everybody maxing categories and using a couple tricks to actually break the blood point
Oh yeah, and the
after a
eyeball
little bit.
broke. I still have some of those on Chucky right
Mhm.
now. That's right. The offering broke, and then like everyone had them, and they better work next year. I hope. And then as far as like the skins go, I mean, Oni and Elodie got free skins. Um,
Mhm.
really good too. They're like not like they're not bad skins at all. The Elodie one is really clean. I love this fucking skin. I don't play
Yeah, it's
Elodie,
very
but
good.
it's a very good Elodie skin. And then Skull Merchant got a skin for this. And of course Michaela did because
Michaela.
Michaela. And this was before Sable skins were in production, I suppose. Uh, but then Skull Merchant got a skin too, which was a very good one as well. Little did they know it was going to happen soon. Um, wait, was this before or after? This was after her rework, right?
uh, which rework?
Her original 2.0.
Where she didn't interact with gens anymore. I think this was after.
Okay, just making sure. I was just curious. Okay. But yeah, little did I know what they're because I mean the skin is so clean on Skull Merchant. I didn't get it because I was trying to avoid FOMO
Mhm.
for a while there. So like I made a very clear goal in my mind. I will not buy a skin if I don't think I need to. And I know I don't play Skull Merchant, so I didn't buy it.
Yeah, no. It's a good skin, but I mean, I don't play Skull either, so I had no interest in getting it.
um, I Doctor got a skin again.
So they doubled up on both Doctor and Oni. That's kind of
Can
weird.
can I haven't said this to anybody, but can
Hmm.
we talk about how no one mentions that Doctor gets way too many skins?
Doctor does get a lot of skins, yeah.
Can we talk about that? Because no one ever mentions it. Everyone
I think it's
complains.
because.
Everyone
Oh, go
complains
on.
about Michaela and Sable and Meg and Fong. No one says anything about Doctor.
I think the reason is Doctor skins are typically really cool. It's even if they're not looksy, don't get me wrong. They're not looksy, but I mean at least they're like interesting and they're cool. And I think another part is Doctor is just kind of a very forgotten character in the game.
Is he though? I mean, he just got a bunch of buffs recently.
Yeah, and I still have yet to see him in the wild. I
Uh,
haven't seen a Doctor in the game since
isn't he like super
since
popular in like most other like regions?
I don't know, but according to Nightlight, he is just barely above the average of all killers with a 2.65% pick rate.
That makes all the skins make even less sense.
I don't know. Yeah, there's a Doctor would not be who I'd think would be the one with the most skins, especially considering who he's based off of and what he's based off of.
Yeah.
I wouldn't expect that.
Again, I'm not gonna
Hmm.
I'm not like yeah I get it. Doctor gets a lot of like I mean he got one for the Iron Maiden collab. He got one for the Blood Moon. He got two in the Rift because he got the Deep
Hmm.
Rift version as well. Um,
Right.
he got like two more. I'm trying to remember what they were. Uh, I think he has one in this Rift too, if I remember right. Uh, but yeah, who knows? It's just an interesting thing. Um,
Hmm.
and then after the Blood Moon event, which it was an okay event. It was like I don't want to say it was a nothing event. Um,
Right.
but it
It
just
wasn't anything special.
yeah, it
Yeah.
wasn't anything special. I can't wait for it again, but like I don't know how to explain it. Like
The blood points were nice. The event we don't care about.
it
Boom.
it feels like yeah, it's like most of the event modes feel like you're going to an amusement park, and Blood Moon
Hmm.
feels like you're going to the bank. Like you're like filling a check out at the bank. Like you're just getting paid. I don't know. It was a bad analogy.
No, no, that makes perfect sense. I'm fully with that.
And then the Slipknot collab, which I actually God, there was so much controversy for this one.
Was there? What
Just,
what was controversial about it?
who got picked?
All right, let's see this. The Doctor again. Okay. Um, I don't know. The other choices seem to make sense. Yeah, it's Slinger again, but
There was,
Slinger is also a cowboy, so of course he's going to be popular.
again, I'm not a big Slipknot fan. There's one of
Mhm.
these in here I forgot was very controversial, um, because of who, because another killer should have been picked over the other one, and because of the name, I forget who it is. I don't know Slipknot well enough to know, but yeah, this one kind of just happened, and then it kind of left.
Yeah, because it was mostly just masks, right? Like one Legion
Hmm.
skin and then a bunch of masks.
Yeah, it's and also no shirts for the survivors.
Yeah, no Survivor shirts is a big thing. It's weird that they put this one out like so soon after Iron Maiden, and it was just like so much worse. Like I
Yeah,
don't mean that in like a disrespectful way, but
they're good
it was so
skins.
much.
Well, good masks, but yeah, but like they're good skins. It's
Yeah, but
just.
overall the collab is just so much worse. I'd say because once again, no crazy dredge skin to like cover it or to carry it. You know?
Hmm. Yeah, there was like nothing like super like out of nowhere for this. Like I didn't really think about that consideration either. Yeah, there wasn't like a standout skin from that. Again, it's cool that it happened,
Hmm.
but like it wasn't anything. Speaking of, it's cool that it happened.
Oh no! Yeah, I see it. I'm
My
sitting there looking
Little
at it like, oh
Oni,
no.
this shit. I remember
Oh,
I
that was
was
so weird.
I remember I was at work when this dropped. I
Uh
was at
huh.
work and I was scrolling through the Twitter and I saw this and I was like, "Oh, that's a really funny trailer that they made." And then I looked through it and someone was like, "No, no, it's a game mode." I was like, "What?" It's like that's not real. There's no way they actually did that. No, no, it's real. So I got home and I played it that night for like 3 hours, got bored, and then stopped.
Yeah, no, I think 3 hours is exactly how long I played it as well. My Little Oni, objectively hilarious,
Yes,
but it got old very quickly. I don't think I even finished the challenges that came out with it.
I think all you have to do is play 4 matches of it.
Oh, was that the only challenge? I
I
remember there being like a whole page for it, but I could be misremembering.
but yeah, like I mean, it was only active for 2 days, and it probably didn't take
Hmm.
behavior long to make up. Like, there was I do remember there was a controversy because you couldn't play as the Titan skin, um,
Right.
or any of the licensed survivors because the models were being manipulated. So I assume that that goes against the licensing deals.
Well, originally, licensed survivors weren't allowed in 2v8 either until
Mm,
people complained about it, and then they're like, last second, like, okay, well, we worked it out. You guys can do it now.
yeah, hopefully they do that with killers. We'll see.
Hmm.
We'll see. But yeah, My Little Honey kind of just happened. It was a funny thing. Like I kind of wish the devs did more stuff like this. To be fair.
Yes, I think it was fun as like an April Fool's. I'd love to see something else kind of silly
Hmm.
as April Fool's, like maybe roles reversed for April Fools, and it's like a bunch of killers running
I
around and dropping pallets on a Dwight with a sword. I think that'd be funny.
someone suggested that next year they should make this for this, but it's Chucky Giant and the Survivors. That'll never happen,
That would
but
be funny.
that would be funny.
That would
Uh,
be hilarious.
what happened after? Yeah, there wasn't really much happening. After My Little Oni, it was the anniversary event happened, and then we got yeah, that was just the trailer for the anniversary event, and then after that we got Vecna D&D, which was a like this was an out of nowhere collab.
Absolutely. I remember. Well, I guess we can talk about it because everything that we've talked about before now was leaked like 6 months before it came out.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember when that first heard it, like people talking about D&D Vecna, and that was one of the main things that people said to disprove the leak is like, there's no way. There's no way it's D&D Vecna. You have to be wrong. And then Alan Wake came out,
Mm-hmm.
you know?
Yeah.
And everybody was like, "Uh-oh."
Uh,
They might have been right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
well, I think this was the start of Alan Wake was too, even though Alan Wake's didn't make any sense. This was the start of people starting to feel like Dead by Daylight was losing its horror side.
Mhm.
Which I hate to tell you guys, it's kind of been doing that. But regardless, like D&D is still horror. It's horror adjacent at the very least. Like it depends on like what you consider horror. Horror. I can talk. Horror. Um, it really just depends on what your definition of that term is because it's a very broad and loose term. Because I mean, technically speaking, a skeleton lich man is like even if he wasn't evil, is that's at the
That
very
fits,
least.
yeah.
Yeah, at the very
Vecna on
least,
like
it's horror
mhm,
adjacent. At the very least.
absolutely, I agree. Vecna, absolutely. Like aesthetically, he fits perfectly in DBD, I'd say. You know, even with the whole when originally they said they didn't want to do like straight magic and they wanted to have very like hard set rules on what could and couldn't happen in the realm and what the quote unquote magic of it was.
Hmm.
You know, even though he kind of breaks that at the same time, he fits perfectly fine.
Especially now that he's been in the game for like half a year, I think he's yeah, I think he's settled in nicely. Like I don't think he feels out of place at all.
Absolutely. I think the one thing about this chapter that really kind of let it down was the survivors, if I'm being honest.
Oh, you mean Ace Tree and
Boromir,
is it
Baemir.
Boromir? I always call it Boromir. I always forget.
Yeah.
Um, it was a missed opportunity with them. It was such a missed opportunity. Uh,
Yeah, I don't know why they didn't make these survivors like the make your own survivors.
yeah, it would
Like
have. It was so perfect for it.
it would have been, yeah, and they just didn't. Like, why don't you just release like just
Well,
release like a bunch of really simple, easy to make but cheap to buy like customization pieces for these characters for the next 2 years and make them that alone, the novelty of that would make them very like profitable, I think, of being like a really highly customizable character. Because that's what draws a lot of people to Fang and Nia, and I guess Yunjin and Sable nowadays as well, is because of how customizable they are, because they've got such a backlog.
hmm well, I think the other thing with it too is like that's it's a staple of D&D. It just makes sense.
Absolutely, yeah.
And
And
on top of that, it's also
hold on.
very disappointing because correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't Astri still the first and only non-human survivor?
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, because
And
she's an elf.
she's an elf, yeah.
I mean,
A
it's
human
kind.
with large ears, yeah.
Don't get me wrong.
Basically.
Like it's not like too different.
Hmm.
Like it's kind of cheating a little bit, but still, like technically speaking, she's not human. So like, it was very disappointing that I don't know. I will give them credit because we'll get into the perks here in a minute. The idea of the D&D survivor being a bard was genius.
Because the bard is like the most, like, I guess, popular and most well-known D&D subclass, I'd say.
Well, it's not even that. It's like because they're not really like combat focused, at least to the general public, they're not seen as combat focused. It just
Hmm.
made the most sense as a survivor in the game, you know?
Absolutely, yeah.
Because there was like a paladin, like a paladin me running away from fucking Trapper, nah.
No.
Or a
But yeah, a
berserker,
bard.
like a berserker. Just imagining that now. But like a bard just made so much sense.
Yes.
Um, and then Vecna again, like Vecna is a weird choice in the sense of he makes sense. I get why they did him. Um,
Hmm.
and he's even like Vecna has like his popularity grew because of Stranger Things.
Right.
Listen, people can tell me it did. Shut up.
It did.
It did. All right. Stranger Things basically brought a new renaissance to Dungeons and Dragons. Okay. I think
Yeah, there's
Wizards of
no
the
denying that.
I think Wizards of the Coast basically admitted this like 2 or 3 years ago. Um,
Yeah.
but like it's like but season is it season 3 of Stranger Things?
Uh, Probably.
I
I
think
think season 3 is the one with the mall.
I think it's season 2, isn't it?
Well, then
Whatever.
what's season
The
3?
the
Okay,
se-
anyways.
the season with Vecna in it. Anyway, that's my
Right.
point. I haven't watched Stranger Things in so long, but the season with Vecna in it basically got that name into the public zeitgeist.
Yes,
Um,
absolutely.
to the point to where people when this dropped were very confused by the name. Like, that's how impactful that show was to this. And it's... And we'll get into the mechanics later with Vecna, because Vecna did a few other things, too, that were
Mhm.
immensely important for the game. But I want to talk about the survivor real quick, because Astri,
Okay.
perk-wise, let's not kid ourselves. I don't think I've seen a single one of these perks in like 3 months.
I was seeing a lot of Bardic inspiration until it got bugged, and then people stopped running it. But before it was bugged, I saw a good amount of Bardic inspiration.
What is... It's Bardic still say... What's the last perk? I always forget it.
I I was about to ask you the same thing.
Chat, what is Astra's last perk?
All right. Official Dead by Daylight wiki. Here we go. All right.
What is it? Like, what the fuck could it be? It's
The Troop. All right, let's see.
Mirrored Illusion.
It's Mirrored Illusion. Oh, how did I forget that? How did I forget Mirrored Illusion?
I never see it, and when I do, I just kind of groan.
Mirrored Illusion is the one I see the most. Now that I think about it, that's the one I see the most.
Yeah, of the three nowadays, probably that is the one I see the most. Yeah, because I was terrified for Still Sides. Do you remember? I think I DM'd you when Still Side happened.
I think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I was like, Behavior made this perk specifically to screw me over. And then I never saw it. I was like, woof. By the way, Behavior.
Especially nowadays.
Yeah,
Oh, go on.
Behavior. If you're listening, I know we're like 3 hours in, but if you're listening, make Still Sight 2 seconds. I promise you, it won't be overpowered. Thank you. Anyways, like, Still Sight is a cool idea. It's just like the game is so fast paced, and most killers don't do what I do.
Right.
Like, don't. This isn't me like tooting my own horn. Oh, my patience is so good that I am like a better killer for it. No, my point is like I am the weirdo that sits there and waits because my killer lets me do it. But most people don't do that. So while holding a check spot is great, holding one for 4 seconds is a bit excessive.
Well, unless the killer, gives you the ability to, and then especially with new Eyes of Belmont,
Mm-hmm.
it could be pretty nice, I think.
It's just... It's so odd. It's so odd. And then Mirrored Illusion, I guess we'll talk about this one. It got buffed recently, and
It did, yes.
It's okay.
I don't think it's okay. I think it's very bad, but, it doesn't... Because it just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
The only killer it kind of works against is someone like Huntress, who shoots a projectile from really far away.
I don't know. It's tricked me a few times. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Really? I feel like the only time it ever works on me is, once again, like, if they put it on a gate, right, in like a 1v1 scenario, and I see them, and I'm like, oh, they're on a gate. I need to orbital them now, and then it goes right through the illusion. It's like, dang it, I just got clipped.
I don't know, man. It's a cool idea. I don't hate it. And then Bardic, which went from a meme perk to a meta perk, back to a meme perk, and now it's bugged.
Yeah.
So I don't know anything. I don't know Bardic. Like, it was such a cool idea and everyone loved it. And then I remember they buffed it and everyone was so mad that they buffed it. Not the killers, survivors were mad that they buffed it.
Yeah, because they made it 90 seconds
Yeah.
duration and 90 seconds cooldown
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah,
And-
it was 60 to 90, so I mean they couldn't like meme around with it as much.
Yeah, that's just silly.
That's a very funny reason to be mad about it.
I agree entirely.
Uh,
I never understood that personally. I thought that was
and then
weird.
and then like Vecna, like okay. Going back to Astro, even like
Hmm.
how many cosmetics have they gotten since they come out? Is it just that one that I see all the time? The feathered hat one.
The feathered hat and the mohawk, I think those were the only ones they got. And then they just recently announced a new like set for them, I'm pretty sure.
Hmm.
But other than that, like
Like-
not really. They haven't gotten much.
Like, and again, first non-human survivor, again, kind of
Mhm.
cheating a bit, but still. It's also, I will give behavior props for this though. It is the first Survivor where you get to pick the gender.
That's fair, yeah.
Because when you buy them, you get them both, don't you?
You do, yes.
Okay.
That is one good thing about it, yeah, is the fact that you do get both of them.
Which is an interesting concept. It would have been cool if you could, I don't know, like you said earlier, maybe customize it completely. Just saying. Anyways, but moving on from them because I don't think they really did anything impactful other than like that. That's really Bardic opens the door for emotes. I feel at least everyone thought it was going to, but it's about it. Still sight and mirrored illusion kind of just exist.
I really, like, I've said this for a while now. I think Mirrored Illusion would be a great perk if it transferred your aura at the cost of, like, burning its duration more. If that makes sense at all.
So
I think that, like, I think that would make it a much better perk.
yeah, I could, I don't know. I also, we'll talk about this with Vecna too, but Vecna introduced invisibility to the game. I think people forget this.
What about Spirit?
Well, I meant on the Survivor end.
Oh, like, the survivors being able to use it? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Vecna introduced that on the Survivor side. Why doesn't Mirrored Illusion make you invisible?
They would have to make it like a 10-second perk then, or like a 10-second like invisibility at most, and they'd have to make it a lot more.
Well, why don't they just make it so you're invisible as long as your illusion's up, and if the killer attacks the illusion, it goes away?
Maybe. I feel like that would be really, really hard to balance, though. I think that's the only reason why.
Maybe. I don't know. Regardless, I just yeah. There was there was a lot added with this chapter. The more I think about it, because we even got the. We'll talk about Vecna again in a second, but even the new version of Borgo, which was such a weird way to do it, but like they just like tackled like jury rig pasted fucking Vecnas. They open concept fucking Borgo and made it Vecna's dungeon. They added a whole portal mechanic to the game. Like we got chests with Vecna, mimics got added, invisibility, a locker teleportation.
Yeah, there's a lot of little things in the D&D chapter that are really cool. It's just the portals. The portals, man, the portals.
Was it you I talked to about this where if the portals were like instanced and not like you have to activate them, it would have been so much cooler.
I don't think that was me, but I do agree.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about though with instance like if it was like the actual like portals in Portal.
Yeah, where you could just sprint through, yeah.
Yeah. Could you imagine a huntress throwing a hatchet from the first floor into the bottom floor?
That would be so hype. I absolutely agree. That would be incredible.
And then like I was playing Howmaster the other day, and I haven't done this yet. I want to bring map offerings to do this. I want to send Snug to the gen at the bottom dungeon right beside Cupcake.
Yes.
Yeah, you know how there's a portal right there? I want to send Snug from the first while I'm upstairs down to that gen to make the survivor think I'm coming. And then stand in front of the portal so when they go out, I'm right there.
That would be a lot of fun.
Like I feel I was gonna say I feel like there's interactions with the portals that way, but they're so seldom and like almost never happen.
Yes. The one thing I will say, just on that example, is if you try and reverse it, where like you send Snug and then you like try and go through the portal to like cut them off, Snug will just teleport back to you the second you interact with a portal.
Are you serious?
Yes, it'll just completely like cancel the search, and he'll just come back to you on the other side of the portal.
Why is this killer so we still got 6 more months before we get to her. Why is this killer so broken? Okay.
It's Houndmaster. I mean, it's not quite released twins, but we are getting dangerously close.
She works. That's the thing. I think that's what upsets me the most. We'll get to this later. We'll get to
we'll
we'll get to this
rage in a
later.
bottle. We'll shake it up in a minute.
Okay. Vecna. Vecna was, how do I explain Vecna? Vecna is, I don't want to say he was super impactful for the game, but what I will say is he brought the idea of killers having multiple powers in the way
Yes.
he did it. Because he was like, the spells having individual cooldowns is like something we haven't seen. And it's not that big of a deal comparative to other video games, right?
Hmm.
This is nothing like new, but it is new for Dead by Daylight. Because we also got the night changes this patch, didn't we?
I think it was a little after, but yes, we did get the night changes around the same time.
Mm-hmm. So it was a good showcase for that. But and even each of the powers, I mean, again, we talked about Scamper on Chucky, Mage Hands. Holy shit! People's reaction to this thing, and then it kind of not being that good, was some of the funniest shit I had ever seen. It can lift
Yes, I
up
agree.
pallets, like people went nuts. Uh, and then like again the magic items, the mimics. Um, Fly was probably the most like when Vecna released. I think Fly was the most overlooked of the spells.
Hmm.
Um, but as time has gone on, it's probably become his most skill expressive spell
Yes, there's a lot you can do with Fly, I think,
because
and there's
like
a lot of cool ways to use it.
yeah, and like I think like looking back, like his PTB was terrible.
Yes.
But but it was in a situation, and obviously we've seen this over the past 6 months. It was in a situation where it was salvageable. Like nothing,
Hmm.
they didn't have to fundamentally change anything about Vecna. It was just number tweaks, and he was good. Like
Right.
he had a 60% win rate for a little bit there. He was too good for a little bit.
I think part of that though was people went from Scamper Chucky to Vecna and something called the Vecna grind set in my
The Vecna
developed.
grind.
That's what me and my friends called it, and that was Vecna's absolutely taking any excuse they could to slug and tunnel people out of the game, and it was so unfun to play against because that was the Vecna grind set. If you saw a Vecna, somebody was getting tunneled and somebody else was getting slugged once they found who they wanted to tunnel.
I love it when people do this because like it's people say this about Chucky, Hillbilly Pig, Clown.
Hmm.
It's like maybe guys, maybe Vecna's just or maybe killers just do all maybe every killer does this, all right? Maybe it's not killer specific.
But they never do it at the same time in mass. There's always one guy. There is always one killer who is that killer for 3 months, and then it picks up on another killer,
Oh my
and then they
god.
become that killer.
The amount of comments I get where people are like, I would like Chucky if they didn't all tunnel and camp. Who are these Chuckies that you guys are speaking of? I know like 10 Chucky mains. None of them do this. We're Chucky. We don't have to camp and tunnel. Yeah, whatever. It's yeah. But Vecna was also very interesting. I talked to this with Archie, who's actually in chat, when they came on for the Vecna podcast. I
Mhm.
think Vecna's add-ons were also very interesting because it, the way I explained it to them was it felt like they were trying to thematically reach the D&D idea of like creating a class with Vecna's add-ons.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not they succeeded in that is a whole other question.
I think even without succeeding, I think the idea of Vecna's add-ons and how they work in
Mhm.
general are really cool, and I think Vecna has a lot of very interesting add-ons.
Yeah, especially now that they've nerfed a few and added some base kit and things like that. Um,
Yes.
I think Vecna definitely has the potential to have some of the most unique builds because of that.
Mhm.
Um, and this isn't even going over like Flight of the Damned, being one of the few. I think correct me if I'm wrong. Is Flight of the Damned like the first intentionally dodgeable projectile?
Uh,
What I mean by that
I don't
is
know.
what I mean by that is because Flight of the Damned, from what we understand, it was intended to not damage.
Oh, it was intended to like
It,
just force you to
yeah,
crouch.
it's a zoning
Interesting.
tool. That's what it's in. That's why there's an add-on that lowers the skeletons. Is it the first projectile that was like not intended to damage?
I guess so.
That I never really thought about. That's a very interesting thing.
Because my main thing with that is like Nemesis, thinking about Nemesis and like how you have to crouch his whip on most loops.
I don't think it
That's
was.
kind of my kind of like iffy bit, you know.
I don't think it was intended though. I think
Oh, artist, yeah, maybe artist.
maybe I don't know. It just like Flight of the Dam seems like a very like again like when you think about Vecna's an M1 killer.
Hmm.
Like he's not supposed to damage the Flight of the Damned. He's like a pure M1 utility killer. He's a killer I've won in. He's a kind of killer I've won in the game for years. And it's just interesting that they found a way to make it work. Like think about it. Think about it. Think about it.
Hmm.
The only spell that does damage is Flight of the Damned, and again, it is extremely easy to dodge, unless he's like right on your back. But for the most part, it is extremely easy to dodge. He doesn't have a single reliable damaging spell.
Like, yeah, I guess, yeah. The more I think about it, you know, I'm being quiet here because I gotta really think about it. But I think you're right. Yeah,
It's just
I,
it,
I'm
it's just interesting to think about because we've had this complaint for years, and even we'll get to this later, I'm sure, but that every killer that comes out is like anti-camp or like anti-loop killers, right? These
Mhm.
killers that like they don't even chase. They like kind of like immediately down you. Vecna comes along and is like the epitome of an M1 killer. And like I see no praise for it. If anything, I see people hate on Vecna more than anything. It's just so odd.
Yeah, it is very strange.
And that's not even and I part of the reason for that is because Vecna is basically a knowledge check. Um and then I mean again, like adding in the mimics, which they didn't tell us about, and everyone at PTB got confused, including me. Uh
That's just funny. I think that was intentional, and I think that's funny as hell.
that's just yeah. I remember on stream I have a clip of it somewhere where I'm just like nat one, and then like I opened it and then a mimic ate me, and then I went to open it again and then got hit by a mimic. I was very confused and scared. Um, and then
That's perfect.
like this isn't even going into the idea of like the magical items, which kind of coincides with the mimic. But
Mhm.
what an interesting way to try to balance the killer out as well was giving some of their counterplay in the idea of having items around the map, which also adds like to a degree slowdown in his kit. Not much, but it's there. Um, which is just it's Vecna is just like I said, he's added so much to the game, but
Mhm.
only when he's in the match.
I think we're gonna see a lot of these bits eventually be recycled into other characters.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's just a matter of wait and see how they do it and why they do it and where they do it.
Yeah, because I mean, like I said earlier, the invisibility and the locker teleports. The locker
Mhm.
teleporting thing is a perk people have wanted for years. But
I'm glad it's not a perk, but
yeah, but I
I
mean,
think
like
it's pretty cool.
it's just a thing on Vecna. He also has an own, like he has a separate Mori from his normal Mori.
That's not super unique. Sadago's got that as well, doesn't she?
Yeah. But the way he does it is different
Mhm.
because basically the survivor has to get one of his items, either the hand or the eye.
Right, and then on Death Hook, he can reclaim the artifact.
Yeah, it's just an interesting little thing because it's like a risk reward for like the survivor that has it, right? Because
Yes, I think that's very cool.
it's a very fast Mori. It's like 2 or 3 seconds. It's like stupid, like almost instant. It's insane. Um, and then his perks that he brought to the game, which oh boy, one of them is okay. What are the other two? I know I always forget the other two.
Dark Arrogance and Languid Touch.
I don't know why I forget those. I run them all the time. Why do I forget their
Y-
Vecnas?
Yeah, I don't know. Dark Arrogance is literally Vecna in the icon.
Yeah, like I run that all the time. It's like one of my favorite perks on Chucky.
Mm-hmm.
It's Dark Arrogance. Earlier we talked about with Unbound, we were talking about perks that I feel um perks I feel work on certain killers but not others.
Right.
And I feel like Dark Arrogance is a very good example of this. Um
Mm-hmm.
because it is a perk that for most people it's like just run Bamboozle. However, I can name 2 killers who will run this over Bamboozle.
Right.
That is Xenomorph and Chucky. And the reason they run it over Bamboozle, because they both typically, before they would both run Bamboozle. Um, but the reason they do is because they don't get stunned very often if you're playing correctly. So they don't have the downside and only the upside.
Right.
Um, and I do know some people were disappointed by it because it's like just a 5% more increase, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not much.
Yeah. And the reason for that is because it can be combined with Bamboozle. That's why they couldn't increase it much more, because it would have been fucking nuts.
Absolutely, yeah. That and Superior Anatomy.
Yeah. I mean, it made vault builds insane and funny. Like, I'll give it that much. Um, but other than like those 2 killers, and even then, it's mostly just like very specific people run that. You know, it's not like a staple of the killers. You know.
Mm-hmm.
So like I wouldn't say it was very meta defining. And then what was the other one? Oh, Langwind. Uh, well, I was wrong about this part.
Mm-hmm.
I will fully admit I was wrong about Langwind Touch. I said Langwind would be meta in 3 months. That was 6 months ago. Langwind did not become meta. However,
It did just get buffed, didn't it?
it got insanely buffed. The cooldown went down to 5 seconds from 20.
Yes, and I think the 20-second cooldown is the only reason it wasn't super good. And
Um,
now that it's 5 seconds, I think we will eventually see it again.
yeah, I think this perk actually might. I'm gonna say it again. 6 months later, give it 3 months. You are gonna see this perk on like every killer's build. I can promise you, every killer is either gonna be running genetic limits or Langwind Touch. It just depends on the killer.
Yeah, I think they're both. I think Spies from the Shadows is also a very underrated perk. I think if Spies ever people realize how good Spies is, I think that we're going to see some Languid Touch using as well.
Well, we'll see. I mean, who knows? Maybe Comp Spirit will be. uh, uh,
Not with that minus 30% with the recent Thrill buff. Nuh-uh, not till Thrill is gone.
oh my god, that's right. There's no way they predicted that, right? There is no
Surely
way
not.
they thought that
Surely
far
not.
ahead, right?
This is behavior. I like to give behavior a little bit of like credit and like a benefit of the doubt, but I don't know. I think that's a bit more than a little bit of benefit of the doubt.
I don't know. They got rid of the blood points.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Yeah, but have you seen the cleanse times on those things now?
it's only an extra 4. Is it that bad?
It's 47 seconds to cleanse a hex totem. The first hex totem is 47 seconds.
Oh my god, 47 seconds.
47 seconds, and keep in mind, not Thrill of the Hunt, Face of the Darkness is 34 seconds at most before you scream.
What? Wait, does that make it impossible?
As long as you're playing a killer without a terror radius, yes, you cannot cleanse them. As
It's
long as the Face of the Darkness is active. And with Houndmaster, she's got an add-on called Fatty Meat, which makes survivors scream when they become hound sensed, and periodically
it's 50.
while they're
Yeah,
hound sensed,
yeah, they scream.
they scream immediately, so it immediately kicks them off the totem. That's the big thing. And then for the next 30 seconds, they cannot cleanse the totem. And search mode can go directly to hex totems when they're lit.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Yes, it is incredibly strong, especially on her. Granted, you have to run Devour, right? And you need you need Devour for it to be worthwhile, like playing Houndmaster. but it is incredibly, incredibly strong. Pinhead is another good user of that, but people haven't talked about that too much, so let's keep that under wraps.
I wonder if I could throw that on my 10-meter terror radius Chucky build.
I don't know, because you need like Thrill the Hunt, right? And then you need to have the other totems be hexes, because it's not that long if they're not a hex.
Well, so the way that build works is, oh, you're right. Yeah, because the way that build is Silk Pillow, Strobe Light, Monitor, and that gives me my 10-meter terror radius. Face of Darkness, Plaything, and then what is the last perk? I don't remember. Chat, what's my last perk in my 10-meter terror radius? I always forget. But I mean, I could just throw Thrill in there, I guess.
I think a killer that
Penty. It's Pentimento. It's Pentimento for the last perk.
Oh, that could work, yeah.
But I mean, where would I swap Thrill? Plaything?
Probably. I guess so. Plaything, maybe. It'd be hard to slot in, yeah. I think another killer who could use it very well would be Dead Rabbit, Vanity Mirror Myers.
Oh dear God.
With Devour, so that way it's basically tier 3 for you.
Twins
as well, maybe.
Yeah, because they can totem protect with Victor.
And they can get rid of their terror radius while they're in Victor to make the screams go off. It's very evil build, and I was hoping a lot of people wouldn't talk about it, but a lot of people talk about it, so now everybody knows about it.
You're gonna hate me for this. Play Xenomorph, go into your tunnel.
Wraith never uncloak, just like scare them off the totem.
You're
here to waste their time and nothing else.
You just ring the bell and run away.
Bone clapper, so they always hear it and they don't know if you're nearby or not, so they have to let go.
Oh my God, this is gonna be okay. Moving on to back to his other perks. God, what did we talk about? Langwin. We talked about both of them, other than weaving, right? We talked about the other two.
Yeah, other than weave.
Yeah, weave. This okay. I'm gonna say this. I said this a lot while people were complaining about weave. The weave hate was overblown.
I agree entirely. Weave was counterable. People just it wasn't fun. Don't get me wrong. It was not a fun perk to play against. But you could easily counter it, especially in the Void event, right? Like the recent like Haunted by Daylight or whatever it was. You could just use the Void as a trash pile and throw all your items in there. I had one match against a trickster who was running Franklin's for some unknown reason. They were running Franklin's Weave, and so what we did is we just threw all our items in the Void, then went in the Void, got what we needed. Brought it out, used it, and then put it back.
You know what I did, and the reason why I never complained about weave? I don't bring items.
That's the easiest solution, yeah. Just don't bring items, and if you did bring an item, put it in a naughty corner somewhere.
Like, no, for like, don't, like, if weave Franklin's was such a big, like, thing that everyone complained about, just don't bring an item. Now the killer doesn't have 2 perks. Like, literally.
Especially now that we have, what is it? We've got Scavenger for toolboxes. We've got Champion of Light. No. Residual Manifest. Flashlights.
Yeah.
Pharmacy for med kits. Pretty much any item that you really want, you can get. And they're not going to bring it if they don't see things. Plus, Dramaturgy.
Yeah, Dramaturgy.
Dramaturgy.
Like,
I can't tell you how many items I get from that perk.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why I don't bring items. I bring Dramaturgy.
Exactly, yeah. You don't want to, and that's another reason why I think Resurgence is overhyped, but we won't get there. We won't get into that.
Not yet, but like, yeah, I think weave is, and don't get me wrong, I do think the nerf it just got where it shows the items. Honestly, I think Franklin should have always done that. I don't know why it didn't. But I do think the hate that weave Franklin's got was way overblown.
It absolutely was. It was completely counterable. Literally, just if you're in a group, and granted, that's a big if you're in a group, but if you are in a group, all you got to do is just have one person press R. Just press R at the beginning of the match. Well,
the other thing with it is like I said before is like, I said this when people were complaining about it. If the thing we're complaining about is Franklin's weave, this game is in the best spot it's ever been. If this is the thing we're all complaining about, this game is doing so good. Like it's I don't know. But I mean, it was meta for a bit. I'll give Vecna credit. He brought a meta perk, and probably one of the most impactful ones in years. Because it was everywhere for like 3 months. And then it kind of died off. I don't know why. Like I stopped
Oh, go
seeing
on.
it. I stopped seeing Franklin's weave after a while. Well, it didn't get nerfed.
Yes. I think part of that is because people stopped bringing items, and also people learned to just throw things in a naughty corner,
Mm,
and that was the end of that.
yep. Yeah, that'll do it. But I think overall the D&D chapter was a massive success. I don't know how most people feel about this chapter because I know it was the anniversary chapter, but most people, I'm sorry, it wasn't the anniversary chapter. It was after the anniversary. Um,
Hmm.
Wait, was it the anniversary chapter? Or was unknown
I think so.
Unknown was the anniversary chapter. Yeah, unknown was the anniversary chapter. Yes. Sorry. God, that is so confusing looking through these timelines.
Was it because we've got the anniversary thing right before Vecna's reveal?
No, Vecna was anniversary.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Chet. That's confusing. I don't know why I thought unknown was the anniversary killer.
Unknown is the level of quality that they should have been.
Fair enough.
Because if you think about a lot of the other original anniversaries, which don't happen very often anymore,
Mm-hmm.
it was like Dredge,
And Larry.
you know?
Yeah.
I guess
Okay.
now's I guess now the question is, do we talk about Project T or do we move on to Castlevania?
Okay. Here's what I'll talk about with Project T.
Hmm.
It is a shame, but I kind of get it.
Yeah, if they canceled it this early, I can't imagine what it must have been like, you
So
know?
here's the thing. Um, you know how people complain all the time that devs wait too long to show us games?
Hmm.
This is why.
Yeah.
What happened with Project T is why we don't hear about games until they're like at least 2 years out. Because I can promise you, based on the footage we're seeing for Project T, this game was not going to come out for at least another 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, definitely not.
Um, and it's a shame that this and the thing they didn't fire the team, right? They just moved them. They reallocated, right?
We don't know that publicly, I don't think.
Okay. Well, because I know there was a layoffs, which I also didn't really want to get into, but
Hmm.
um, yeah, I don't know the inner details, but it does suck that this project got shut down. But at the same time, I do think part of the problem was that they showed it too early. And as much as we like to think Behavior has all the money in the world, they're not Riot. They can't like Riot showed Valorant like I think it was like 4 years before it actually came out or something like that.
Hmm.
Oh, and don't get me started on their fighting game. They showed their fighting game when Arcane came out like 5 years ago. It's still not out. like we like
Really?
yeah. Like Riot has the fuck off money to do that. Behavior doesn't.
Yeah.
Uh
It's a real shame. I think Project T had a lot of potential,
it
especially because they were very obviously gearing up some lore characters to be in it.
mhm.
I don't remember her name off rip, but there was like the lady with like the lady who would ride around on Maurice and like go slay monsters. Very obviously setting up to be in Project T.
Yeah, it's one of these things where it's like I kind of hope we do get more small things that are like this is the thing. Dead by Daylight is a massive like world and lore building that they built, and I do want to see other things from it. But I feel like going the direction of making these massive games as spin-offs is not the way to do it
Yeah.
for this exact reason. And again, unless they do something like they did with Frank Stone, which also had its own series of problems, but they sent that off to a whole other publisher, or not publisher, game developer. Project T was done in house, was it not?
I believe so. Yes, it
Yeah.
was in house.
I mean, even like we joke about it all the time, but even Hooked on You was done by a different developer.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like I feel like that's the way to go with that kind of thing. Um, God, they announced so much on the anniversary. Oh my God, they announced so much on the anniversary. I never realized that. Uh,
Yeah, they they really wanted Casting and Frame's Stone to do well.
yeah. So we'll talk about Castlevania here in a minute. I forgot about I forgot about the April Fool's Champion spotlight. I'm sorry.
What?
I forgot about this killer concept for John Kramer.
Oh, yeah, with the wheelchair.
Yeah. Can't get over that. Anyways, and then What the Fog? I did not play this. Did you?
No, I looked at it a little bit. I saw that most people said it was really not worth the time investment,
Mm-hmm.
and I just kind of moved on from there.
So I don't know the validity of this, but most people were telling me that this game was not designed to be Dead by Daylight related.
Hmm.
It was designed to be like its own IP, and behavior made it Dead by Daylight, like in the seventh hour. I don't
That
know. I
wouldn't surprise me too much.
I don't know how. Like again, I don't know the validity of this. I don't know if this is just something that's like a rumor.
Hmm.
But it would make sense.
It would make a lot of sense, especially considering that at some point, Behavior said that they wanted to just kind of fully focus on the Dead by Daylight IP because they had a couple other releases that went horribly, for lack of a better word. What was the most recent one?
Meet
Meet
Your
Your
Maker.
Maker.
Yeah, Meet Your Maker.
Yeah, Meet Your Maker. I've made it public that I was not a big fan of a lot about Meet Your Maker, but
It's a
I,
cool
I
idea.
do the failure of Meet Your Maker and combined with the failure of what was it? Kind of like Night through Singularity, I think.
Mm-hmm.
You could tell that really had a massive negative on the morale at Behavior. And we know this to be true as well because, well, I don't think that was specifically confirmed. Once again, from a Makote interview, he said that the unknown, right, was a massive, like, refresher, if you will, for the company, and it really rebuilt their confidence. And yes, we can still make good original things, and that's part of why we had so many licenses this year, is because
Mm-hmm.
they didn't have that confidence in themselves anymore because of what they had released in the previous year.
That's the thing. I think we'll get into this one. I think once we get to the full recap, but
Hmm.
it's it really does feel like Night to Skull Merchant to Singularity. That like three trifecta was, and don't get me wrong, Singularity is probably the least of them as far as like
Hmm.
people calling it bad, but um, it definitely felt like Behavior took loss after loss after loss. Not necessarily in the money department. I'm sure the money department was fine, um, but in the community sentiment department. Um,
Yes, it was a bunch of losses. Singularity was cool, don't get me wrong, but it was another three genner
mhm,
after two really good three genners. And even though Singularity doesn't need to three gen, you know,
he
with
can.
how complex they were when they came out, most people were
Right.
because it's easier.
Yeah. And I like, again, this is, I kind of, I kind of sympathize a bit. And, this is why I don't give Behavior that hard of a time most of the time, because this shit is not easy. You can't just, like, shit out a good design. It takes time and effort, and you got to plan ahead. Like, they got to make these things a month ahead of time, or not a month. They make these codes in a month. Like, you got to plan this stuff like a year ahead of time.
Hmm.
And that's on top of working with the licenses you have. And as much as I complain about the license, us getting a bunch of licenses this year, there's a reason why. I understand, but it just seems like they overcorrected this year, and it feels like
Yes.
again unknown feels like they didn't need to. And I kind of feel bad because I feel like Houndmaster
Hmm.
the reception to Houndmaster, because I said this in my video going over Houndmaster, I feel like Houndmaster was a step back. The expectations were set so high from Unknown that I think it
Hmm.
makes Houndmaster being our first original killer since Unknown feel even worse to me. I don't know. But
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree with you. Uh, Especially considering I think a lot of people were kind of burnt out of licenses by the time that Houndmaster came out, that people really wanted it to do what like wanted it to be something
mhm.
fresh and unique, and we got we got Snug AI.
It's not good. You can pet the dog though, so it's cool.
I mean, yeah, that is nice.
Um, Another thing with and we didn't really talk about what the fog again. Neither of us played it, but like it kind of happens. I didn't really hear anyone say anything bad about it. It's kind of there.
Yeah.
Um,
I heard that if you got it for free by doing the account migration thing, it'd be fine, but otherwise it wasn't worth buying for like $5. That's what
yeah.
I heard about it.
Uh, Next was the anniversary event, which this has got to be one of the
Hmm.
most mixed anniversaries I have ever seen with this game.
I agree entirely. And that's because, they had the separate queue now, so they wanted to go absolutely crazy with it. And I think that was the right thing to do. I think that's what they should keep doing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of it was a lot of players, they got really aggravated by the event and they didn't bother to learn how to deal with what aggravated them. They just went back to 1v like normal 1v4 instead of learning how to
Mm-hmm.
deal with it. Like for example, a lot of survivor players absolutely hated the bonus speed modifier. When in reality, the reason that they hated it was because anytime you tried to make a vault or something, the killer was almost guaranteed to hit you through it.
Mm-hmm.
And what that means is that for that, like 20 seconds where you've got the crazy haste, you just greet everything. Because of how janky the killer hitbox
Oh my
is,
god, yeah. I couldn't hit
it
shit.
was so easy. If you just greeted things, you could very easily like make the killer not be able to hit you. Granted, it depended on the map and location a bit, but
Mm-hmm.
that's also just Dead by Daylight in general.
It's also like, and the Mad Designer tricks, I think, was another big part of it. I think
Hmm.
so many people hate Ashley Birch. So many. Listen, Miss Birch, if you're listening, I fucking love you. Okay, Tiny Teen is one of my favorite things ever. So I shut up. Anyways, but so many people hate Ashley Birch. Like I'm not gonna lie. A lot of people hate her voice. It is what it is. But that was a big reason a lot of people didn't like the anniversary event too. That's not even counting the remote hooks, which was my
Dude,
favorite part about the event.
I agree entirely. After playing 1v or 2v8 and remote hook mode in this mode, I hate, hate, hate having to carry people to hooks now.
Mm-hmm.
I am so tired of carrying people to hooks. 2v8 and remote hooks. It felt so nice, But I get why they can't be in the normal mode, but man,
It
the game
was.
feels so much slower now.
I made an entire build around remote hooking.
I think I remember
Yeah.
seeing that video.
Yeah, the Starstruck, Agi, Awakened Awareness, and something else. I would just run up to
Mhm.
people and hit them with Starstruck Expose and then send someone out to a remote hook.
Yeah.
Like, the remote hook was the best thing, and I kind of felt bad that Survivors didn't really have anything equivalent.
Hmm.
Um,
They had like what party palettes, and outside
yeah,
that one room in RPD, they really weren't that bad to deal with.
yeah, and then let's not forget about the fucking the bugs that happened from it. Oh my
Oh yeah.
I have a clip somewhere. If I can find it, I will put it on screen now. But I remember picking someone up on Gideon's meat plant uh, on a pallet, and someone was going for a flashlight save at the same time. The person I was picking up had power struggle. So here is what happened. I picked up, pressed Q for the remote hook, power struggle went off, and I got flashlight blinded at the same time. Here's what ended up happening. The person I was carrying got saved, and one of their random teammates just died.
What do you mean they just died?
They just died. The game just killed them. They didn't go to a hook or anything. It just killed them.
I thought you were going to talk about how like they'd float around at your feet or something if somebody tried to save while you remote hooked.
Yeah, no, one of their teammates just died. Like they didn't DC. They literally just died.
That's awesome.
I guess the game couldn't handle like 3 things happening.
Punishment for the overkill, I guess.
Oh my god! But I enjoyed the event a lot, and then the cosmetics, like, I think a big thing with these cosmetics too was and this is the thing I think people tend to forget. Tap and Pig, the Saw franchise got a lot of love this year.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot.
Definitely a good year for Saw.
Which was like welcome for sure, but like it was so strange to see it during the anniversary. And I mean, even the other killers, like I mean, like Skull Merchant. I love this plague mask. I love this so much. I love Hags because she doesn't even wear it. It's just over her head. Like these are some of the best cosmetics they've ever done. The anniversary masks. I
agree.
They have so much personality, especially on the Survivor end.
And you can't forget the glorious bottle. You cannot forget the bottle.
Right. Unknown's bottle. My favorite weapon skin in the game.
Dude, that's such a good weapon skin.
It's such a good skin. The click and clacking of the shoes.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't need to add that.
They didn't, but they did, and it's awesome. Bill also got a new cosmetic finally.
Oh, yeah, he did. Yeah.
Yeah, so the Masquerade, I think, was a very good event. I know a lot of people didn't like it, but I do think next year, if it comes around with very little changes and just some like bug fixes, I think it'll be a lot better.
That's not it. We didn't even really talk about like the rotating like randomizer effects either. Like we did a little bit with the haste, but some of them were fun.
Like, some of them were fun.
like the exposed one, I lost a match because of that once.
Yes, absolutely. I was gonna say, I feel like the exposed one should have lasted a little bit longer on the exposed side, but the like risk reward of it is really cool. Yeah. I think next time though, they should add the ability for survivors and killers, right? There's like an extra like, you know how like the invitation spawn on podiums?
Mm-hmm.
There should be like a special podium that when it's interacted with, it will re-roll the next effect. Mm-hmm. So if you're a killer and you see that exposed heal or exposed one, and you're like, I cannot deal with that right now, you could go and find that like totem and try and like re-roll it into something else before the survivors can do it. And each side can do it like once per match or something. I think that'd be very cool.
Oh, there was also party chests.
Oh, okay. I did not like the party chests. Thank you for reminding that. I did not like the party chests because it felt like it really felt like it punished killer more than survivor by an unhealthy amount. Because the amount of times that I was carrying someone and then party chest went off, I didn't even realize I was within party chest range. Same. And I just lose a hook because of it. Oh, that was.
You had a remote hook. Oh. You shouldn't have been walking.
Yeah, I should have remote hooked.
I would legit just slug people until remote hook came off cooldown. Like legitimately, that's how I played the anniversary. I very rarely walked to a hook during anniversary events. It was, and then 2v8 got announced during the anniversary as well, and this one, oh my god. This is the first iteration, and it is hard to believe that we got the second iteration not even 3 months later.
Yes, it felt so much longer, but yes, 2v8 is incredible. For the game and just in general.
Like 2v8 is a mode that people have, and it's a mode that literally suffers from success.
Yes.
And there is a way to solve the queue times, but I don't think behavior wants to risk it.
What, the 10% XP bonus?
No. I think the game
Oh,
mode needs to be permanent, and we have to deal with bad queues for about 4 months. I'm serious.
I would agree with you. I think it being permanent would fix the queue time over time. But I think right now part of the reason that it's so like popular is because it's a limited time event.
That's what I mean. Like that's what I'm saying. Like I think if it's permanent, the queue times would
Hmm.
be bad at first for about 4 months or so, and then once the hype dies down and it's a permanent mode, so people aren't worried about not being able to play it,
Right.
the queue times would go back to normal. But we would have to suffer with that for 4 months, and the question is, do we want to? Would
I
would
don't know. I
would
do like the iterations. I think it's fun, and as long as they keep adding new things and changing things up with the iterations,
mhm,
I don't mind it too much. Personally, I know we're both on the same side of the boat here with, not minding long queues, but I
mhm.
understand, especially for people who like stream as a living, it can be pretty rough having to sit there for 30 minutes for a killer queue.
Yeah. Well, even people who don't, like, it's still very frustrating. Like, we're weirdos with the queue times. We don't really care too much. Even the other day, like, and also my queue times on 2v8 weren't that bad. But I was queuing up as Deathslinger.
Yes. If you I noticed this in the last few days. If you queued as Huntress, your queue time was an extra like 3 minutes.
I mean, obviously, Huntress is the most popular. Here's my question for 2v8 though. I do wonder because they said we're not getting licensed killers at least yet. Um,
Right.
we'll see how that works out. But I do kind of hope that we get rotations on the killers that are in it.
I agree entirely.
So I hope when the next iteration happens that maybe the more popular killers get slotted away, and maybe like some other killers take their place, like Huntress and Wraith, because
Yeah.
Huntress, Wraith, and who else was really popular? Was it just those two?
Huntress and Wraith were the most popular, yeah.
Yeah, I would say like remove those two and then put two more killers in their spot. That way, some other killers get a chance to shine because again, I feel like it doesn't matter. They could put the whole roster in here and people are going to play
Hmm.
Huntress.
Yeah, 2v8 Huntress just feels amazing. 10 hatchets, tons of moving targets, tons of potential for snipes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the most fun thing with Deathslinger was just the double taps, and it kind
Hmm.
of sucked. So, um, Blight, the most fun thing was bouncing off of people.
Yes.
Trapper was like hearing a trap go off in the distance and your teammate picking them up. That was probably the coolest thing about Trapper. Wraith, Huntress, and Nurse. Honestly speaking, it was just how selfish they kind of play that made them fun.
Yeah, I don't think Nurse should be in the mode, like, period, just because she doesn't fit with any of the others. Like,
No
pretty much every other killer in the game had some kind of,
interaction.
co-op potential, and
Yeah.
Nurse was just there.
Nurse, I said this during the first iteration of 2v8. Nurse feels like the solo queue killer.
Mhm.
Like, she feels like she was a killer they put in there so people queuing by themselves had a killer to play. Um, but I feel like it failed miserably because Wraith exists. Because Hillbilly now has his instant down. You know what I mean?
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Like, they made, like, I mean, I was solo queuing as Deathslinger the other day. I had, like, and this is the funny thing with solo queuing this mode because I didn't really enjoy it too much, but there were these
Mhm.
moments where like I would like be in sync with my teammate,
Yes,
and
I absolutely know what you're talking
and
about.
again like when we were playing together like that happened too, but we're talking like
Mhm.
we know each other, right?
Right.
But like when you're doing it with a random, there is like I don't know, it just hits your brain different.
Oh, absolutely. I know exactly what you're talking about. I was playing a match. I got a random blight. I just wanted to see what solo queue was, right? So I picked Huntress because that was the character I was most comfortable with. And this blight was just kind of running around stirring them up, and I was hitting them. And there was one point I sniped someone across the entirety of Yamaoka. They were out behind the main building, and I was over by Shack pretty much. I stepped up on the low pagoda thing, and I hit this person, and the blight just stopped and turned and stared at me, and we stared at each other's auras for like 3 seconds before going on. So I get exactly what you mean. It does just hit different.
um But yeah, I mean, I can't wait for the third iteration of this. I think 2B8 is an amazing mode if the queue times can get fixed, and how we fix the survivor queue times again. There's been suggestions, but I really don't think the blood points are going to do it.
I agree that blood points aren't enough. My two like very radical solutions is 10% XP bonus. That means you get 10% faster iridescent shards and rift like fragments in the mode. That would massively incentivize people to play Survivor. And the second one is, I've been saying this one since the first iteration, a secret bot per lobby if it's not an 8-man Swift. That would cut queue times down drastically.
Yeah, just one bot.
One bot, and it doesn't even have to be in every lobby.
Yeah,
it could just be like an anonymous mode Dwight or something, right?
Yeah, I could see that. I just, I mean, other than that, like, there's, because the reason people aren't playing Survivor is because it's not different enough, and I feel like the ult abilities, quote unquote ult abilities, they added in the second iteration, was a
Those helped a lot.
It helped. It was a cool idea, but I think we need more. And I think so many people said this. How was there not a booning class? How was there not a flashlight class?
Absolutely.
Like,
dude, I can tell you why there's not a flashlight class in current. It's so hard to get a flashlight. I was playing with Wispfell one day, and we had a theory that you could tell which survivor you can lock or save and which one you can't. Because that was if you didn't know, only one survivor only one killer is immune to locker saves in 2v8 right now.
What?
Yeah, one of them is immune to locker saves, and the other one you can locker save like normal. And we had a theory that we wanted to test, like to see if we could figure out which one was which. And every single match, we had to spend the first like 7 minutes looking for flashlights. Until, of course, we stopped testing it. We realized that our theory was wrong. So we stopped testing it, and then we started getting them off rip.
I remember like 2 days after the second iteration came out, I saw some people complaining about flashlight saves in the mode, and I was like, why are you... They have to search chests and hope they get one. Like, why are you complaining about this? How are you complaining about this? Like, I don't know. And just give them residual manifest. Like, why can't we give them residual manifest as a passive?
That would work, yeah.
Like, I don't. Again, it's like I feel like there's so many more kinds of classes for Survivor that could shake things up.
I agree entirely.
Add different things, and same with the killer. Like I do like the class system they did, rather than the inherent ones they had. It felt more customizable. The one problem it had was that there was very clearly a better choice.
One. Yeah. Or like at best, there's like one or two
Fearmonger
that you might really want.
Fearmonger and Shadow, wasn't it?
Not Shadow. Shadow was good, don't get me wrong. I think for most people, it was either Fearmonger or Enforcer that you wanted.
I just ran Fearmonger Well, I also played Deathslinger the whole time.
Yeah, Slinger was really good with Fearmonger. So was Trapper. Trapper was incredible with Fearmonger. Because Fearmonger tells you when somebody's watching you.
Yeah.
So you know when a trap is most likely going to get disarmed or not.
Mm-hmm. But also, I will say, like, for like Deathslinger, for example, like, behavior, go nuts, please. Could you imagine if Deathslinger had like unlimited range in this mode?
I think all Slinger needs is iridescent coin. That's it.
Yeah, I could see that. I wouldn't mind the iridescent coin, or just giving him. I was joking about infinite range, but like maybe double range. Because
I don't think that he needs that.
Well, because the problem with Deathslinger having more range in the normal mode is that you still have to reel them in to hit them.
Mm-hmm.
But in this mode, your teammate can hit them. So Deathslinger would basically turn into like a command grab character.
Mm-hmm.
I think that could be interesting. I just want it to be fun. That's all. Like,
yeah, absolutely.
Because I think it was the thing with Deathslinger. Like, Deathslinger was probably... I think a lot of people said this. Deathslinger was the most fun, like, especially with a partner, because we kept doing this time 2 hits.
Yeah.
but he was probably the worst because that's all he could do.
Yes, absolutely.
And then it also led to people not enjoying playing against him because that's all it was.
Just two hit. Yeah, that's fair.
But no, 2v8 was, again, like, I'm glad that it's here. I'm glad that it's finally in the game. And I hope the iterations eventually do make it a permanent mode once they figure out the kinks. Now, again, either we have to make it permanent to fix the queue problems, or we have to find a way to fix the queue problems before it becomes permanent. It's a catch-22. One of either they have to solve it somehow, or it needs to be permanent to solve it. That's the unfortunate thing. Like, it just sucks. After 2v8 though,
right.
Okay, do you remember the leaks for this?
I remember how it got posted a day early by like some news company, yeah.
Yeah. I remember so many people thought it was fake.
I remember people thinking that the reveal image was fake, but once the article came out, people were like, "Okay, it's got to be real."
Yeah, like so many people thought like they were like, "Oh, that totem's photoshopped in there." It's like, "Oh, okay, dude, whatever."
Okay, yeah, let's just summon Laura Croft in the real world to hold a totem from Dead by Daylight real quick.
I think the other thing with this, I remember so many people were so mad because the trailer didn't come out for like, it was like 2 days after her PTB or something.
Yeah, but that's pretty standard. They pretty much always drop the trailer either after the PTB is live or as the PTB goes live, and I kind of hate that.
Yeah, so do I. It like kills the hype.
Absolutely, yeah.
But before we talk about the marketing, because we're going to talk about that with another killer here in a minute. Yeah, we'll eventually get to her. It's only been 3.5 hours. Laura motherfucking Croft. Can we talk about this for a minute? Laura motherfucking Croft is in Dead by Daylight. Like, I know people were like, "Oh, Nicolas Cage is like such a massive thing." Laura Croft. And I know I'm saying her name wrong. I'm American. Fuck you. Laura. It's an A. It's Lara. Lara. Yeah, Lara Croft is in the game. One of, if not the most iconic female character in all of video games. Probably right there next to Samus.
Yeah.
My mom knows
I'm so glad she's in the game.
My mom knows who Lara Croft is. Like, and before someone says, "No, it's the Survivor version, no one knows that character," you guys do not look at sales numbers, do you?
It's still Laura Croft. Like, I've seen so many Laura Crofts in game, and that's before people started realizing that finesse dramaturgy is busted. You know, let me be a little bit of a hipster here. I've been running dramaturgy since it came out, and I've been running finesse dramaturgy almost exclusively since it came out, and it is so much fun. And I'm on one hand, I'm glad people are realizing now and how much fun it can be. On the other hand, I am so tired. I am so tired of seeing dramaturgy finesse 3 times a game.
I have been seeing I know this isn't anything new. I've been seeing flashbang head on at least one person in every game in the past 3 days.
Oh, really?
Who made the video? Please direct me to them. Who did it? Who fucking did it?
It's on Shorts. It's very popular on Shorts. The quote unquote wombo combo.
Oh my god!
I know it's doing very well on Shorts right now.
It's everywhere. I hate. Like, it's not even good. It's just annoying.
Yeah, that's what I hate the most about that. Is it's a throw. The head-on stun is like shorter than the DS stun. Why are you doing this?
It looked funny. I got to hear Chucky go, "Fuck." I did that. I did that too well.
You did that very well.
But back to Lara Croft. Lara fucking Croft. Like, I can't get over this. I still can't. This is the most, like, out of nowhere Survivor pick that makes the most sense. Like, I know that was a weird sentence, but, like, again, to anyone saying she doesn't fit into Dead by Daylight, the 2013 games are literally called the Survivor Trilogy.
Yeah, I personally, I've never been opposed to it, even though I haven't interacted with the franchise a whole lot. I think it's a good addition, and honestly, at this point, I'm at the fuck it we ball kind of stage with licenses.
I,
Why
I,
not?
I think there's a line.
Hmm.
I do think there's a line, but I don't think we've come anywhere close to reaching it.
No, I agree entirely. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't even complain if we do end up getting that super warped version of Teletubbies that everybody keeps memeing about.
Like,
Why not? Why not?
I mean, like Nicolas Cage, like no one really complained about Nick. That's
Because
what's
he's in all kinds of like horror movies. Don't get me wrong, they're all terrible, but he's in them.
But it's literally just it's literally the person though.
It's the guy, and it's funny, and it fits Nicolas Cage perfectly. That's exactly the kind of thing that Nicolas Cage would do. So why not? I mean, half of his roles are just being himself.
That's fair. I can't. People are sleeping. I can't do a Nick Cage impression while people are sleeping. Um, but like again, this was one of the most again divisive. I noticed this with a lot of these chapters, haven't you? The more as I go
Hmm.
through them, like they seem like so commonplace now, but at the time, a lot of these were very divisive.
It's because we've gotten so many licenses. People have license fatigue right now.
That is, yeah, yeah. Like every
That's it.
single license we've gotten, like people have either loved or hated.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think Laura, she was definitely the tipping point. I feel.
Hmm.
Um, I think that was when people were just like, okay, can we stop now?
Especially her so soon after
Vecna.
Dracula, or not Dracula, Vecna. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's not even counting like we had that we knew the roadmap at this point.
Yes, and we knew that Dracula. We knew Dracula before we knew about Laura.
Yeah, yeah,
Both leak and official.
and that's not even counting like again like there was Tomb Raider fans who were very upset with it being the Survivor version too.
Hmm.
That didn't help with some of the hate. Even though I keep saying this, the 2013 game sold more than all of the all the original versions of Tomb Raider combined.
Did he really? I didn't know that, but
Yeah,
that's not too surprising.
yeah. Well, no, it's just something I tell this to people all the time. Ratchet and Clank, you know that series.
Hmm.
Yeah. Did you know that Spider-Man has outsold the Spider-Man for PS4 has outsold the entire series?
It's Spider-Man. That's not surprising at all.
Yeah, but think about it. How like most gamers think Ratchet and Clank is like this super big popular game
Hmm.
when it kind of isn't.
No, it's not.
I don't know. It's just
It's a
funny.
classic, but
Yeah, it's just weird when like you pull back the curtain a bit and really think about it. Like you realize like how much how not popular, but how well these games did not sell.
yeah.
Like again, Tomb Raider is an icon. Don't get me wrong. The character of Lara Croft is an icon. The games did not sell very well.
Well, yeah, but also you got to keep in mind back then you didn't need to sell nearly as many games
Oh
to have a
no.
massive cultural impact.
Yeah, that's true. Um, but yeah, it's just fine. But back to her like fitting in the game.
Hmm.
I think she does fine, and I think as far as like the cosmetics they gave her, I mean they gave the old school fans some they threw them some bones, um, and her perks, her perks.
Oh boy,
Do I
yes.
start with the good one or do I talk about the other two?
Well, it depends on what your definition of the good one is.
Uh,
There's two that it could potentially be.
well, no, one of them we all thought was going to be good, and then we never saw it again. So I'll talk about that
Yes.
one. So,
Yeah, we could talk about specialists.
oh my god. Oh my god. This was Shoulder the Burden before Shoulder the Burden.
Yeah.
I
This was
had
shoulder the burden if we were wrong.
yeah. Well, we don't even know yet about Shoulder the Burden. I still haven't seen anyone like showing a Swift using it yet.
Hmm.
But yeah, this was Shoulder the Burden 4 months ago. Like The amount of videos that came out when this perk was shown, and everyone was like, "This is going to completely change the game, and survivors are never going to die." Like Doom posting stuff like that,
Yeah.
and then
I, I
it
re-
and then it came out, and it got buffed. By the way,
yes, it did.
I still haven't seen it once.
No, after that first week, I've not seen it since. I remember that I was so annoyed by that. I was so annoyed by that controversy. I think I've delisted the video by now. But I just straight up like did the math and walked everyone through with like a
I
PowerPoint.
remember that.
This
Yeah.
this perk is not as strong as you think it is. It's only going to be good if you're holding a 3 gen, and you should not be holding a 3 gen anyways with the new changes that are coming up. Because this is around the time that we got the 8 kick limit as well, isn't it?
Yeah. That was during the anniversary. Yeah.
Yeah, so like it's I still think it's a very good perk if you expect to run into a 3 gen. If there's something in the water that night. Kind of like, if you get slugged a lot, you run Unbreakable.
to,
If you get 3 gen a lot, you run Specialist.
to be fair, the
hmm
buff they just did to Pharmacy,
What did they do to Pharmacy?
you don't have to be injured anymore.
Wait, what?
Yeah, you
So
just
you can just like infinitely rummage for them?
no, you just no. So the way Pharmacy works is when you open a chest, it's a green med jet, guaranteed.
Oh, okay. All right. They reverted. I know at one point they talked about making it a rummage perk like Scavenger
Yeah.
and Residual.
Residual. Yeah, but yeah, no. The way it works now, you don't have to be injured. That's all they did. They removed the injured requirement.
Okay, so they just reverted it back to how it used to be.
Yeah.
Okay.
But what you can do now, like with specialists, is just run around and give your team green med kits. So that saves you time on healing, and you get you get the specialist stacks. Like it could be interesting that way. But again, I think I think specialist is like the poster child of a perk that sounds really really powerful on paper,
hmm
and then in practice, it just kind of sucks. Like just there was I cannot count on my hand how much doom posting there was about this fucking perk.
it was so annoying. That was one of the and the DBD community just kind of does that where they kind of latch onto an idea and they just keep
And
going at it.
it felt so bad too because whenever I would mention like guys, I don't think it's going to be that bad, similar to what I've been doing with Shoulder the Burden, um,
hmm
I got like fucking pies thrown at my face, you know,
Yes, I know. I know
like
exactly what you're talking about. Yeah.
like what do you mean? Look at the numbers. I'm like, look at the situation. Don't look at the numbers.
No, yes, look at the numbers and look how long it took you to find that chest and to open it. Oh, don't involve all this weird math in it, man. What do you mean?
I think that was the other thing with it because like even with you like showing all the numbers for it, in
Mhm,
my mind when you were doing that, I was like, okay, well, let's say you're running it. All right, go find the
mhm.
chest now.
Exactly, yeah.
That can take 3 seconds or 20 seconds. Or if someone else has the perk, it could take 2 minutes.
I wanna say this because it's gonna come back in a couple minutes. Finding one chest is not a problem.
Mhm.
Finding 3 chests or 6 chests is a problem.
Oh, I think this is going to come up in the next chat in the next release too. Um,
Probably.
uh, but no, I think specialist was just so overblown. Leads us into the next perk that I forgot exists, and I loved this perk. I thought it was such a cool idea, and then I never used it or saw it. Uh,
Are you talking about Hardened by chance?
Hardens. I love this perk.
I love this perk. This perk is in my main build right now.
Really.
Yes, it is. It is in my Dramaturgy build. I run Dramaturgy, Finesse, Hardened, and Inner Healing.
So it's cleanse a totem, open a chest, right?
Yes, it's Cleanse a Totem, open a chest. Not only do you not make scream noises anymore, you see the aura of the killer for a couple seconds anytime you do.
Mm-hmm.
There are some killers that this outright counters. Pyramid Head, for example, once
Trails.
you become like tormented, you can just run through the trails and give each other aura, except for it's in your favor because you have aura and they have killer instinct.
uh, clown and clown and doctor.
As well,
Yeah,
yes.
and
That's another big one as well. It's a very underrated perk, and a lot of people don't run it because they think it's hard to use. But once again, one chest is not hard to find.
Mm-hmm.
I cannot tell you how many times I've gone into Shack and activated Hardened.
Yeah.
Just by there's a totem by the door, and there's a chest either in the basement or on the other side of the door.
I think where people get hung up on perks like this, because we'll also get into this again probably with the next chapter, but I think people get hung up on this idea that when you get into the match, you have to immediately go and activate it.
You do not have to.
You
No.
do not have to. Yeah, you can like seriously like spawn in the match, do the gen, and then as you're walking to the next gen, oh, I see a totem, I'll do the totem. And we'll go to the gen, oh, I see a chest next to the gen, I'll do the chest real quick. Like, you don't have to go out of your way necessarily to activate these perks.
Right. You really don't. It's good to have, don't get me wrong, especially in the build I have, with inner healing.
Mm-hmm.
I do want to cleanse the totem immediately just so I have that option whenever I need it.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't have to activate Hardened immediately. Because most of the time, a lot of things that are going to make you scream aren't going to happen immediately.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, like, it's also like, I mean, we talked about Calm Spirit earlier. I mean, opening the chest is 30% slower, so the downside, this is better than Calm Spirit in some ways.
But we do need to remember this about, because just briefly touching back on the Calm Spirit, or I guess Hardened to counter scream builds,
Mm-hmm.
it doesn't stop it only stops like the scream, it doesn't stop the animation.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so it'll still kick you off of things even if you have it.
I wish it completely stopped it, honestly.
It should. The scream interrupting an action, I've been saying this for ages. It's just going to keep coming back again and again. It happened with Ultimate Weapon, and now it's going to happen with Face of the Darkness and Thrill of the Hunt.
Mm-hmm.
It's just going to keep coming back once a year or so until we stop band-aiding it and actually address the root of the problem, which is scream interrupting actions.
And I think this was also a perk again that the community just kind of forgot existed.
Hardened, yeah, they should not have, because it's crazy. It's really good. But it's the kind of perk where you need a build.
Yeah.
You need to have a plan with it, and once you have that plan, it's very good.
And then,
but I can understand why most people don't run it over the standard meta stuff.
Yeah, and speaking of standard meta stuff, here's the one that actually made it into the meta.
Finesse.
Finesse. Here's what I'm gonna say about finesse before we continue with this. I don't think finesse is a problem, and I think people complaining about it because I've seen a lot of hate for this perk. It's fine. It's not overpowered on its own.
It's not overpowered on its own. I would completely agree.
Yeah,
I'm just kind of tired of seeing it every match, but even then, I still love the perk. I still run it on Survivor. It's so much fun.
It's one of those things where, I mean, you'll notice this trend of Dead by Daylight, then won't you? Yeah, this thing is fine on its own. But like, I think finesse is okay. I do like that it's basically an exhaustion perk that doesn't exhaust you.
Right.
I think that is an interesting concept because I don't think it's powerful enough to warrant exhausting you.
I would agree. Yeah, as it is currently, I would agree. I feel like if they have to do anything to it, what they're going to do is they're going to give it the MFT treatment where it doesn't work when you're exhausted, which I wouldn't mind either, but I don't think that's necessary.
I don't think it's needed either. Well, because there's some killers who outright counter this perk. Like Legion, Plague, Chucky. Like, I don't ever have to deal with this perk. Because 90% of the time everyone's already injured. I had to usually deal with it on the first chase, and that's it. After that, I never have to deal with it. Most of the range killers don't have to deal with it. Like, it's not universally good. Don't get me wrong, it's still a good perk. It's a very good combo finisher. Build finisher, I should say. But it's just fun too. Like, it's just old vault builds just as a perk, which is really fun. And like, the fact that it requires you to be healthy and has the 20-second cooldown, I think makes it fine.
But I think it's 40 seconds. But yeah,
is it 40? I thought it was 20.
Yeah, it's 40 seconds.
Is it 40 seconds? Why
I'm
did
very confident in that.
why do people complain about this perk?
Because some loops you can get it twice on the same window if the killer doesn't just force you to triple vault immediately.
Hang on a second. Did you just say that the killer, you can loop the killer for 40 seconds on some loops?
Yes, you absolutely can. Granted, that's most likely a skill issue on the killer's end, but it's definitely not impossible.
Well, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying after 25 seconds, you should probably leave the loop. Who cares? Just saying. Anyways. You know, why is it every time someone tells me something like that, I'm like, oh, so you're just bad.
Oh, you can absolutely get it multiple times in chase. Should the killer leave? Yeah, but you got to remember, a lot of people just want to play for chase, so they don't really care about the end result, and it can be very frustrating to those people.
Yeah, but isn't the survivor doing the same thing? Like it's
kind of.
like I kind of like it because like I feel like it rewards you for like lasting in chase that long.
Oh, once again, yeah, no, I like the perk. Don't get me wrong, and I think it's fine with that. But I think that's the frustration of it. Is it can feel like, okay, I finally, this is gonna be their third vault, and I should be able to hit them through it, and then finesse comes back on cooldown like immediately, and it's like right as they're going for the swing, and so they finesse again, and it just feels really frustrating. That's my guess as to why people find it frustrating.
So I feel like Laura, like she had like some impact, but like it was more of a cultural thing rather than like a
outside of finesse, yes.
Yeah, but even then finesse, like I don't see it like everyone running it.
I see it a lot right now. I do see it, like I said, up to like 3 times a game, like 3 different survivors having it. And if it's not finesse dramaturgy, which most of the time it is, it's finesse alive. Which I think finesse alive is stupid. I'm just gonna say it.
I have been seeing sprint burst more and more every day. Maybe that's just me.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I think sprint burst is still the #1 exhaustion perk. I am seeing a lot of dramaturgies now.
I played a match on Midwich last night as Dracula, and all 4 survivors had sprint burst. Like for real. Like I think I speak sprint burst more than anything else. But I think from like a impact perspective, I think she also brought a lot of players to the game, and I do think she brought a lot of survivor players to the game.
She absolutely did. This is something that people kind of don't want to admit, I feel like, and most of it is that how do I say this? Old horror IPs don't matter anymore. Like, I'm sorry to say that, especially considering recent events. I'm sorry to say this, but I don't think Candyman would do much for this game. Even Pennywise might not do a whole lot. And the reason for that is because I'm sorry?
I said rest in peace, Tony.
Yeah, that's kind of why I was kind of hesitant to say this, because it is
no, but I get what you're saying.
It's a tragic loss, it really is, and I do like the Candyman movies. It's just at this point, all the people who would play this game because of that movie, 99% of them are already playing the game.
Yeah,
that's why I think we saw that with Alien, but Lara Croft,
I think we saw that with Chucky.
She appeals to a lot of people who are more into the action side of things and maybe not so much the horror, right? So her getting into the game gave those people who maybe already kind of heard about Dead by Daylight, but thought it was a horror game, didn't realize it. Let's face it, it's an action game now. It's not a horror game. It's got a scary mask on, but it's Scooby-Doo at the end of the day.
Because I think the similar like I say this all the time about, and me and Mr. Headache go over this a lot. Chucky and Xenomorph are the prime examples of this. These are 2 characters that are iconic. They're not popular. There's a difference.
Yes, absolutely.
My sister knows Xenomorph. She knows what a Xenomorph is. She has never watched a single Alien movie.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everyone knows these characters, but they have like no commitment to these IPs because other than Chucky, who has found a way to stay relevant for fucking 30 years, and yes, Aliens did have a movie. I'm not saying they didn't, but his box office numbers weren't the best. but like even like the older, more obscure ones like Candyman, like I mean,
Mhm.
or Hellraiser, or like again, it's like we need, and I also do think it's sad that we don't have more modern IPs. Not because it's necessarily like it'll make us more money. I think it's
Mhm.
sad because it feels like we're cutting off an entire section of like horror fans.
And that's why FNAF and DBD has been so popular for so long. That's why it's so requested, you know?
Yeah.
Because, like, there was a time where the only thing that the quote unquote modern horror fan had was Stranger Things. And look how popular Stranger Things was. Look how much that did for the game,
Mm-hmm.
you know? Granted that, you had Ghostface, but I feel like Ghostface is in that iconic, not so much popular with the newer, I guess the younger generation, so to speak. They know who Ghostface is. They know what's your favorite scary movie or
Yeah.
however he says it, but he they don't they don't watch Scream. They don't watch Scary Movie. At most, they've seen like a little TikTok clip of when Sadako gets absolutely like knocked on the floor or whatever, That's the most they've seen of Scary
City,
Movie.
the TV's leaking. Like I mean that's really what it comes down to. And I think that I'm gonna say this: the next chapter, which we'll get into here in a second, is ironically I think is actually the reverse of this. I
What do
think
you mean by that?
okay, so Castlevania.
Yes,
This is a very very old franchise.
it is.
This franchise is older than me. um, like and here's a little fun fact by the way, because everyone knows a lot of people know I like Metroid. I have a Samus tattoo on
Mhm.
my arm. I love Metroid. I'm a very big fan of Metroid. I have never played a Castlevania game in my life.
I was the exact same way until this chapter. I always try and like associate with or like just try and like I guess experience the source material when I can
Mm-hmm.
because most of the time I haven't. Before I started playing Dead by Daylight, I had seen maybe 3 horror movies in my entire life. I saw like a random Friday the 13th that I watched with some friends came over. We all
Mm-hmm.
hated the movie. It was terrible. Um I saw like I think it was Alien. I think I saw the first Alien, and I had seen this random, like, just haunted house horror movie that was so bad. I was on a date, and I just looked over, and we're like, "Do you just wanna leave?" Like, halfway through, and she was like, "Yeah, let's just leave," and we left. It was so bad we ended the date.
Wow.
The movie was
Wow.
that bad.
This is a
The
fucking masterpiece. What do you mean?
It was just some random movie. I don't remember when this was. This was a long time ago, but we just not Alien, not Alien. Let me clarify,
Not
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 Alien.
okay. I was
Not Alien.
confused. I was like, that is a
No.
fucking masterpiece. What do you mean?
No, it was just some random, like, haunted house horror movie,
Mm.
like Evil House. It was like was it Winchester House? I don't know if it was that one. It was terrible. Whatever it was. Anyways, I'm getting off topic. Uh, but so I try and, like, nowadays, I try and, like, associate when I can and, like, figure out the source material. So I played
Symphony of the Night.
no, I played hold on. Let me launch Citra so I can figure out which one it
Oh my
was.
god.
Let
So
me let me launch Citra.
what?
Mirror of Fate.
Oh, okay.
'Cause it was the only one I could find, 'cause they didn't have, like, that big collection at the time that I looked into it. So I went to a like a GameStop or something. I was like, "Do you guys got any Castlevania games?" And they're like, "Yeah, we got one." I was like, "Which one is it?" And they gave me a there was, like, Mirror of Fate, and it's like, "You know what? I can dump that, I'll take it."
You guys got any Castlevania games? Just
Like,
say
I
that.
knew nothing about it. I knew nothing about it.
You said that like the most, like the most tourist of tourists.
Yeah.
um, well, I mean, because you made that video on the whole anime thing,
Mhm.
which was very interesting because I feel like Castlevania was uh is kind of the bridge to that, and we'll see how things go within the next couple of years. But my point with Castlevania though is I feel like this was a chapter release that did the opposite. It coming to Dead by Daylight was more important than how do I phrase this? So
Mhm.
when a lot of licenses come to the game, the point is to bring people in. I feel like this was the opposite. This was Konami trying to pique interest in Castlevania again.
And I'd say it was very successful, and I think you're completely right in that. Because
And
a little bit after this, they released the new collection.
yeah, we had the collection, we had the lights out mode. That
Mm-hmm.
was Castlevania themed. The battle pass was fully Castlevania themed. Like
Right.
there has been so much around this chapter, from cosmetics to game modes to like to even like how they've been buffing and nerfing Dracula so much.
Uh-huh.
Like I hate to say it, but he kind of got special treatment.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's I'm not
Did,
gonna complain about it too much because I do like it. I didn't. I kind of enjoyed the game. I'm still very kind of neutral on the franchise itself, but I think
Mhm.
everything it brought to the game is really good. Like all the skins are good. True Form Dracula is crazy, and the fact that it's just in a battle pass is absolutely wild. I think it was on your podcast that Mint Skull said that this was like the best battle pass value we've ever gotten.
It is. I think
And
so.
he's absolutely right. Yeah, it is incredible.
It's also like very weird to me that again like how they're handling Dracula with the patches is
Hmm.
how I feel they should be handling every new killer.
I agree entirely. I would love for this to be the new standard for
It
licensed chapters.
it well no, not just licensed chapters, just chapters. It feels like Dracula has been in every patch, but like unlike Chucky, where he was getting like massively changed, it feels like they're
Hmm.
just tweaking him.
Because that's all they really needed to do. It's a solid basis to work off of.
Mm-hmm. And but like I feel like that's how every killer needs to be. Like how long until we got our first set of unknown changes? Wasn't it like
Uh,
it was like
it
six?
was after PTB. It was this change, like the most recent change.
Yeah, like that's fucking nuts. 6 months?
But to be fair, unknown didn't need to be changed. I don't know if unknown's exactly a good example because
But
nobody wanted unknown
there
changed.
were still a few things that should have been adjusted that didn't need adjusting, but could have been adjusted.
You're right, and they still didn't do them. Get rid of Yuri film. I'm gonna spare you the rant, but get rid of that stupid add-on.
but but that's my point. Like I feel like Dracula again is a good baseline for what they should be doing for all the killers. And same with well, like even with like the most recent changes, like people were complaining about them on PTB. From what I've heard from most Dracula players, he feels fine.
It's not a massive change. I played Dracula a little bit. I played a couple games earlier. It's not a massive change. It definitely gives a little bit more room to Spirit again, because
Mm-hmm.
let's face it, he was kind of stepping on her toes there for a bit. Um,
Also, Dracula is still the number one most played killer in the game right now.
oh, absolutely, yeah.
It's been three
Just
months since release, and he's still the most popular killer in the game.
to be fair, not by much. Huntress has almost beat it, but the fact that he's beating both Huntress and Wesker is crazy.
Yeah,
I
well,
completely agree that it is
not only
a lot.
he is a licensed killer doing this.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's a good point.
So like like he is a licensed brand new killer beating Huntress. And again, it's been like normally this does happen. This happens like almost every time a new chapter drops.
Hmm.
But you'll notice Houndmaster isn't even close right now.
Nah, Houndmaster's in like fourth place right now, according to Nightlight.
Wait, she's in fourth right now?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe she did go up. The last I checked, she was like 12th.
Yeah, she's at number 4, but
it's gonna
it's
it's
a decent gap between her and Huntress. I don't think she's gonna surpass Huntress, let alone
but
Drac.
but like that's insane to me that he has been able to dethrone Huntress for as long as he has been. That's also
Hmm.
counting 2v8 games, by the way.
Oh wait, Nightlight counts 2v. Oh, that's
Yes.
crazy. Okay, yeah, no, that wow.
Uh,
That
Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but they did last time.
if they count 2v8, that is absurd that he's doing better than Huntress.
He's just that popular.
And I can understand why. Like I said, I like to play Dracula from time to time. I don't mean this in like the mean way, but he's kind of my my brain off killer. My go-to, like, I
I
just
know.
want to chase people and do silly
I mean,
things.
I
You
say fucking Singularity is my brain off killer, and I get so many mean looks, so it's fine.
know.
Um, but I mean, yeah, it's got to be part of it. But it's also like he's also a very unique killer because he's our first like formed stance, like our stance changing killer is what I would call it. He's a stance changer.
Yeah, since Doctor's Rework, yeah, he is the first one.
Yeah, and like we had similar with Vecna.
Hmm.
So like again, this is clearly them reiterating on the idea, but also like again, it's funny because if you look back, you can see elements of the other killers, like them prepping for this.
Hmm.
And what
Absolutely.
I mean, Xenomorph. I know this is gonna be weird. Xenomorph, the fire effects.
Well, not only that, you got to remember, Xenomorph was the first time we had a four-legged killer.
Oh my God, you're right.
And they made a big like talk about how this is the first like quadruped killer and how hard it was to make the
I
models and animations work.
I didn't even think about that.
I remember them talking about that explicitly.
Okay, yeah. So there's that for Wolfform,
Hmm.
Hellfire from the fire effects from the turrets, uh, the third person camera from Chucky. Uh, like I know that doesn't seem like much, but like, and then the obviously the swapping from Vecna. I think they learned how to make it work like on one command.
Hmm.
Like they saw how like a little like it didn't feel clunky on Vecna, but they were able to test the waters with how swapping it would go. Right?
Right.
Because they could have made it like a wheel, but they didn't.
Hmm.
Um, who else? Who else was? Is that it? Unknown. I mean, Unknown didn't really add anything with this one.
No, Unknown didn't, but I mean, there's a joke that queuing as Dracula lets you queue as three different killers for a reason. So,
But yeah, it's just and again, I mean, that's not even counting like, oh well, he's also got Wesker's dash, and
hmm.
he's got Spirit's the hearing thing, and he's basically Pyramid Head and Nemesis, but he can't go through walls. Like again, it depends on how reductive you want to be, but that's kind of what Dracula is supposed to be.
Hmm.
I think here's the thing: whenever people make like those claims of like this killer is just X killer plus this one, there is room for a killer like Dracula who is a little bit of everything.
Right.
I think that's a fine space for him to be in. And considering what he is, as long as he's not doing it necessarily better than the other killers, cough cough spirit for a little bit there. Um, as long as he's not doing it necessarily better than the other killers, I think he's fine. And because that's the other
Hmm.
thing, balance wise, I also think Dracula's perfect.
Yeah, he's definitely strong, but he's not oppressive in many ways, especially after the nerfs.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing, like, balance-wise that I dislike about him is not really a balance issue at all. I feel like a lot of people talk that the wolf form is too weak, and I kind of disagree. I
I
think wolf
disagree
form is really
completely.
good.
Mm-hmm.
One, you need to be running rapid brutality if you really want wolf form, because that haste, that 5% haste,
Well,
especially if there's a scent orb where you try and lunge, you hit someone, you lunge. If you've got rapid brutality, you can hit them again almost immediately with the lunge. It is crazy. And there's also but my where I was going with this, sorry, with the wolf is I just wish that it was a bit better at tracking because it's supposed to be the tracking mode,
yeah,
and it's basically all the orbs are just scratch marks.
yeah, pretty much.
I wish that you could like see the orbs from further away
I
or like something.
Well, I also like I was talking to Bleak about this. I feel like Dracula's. I'll see. Well, obviously, when things with the most recent changes, we'll see how things work out. But I feel like Dracula's cooldown should be longer to encourage you to swap forms more often. Um, just not too much longer, but like I think about like a little bit longer would because I feel like because the way I play him oftentimes is I'll shoot a Hellfire, it'll hit or miss, whatever, and then I'll swap to Wolf form while it's on cooldown,
Hmm.
go for a pounce, and then once the pounce hits or misses, then I'll switch back to Vampire form, you know.
Right.
Um, and I feel like that's it's what I feel like that's what they want him to be, and I that's why I don't think wolf form is like useless. I think it's a good like it's also very good in between loops. I've said this before too.
Hmm.
Like you hit someone with Hellfire, switch to wolf form, and just pounce. Don't even like do it to hit them. Just pounce. You will catch up so much faster doing that. Oh,
Yes, absolutely.
just use bat form and teleport. What if there's no window? What if there's no pallet? Like it has uses. It's just not they're just not as apparent.
Yeah, I just wish it was better at tracking because once again, it's supposed to be the
Mm.
tracking form. And like personally, when I come out of bat form, unless I'm already in chase, I come out in wolf form because it helps me immediately see, even if there's no scratches, it helps me see where they went if they like walked away or whatever.
I see.
And so I use wolf form like that, and that's and in that one scenario, yes, it's very good for tracking. But otherwise, if you're trying to find the last survivor, in a gate standoff or something, wolf form's not going to help you much, unfortunately.
Yeah, let's also not forget that that the Castlevania chapter also brought us one of the greatest images to ever grace Dead by Daylight.
Oh, which one? If there's a couple I can think of.
Hang on, I'm trying to find because it's on the wiki.
Hmm.
Yeah, there it is. Because of course it's on the wiki.
All right, let's see it.
Why is this on the wiki? I just love that it is.
Because I mean, it's super informative. It tells you exactly how you need to use the power.
Oh man. Um,
That, that's
but
so good.
we haven't even talked about the power really. Like we're just talking about the influence this killer has had. Like that's
Yeah, we're
it.
just kind of beating around the bush. We haven't talked about anything in too specific outside of wolf form.
But like, I mean, this killer's power, like, just it makes so much sense. It seems like the natural evolution of things. It's basically my point.
Hmm.
It seems like this is where the game was gonna head to a point to where killers start. Again, we've already kind of had this. Killers have been mimicking other killers' powers because it's gonna happen. But Dracula was like the first step of them kind of embracing it more, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's not even counting again how massive of a franchise this is, and how they just this franchise got so much love. I didn't even
Hmm.
talk about the castle in the background. I said I was going to bring this up like 4 hours ago. Um, yeah, with Chucky. Yeah, this pissed me off. The fact that Chucky didn't get a map. Neither did Dracula, granted. But all right, behavior. Where is my floating good guy factory? All right, Dracula gets his castle in every match. I just want a good guy factory just hanging up there. All right, it's it just seems fair. Um,
Hmm.
it's just like it's odd how much love went into this. Because that's the thing. None of this, like that I'm mentioning, seems
Hmm.
like corporate greed, at least on behavior's part. Let me rephrase that. I don't know about Konami. I really couldn't tell you. Knowing Konami, it probably was. But on behavior's end of things, this seems like everything they've been adding with Castlevania is literally them just adding this because they thought it would be cool.
I agree with you entirely. I can't think of another the only other time that comes close to this much content so quickly after release is like Resident Evil. And even then, I don't think Resident Evil had this much immediately.
No, it wasn't until Wesker came out.
Yeah, that we got like all the legendary survivors.
Yeah, yeah,
We've
yeah,
got like
yeah.
what, three legendary survivors for Trevor? No, two. Soma, unless you count both Somas, but
Hmm.
Soma and Alucard. And then you've got all the other like character skins for like Felix and
Yeah.
Yui and Claudette as well, I think, right?
Yeah, and then like the nurse skin, the like
Hmm.
there again, there was so much love in this chapter. Like I can't stress it enough. It's
Yeah,
it,
absolutely.
again like we can sit here and again argue, oh well, it's just Konami giving them the rights so they make more money on it. But who cares? Like the devs clearly took that money and like used it because they could have half-assed this shit and they didn't. Did you know
Hmm.
that the nurse skin has a full model under the costume?
Oh, really? Like a full skeleton?
Yeah,
It's cool.
they didn't need to do that.
Well, I think Behavior does that with all of their like
Mhm.
characters and cosmetics now.
Mhm.
Uh, I think I heard that somewhere that they do that, and the reason for it is it helps with modeling. and
Mm,
everything, and like using different like styles of clothing and everything. But
and
I still agree for that one specific skin, they didn't need to do a whole new thing. Absolutely.
yeah, and then like moving on to the perks and such, like
Hmm.
Dracula himself. We'll get to Alucard here in a second, because I'm sorry, Trevor, because I'll there's a problem there. But
Uh-huh.
anyways, we'll get to Trevor here in a second because I think Trevors are um what's the word I'm
They're
looking for?
interesting.
They're Yeah, I would say interesting. I will say props to behavior on. We'll get to that here in a second. So Dracula's human greed, which was the one everyone was complaining about that I never see. Dominance, which was the one everyone was complaining about that I never see. What was his third perk?
Uh, Dominance, human greed, and
Oh, Wretched Fate.
Wretched Fate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wretched Fate. The perk I saw everyone complaining about and I never see. Yeah, you see a pattern with all of his
Uh-huh.
perks.
Yeah.
When I saw Human Greed, so many, I swear to you, everyone said it was just going to be Weave Attunement all over again.
No.
And Dominance, everyone thought we were going to run into a Hex meta.
Hmm.
And then with Human Greed, Wretched Fate, everyone thought, oh, the Obsession's never going to be able to do a gen again. I very rarely see these perks. I run them from time to
Uh-huh.
I don't use Wretched Fate. It's the only one I don't use.
Hmm.
Because it kind of sucks. Like a lot. Um,
It does. It's not very good at all. I don't know what people were on about with that one.
Dominance is okay with the buff it just got.
Hmm.
Human
Well,
Greed,
even beforehand, it was okay.
yeah,
Only if you used it with human greed.
yeah, and then Human Greed, which is okay. I run Human Greed in my Undying build,
Hmm.
which is where I run Hex Undying and Human Greed and Zancian and Face the Darkness.
So just 4 perks that give you random aura reading. Got
Yes.
it.
It's surprise. I say this all the time. I promise you guys, run Undying on its own. You would be surprised how much value you get.
Hmm.
Because do you know how often people just walk by a totem and just don't notice?
Yeah, it's Undying's secondary effect is not bad at all.
And
Uh,
the funny thing is,
Especially when you're just running Undying and like one other perk or Undying and Face of the Darkness, it's very good.
well, people tend to forget about the secondary effect because usually when you run Undying, you're running with other hexes.
Hmm.
So the dull totems don't even exist.
Right.
Um, but yeah, his perks like didn't really do much, which is a shame because again, the killer impacted the game
Hmm.
in such a major way. I feel. I mean,
Yeah, but
it.
I feel like that's been a pattern, because the other killer that had a massive impact with Unknown,
Mm-hmm.
Unknown's perks were pretty terrible, and have Vecna had an impact, but it wasn't a super crazy one like the other two. It wasn't super popular
But
like these two,
weave
you know.
attunement.
But Weave Attunement was pretty crazy, so it's kind of like back and forth.
Well, even like again, we'll get to Houndmaster here. We're almost at her, by the way. Finally. Um.
Almost, yeah.
I mean, like Jagged Compass on Houndmaster. I mean,
Hmm.
I feel like that's gonna be meta defining. Same with Shoulder of the
I
Bird.
agree.
Like,
I agree.
while I don't think Shoulder of the Bird is gonna be as big of a problem as people think it is, I do think it's gonna be meta defining.
Yeah, we'll
We'll,
we'll
we'll,
we'll get there when we
yeah.
get there, but yes,
So
I agree.
moving on to Trevor, though. Trevor Balmont.
Mhm.
We have Eyes of Balmont, which is basically Lethal Pursuer for survivors.
Yes.
Not entirely, but you get my point. Uh,
Mhm.
is it Exalted?
I think it's Exaltation.
Exaltation? Yeah. Is that that's the pallet stun one? You get
Yeah,
you get
that's
the
the
item.
upgrader.
Yeah, you got that one, and then Moment of Glory.
Oh, dude, Mog is so funny. For the
So
acronym alone, Mog is hilarious.
Moment of Glory is one of my favorite perks they've ever made.
Mhm.
And I mean this in the sense of it is one of the best self-imposed challenge perks I've ever. You know how they said no mither was like the hard mode for Dead by Daylight?
Yeah.
I feel like Moment of Glory is like the side quest perk.
Oh, absolutely.
This is the perk you put on when you don't really care about winning, but you kind of want to see if you can get it to go off.
Yeah, I remember you did that moment of glory challenge. What was
Oh,
it?
someone got it in like 2 hours.
Yeah, it was like activate moment of glory. What was it? 3 times in a
Two,
match, and somebody 2 hours later is like, "Where's my money?"
yeah, it was activate moment of glory 2 times in a single match. That was my only. I was like, okay, and you can't bring a map offering. It has to activate during chase. Um, and I'll be damned, someone got it in like 2 hours. They versed a very very bad trickster. That's what happens. They they
That would
they
do it.
they got Temple. They went against a trickster and they lost them. Is what happened. It was, oh my god. Um, but that's the thing that, like, Moment of Glory, I think, is just a really fun perk. Like, I don't think it needs to be good. I don't think every perk needs to be good. I think if a perk is fun in some way, shape, or form, it's fine.
I agree entirely.
And then there's uh, Exaltation, Exalted, whatever it is. The reason I like this perk is because it's one of the most clever ways to incorporate a game mechanic that wouldn't work in Dead by Daylight. And what I mean by that is, do you know what this perk is supposed to be?
What is it supposed to be?
It's supposed to represent them using their whips to pickpocket enemies.
Oh.
So
Oh, I
that's
didn't know that at all.
so
That's
they
interesting.
so they took a game mechanic that wouldn't work in Dead by Daylight and made it work in Dead by Daylight.
Mhm.
Um,
That's so
that's why I love this perk. It's so unique in that sense.
that's very clever. Yeah, that's incredible. Yeah, now that you've told me that, I just like it because, like you said, Moment of Glory is a side quest perk. I think this is a side quest perk too.
Oh
I
yeah,
something I really want to do is I want to load in and I want to try and do a streak. Like if I ever start doing survivor content, one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to try and do a streak of upgrading every item from its lowest to its highest rarity in a row
mm.
in solo queue. I think that'd be a lot of fun.
I think that could be interesting. I did want to do a community challenge for that perk in particular. It's also decent with. It's also really really good with Champion of Light.
Because you get your flashlight back and you
Yeah.
can't really downgrade with a flashlight. Yeah, that
Yep.
makes sense. Yeah.
hmm Um, because I was running Built to Last for a while, but yeah, the fucking this one works better. um, and then the last one, which is probably the most controversial one of the bunch, which was I forgot the name.
Eyes of Belmont.
Eyes of Belmont. Yeah, this one was, I say controversial, but like what I mean by that is this is probably the only one people were like, should this be a thing? Here's my only problem with Eyes of Belmont is
Hmm.
this is an example, and it's the same problem I have with Lethal Pursuer. Now that this perk exists, every single aura reading thing that survivors get from now on has to take this perk into account.
Yes, it does.
Which is both terrifying and also kind of cool. Because it means now we can have a limiter on some of the aura reading that survivors get, which aura reading on survivor actually has never really been a problem in my mind. But
Yeah, absolutely.
for some of the ones that it can be, like in future, like it's kind of nice that this exists to help them out. Again,
Yeah.
like again, it's like I'm all ears isn't that good on its own in my opinion. Combined with Lethal Pursuer for the extra 2 seconds though, it's actually pretty decent. I
Hmm.
think that's the thing. Like I feel like having a perk there that's purposefully bottlenecks things to a point to where it can be buffed later or nerfed later is fine.
Especially since it's not a major bottleneck like Nurse
Mm-hmm.
was with exposed perks, you
Mm-hmm.
know? We would not have gotten Friends to the End if Nurse existed.
Oh God, no. It's
You
one of
know,
those
that just would
things.
not have happened.
It's one of those things where I feel like Trevor's perks were all thematically appropriate. None of them were super game breaking, but they're all good. They're all good. Like I don't have a bad thing to say about any of them.
I think Mog, there is a better version of it in the game now if you're looking at purely like
Plot twist.
meta.
Plot twist.
No, no, not plot twist. Actually, clean break. People don't talk enough about clean break. I think clean break is going to be the real problem from
We'll
from
see.
Tori.
I think it requires too much coordination.
Not necessarily, but it is.
I saw someone trying to get use out of this for an entire match, and their teammates refused to heal them.
That is the one problem with it. I get why it exists, why it has to, but I think Clean Break is going to be very strong in the right hands.
But going back to Castlevania, though, like I said, I think this chapter is one of the most impactful chapters in the history of the game, which is weird.
Absolutely.
Which is weird because honestly, like we listed off a bunch of perks that like don't affect anything. But
it's like Vecna.
Yeah, it's like the license itself, on top of the kind of killer Dracula is, just it's that impactful.
Not only that, like I was saying, with Vecna, it's like Vecna, where we're seeing a lot of groundwork being laid right now that they can build on more in the future. And unlike some of the last chapters, we can see this very obviously. I think we saw that very obviously with Chucky, right? We saw that with Chucky, with Vecna, and with Dracula. And I think that's something that's going to be one of the major pluses of this year, is they are setting up for a lot of crazy things in the future. And we're going to see it with Houndmaster too, when we eventually get there. Sorry, just got to jingle those keys a little bit longer. Don't worry, guys. Don't click off. We're almost there. We're almost there.
We're almost there. We're almost made it all the way around. Then we got to check patch notes, by the way, because there's a few things in the patch notes we've actually kind of covered already, but I do want to go more depth with a little bit.
And I think one other thing, like you mentioned real quick, just one last note on Castlevania. Like you said, this really did do a lot for the franchise, because if I remember right, the last new Castlevania game was almost a decade ago. The only thing that the franchise has done aside from this collaboration has been 2 re-releases, or just re-releases of the older games onto the PC platform.
Right. I mean,
and I guess the show as well. We can't forget the show. I don't know how I almost forgot the show.
Yeah.
But game-wise, there's been very little.
I didn't even mention the wall chicken.
What?
The wall chicken. The wall chicken. Yeah, if you play Dracula, you get a free charm called the wall chicken.
Oh yeah, and you also get like Soma's dark side if you do a special Easter egg.
Yeah, like little shit like that. Like they did not have to throw all this effort into this chapter. It's so weird. Like again, it's like, and moving on to like the second iteration of Lights Out. Castlevania. Lights Out Castlevania. Like, what do you mean a license got its own game mode?
And to be fair, this was better than the original Lights Out.
It was.
I don't think it was much better, but it was better.
Yeah. I had fun with this one. I will say the candelabras kind of fucked over survivors more than they helped.
Yeah, absolutely. Eventually, I put them on generators, or like set them next to generators, and that was that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, what a lot of people would do is, like when I was playing Killer, I would look for the ones with candles on them, and I would just wait.
Like you'd wait to see the candle move?
No. I would see people put candles on the gens, and I would just wait by the gen for the survivor to come back.
Oh, I see what you mean. Kind of like a Trail of Torment jump scare.
Yeah,
got it.
Why would? And I played Chucky during the mode, so I would just corner peek. So Chucky was fucking ruthless in this mode. Because
I wonder why.
Well, because you're not undetectable. They just can't see you. So one of his tells is a laugh, and that doesn't happen. So
yeah, that's crazy.
Chucky was so nuts in this mode, and me and Ghost can't figure this out. Why we didn't remember him being in the original Lights Out when he was? Like, we cannot recall. We looked for videos. We couldn't find any either. It was so weird. So I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, again, going back to the trailer for the Battle Pass, like, looking through this, this fucking true form Dracula skin is
incredible.
It's probably one of the best things they've ever made. And it's technically free.
Right. Even if not free, like, it is severely discounted for the fact that it is a Battle Pass item. if you look at like just the value, I think it was Mint that said this. If you look at the value of the skin alone, buying the pass is half the price that you'd have to pay normally. Something like this would cost you like $15 to $18 if it was in the store,
And
and the pass is like 9.
yeah, and like I've said, like even like I didn't play this game for a month. I took a month off.
Hmm.
I finished the pass last night.
Yeah, like I think we've got another like 40, 50 days in the past too,
Yeah,
don't we?
yeah,
You've got
like
so much
I
time.
have said this so much. Like this game's battle pass is one of the best in the business.
I think it is the best in the business now, and the reason I think it is because of how the tome system works. I think the tome system
Hmm.
is kind of what pushes it over, especially if they keep getting value like this one and the previous one with the spirit as well. I think that was another very good pass.
Uh-huh.
But the tome is why I think that the pass is so good. Because realistically, you could not play the game, for the entire season. Come back the last 20 days, and be like, oh, I actually really want this thing in the final tier, and
Hmm.
you could reasonably expect to get that. Granted, if you're working like 9 to 5 and doing schooling at the same time, maybe not. But if you've got the free time, and it really doesn't take nearly as much as people think, as long as you're actively
I
hunting out tomes.
I play, like I said, I play like maybe 9, 10 hours a week max.
Hmm.
And I know it sounds like a lot, but realistically speaking, it's not.
Especially considering you stream it and do content creation around it as well. Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, that's what I'm saying. That's the only time I really
Hmm.
play the game. Is just during streams.
Right, and
I
you've beaten it. Yeah, you've
Yeah,
beaten the
and
pass.
again, I took a month off.
Uh huh.
Like, and we're not even halfway done. Like it again, this the battle pass is just for this game is really good. It's done really well. I will never, and on top of that, you get your money back.
Yes, you do. Which is I always assumed that that was like standard, right?
It's
I always
not.
thought that that was the
Nope.
standard. No, it's not. I got a rude awakening. I bought the pass. I think it was Deimos's pass in Siege,
Hmm.
like their battle pass. When I realized I didn't get the full like 120 R6 credits or whatever back, I almost lost my mind. I was like, okay, all right, I'm not buying that again. That's for sure.
The next thing that happened was
Haunted.
Haunted by Daylight. Oh my god. I saw your video on this. I don't know if you saw.
Hmm.
Did I make a video on this? I don't think I did. Um,
I, th- I heard you talk about it somewhere. I don't know if that was a stream or a video, but I did hear you talk about it a little bit.
I basically said it's fine if you actually engage.
Hmm.
But if you don't, then it's a waste of time. Uh, and
Yeah.
that there's not enough. I think the way I worded it, I think was it's fine if you're actually engaging with the event. However,
Mhm.
there is nothing forcing you to, and I think that's a problem.
Yes, that is a massive problem with it. Uh, I completely agree. It really just felt punishing to try and chase in the void after the first couple of days because of how crazy the void is.
Here's my idea and behavior. If you're listening, you can steal this for all you want. Here was my idea for how we fixed the void situation. I don't know if I talked to you about it or somebody else, but my idea was you instead of opening the portals to go into the
Hmm.
void, what happens is so the portals are still there, and when someone opens the void up, everyone gets teleported into the void.
Right. We did talk about this somewhere, I
Yeah.
think. And you talked about ISO from Valorant, I think.
Yeah. Where did we talk about this? What?
I think that was on one of your 2v8s. I think that was when you were playing 2v8 in that hot
Yeah,
game.
yeah. Yeah, I think it was during the 2v8 stream. Yeah. Um, but yeah. Like I feel like forcing everyone into the void is what we need to do. That's the whole point of the event, the game mode, right?
Hmm.
So why are we making it so optional? Why not embrace it? You know, like it makes no sense to me.
I think what we're seeing with this event is them trying to walk back a little bit from the Twisted Masquerade, where you had to participate with the Twisted Masquerade.
It's a
So I think they wanted to like try and avoid that, but I think they have to because it's separate queue.
it's a separate queue.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a separate queue, so they should go crazy with it.
Like, I don't see a problem with that. I think that's what people want. I think the biggest complaint I heard was that games are going so fast because people aren't doing the mode.
Right.
Like,
Yeah, it's just
I
and
don't
not
know.
only that, there's not a whole lot of reason to stay in the void after you like as a survivor,
Mm-hmm.
you grab your flashbang, maybe at most you or smoke grenade, maybe at most you drop another one on the ground if you're full, and then you leave, and then that's that. Unless you get chased in there, there's no reason to stay around because it's not like the pumpkins in there respawn either.
Yeah.
That would be another thing that I think people would stay in the void for. If pumpkins would respawn and you could just run laps kicking them to get a lot of points, people would stay there. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I did that a few times just to farm points. That was the other thing. I heard so many people complaining they weren't getting enough points. What do you guys mean? Just do the event.
Kick a pumpkin, you get 1,000 points if you're
I
lucky.
like last year. Like I remember last year, people were doing the same thing. They were complaining that they weren't getting enough points. I mean, what do you guys? Just go in there and get a haunt. It's worth like 3 kills. Like,
It's
what do you
absurd.
mean? It's insane.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
It's like, but I'll lose doing that. Do you want points or do you want to win?
the I think a lot of people forget that losing is okay, especially if you're just looking at it from a point value. If you die as a survivor, right? As long as you're not the obsession, there's basically the only penalty is that you can't get more points from that. There's
Mhm.
like what 5,000 escape points, right?
Yeah.
Guess how many pumpkins that is. Let's say you get only the average like amount. That's 20 pumpkins, but you're gonna get trick pumpkins, and every trick pumpkin removes an additional 3 like extra pumpkin kicks that you need to kick. So it's super easy to make up for that, and pumpkin kicks alone. Let alone dropping the energy that you get from doing a generator.
Hmm.
Let alone the additional points that you get from doing, a generator
I
in the event.
I also think like the ghosts being able to be used as projectiles is really cool. And I think the idea behind the smoke bomb was the idea behind the smoke bombs were cool. I do understand some people
Mhm.
found it annoying, but I thought it was kind of like I liked that we finally had a mode that was kind of encouraging stealth a bit. Um, I know people don't like stealth, but I feel like what they were trying to do with the smoke bomb was make the stealth more active.
Mhm. And I
Uh,
think active stealth is it's the most fun kind of stealth for survivors, but for killers, it can be very
oh, it's
frustrating
extremely
sometimes.
frustrating. Yeah, it feels like you. I mean, this happened to me the other day on Bad Ham. Like Scratchworks were messing up so much, I felt like I couldn't find anybody because I would chase them for 2 seconds and they were gone.
Yeah, I've had a couple games like that. Yeah, it's like, what? You were just here, and then turns out, you go back into Steam game recording, which, by the
Mhm.
way, uh, incredible. But that's besides the point. You just go back and you like relook at it, and you just saw like a single frame of like the edge of their hat as they ran by you, or they were sitting in a corner, and you just feel like the biggest idiot in the world.
Also, this is a weird. To be fair, though, this is what events are usually about because we talked about with the Blood Moon one.
Hmm.
The free Trickster skin and Yoon Jin skin, while not my favorite, are decent.
They're
Um,
solid, yeah.
Sable and Michaela getting matching skins again. Uh,
Again,
it's getting a little
yep.
old behavior. Like this isn't even me hating. This is just me being like, really?
They're trying very hard to sell the idea that they're a couple without them having to say it. They're doing the video
Well,
game company thing.
it has gotten to the point with Sable and Michaela skins, I confuse them all the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like I remember the other day I was yelling at someone. I was like, Sable, are you gonna leave? And then someone in chat told me it was Michaela. I was like, what? Yeah, it was the new it was the Michaela skin from like 2 Halloweens ago where she
Ah,
has the big hat.
yep.
So I
No,
thought
absolutely.
so I thought it was this Sable one. Like the clown one's fine, even though it's not technically part of the event.
Yeah, it's just like a skin that they put in the store, right?
Yeah, it has its own collection, by the way.
Does it?
Yeah,
Really?
it's just it. Like, there's nothing else in it. It's just the clown skin. Um, And the Void skins, okay, so who got them this year? It was Plague. Was it Kate?
It was Plague, Kate, Adam, I think,
Zarina.
and
I know
one other.
Zarina got it. And so many people, listen, man. I
Mhm.
main Zarina on Survivor. I'm gonna say this. You motherfuckers all forget this character exists. I'm not talking about behavior. They fucking don't. Every person, my mic just fucking spiked. um, every single person for I swear the Dead by Daylight community forgets that Zarina exists. Anytime skins get brought up or anything like that,
Mhm.
Zarina is like sitting there with like a pile of. I'm not complaining, by the way. I've made the character, but she's been sitting there with like a pile of skins, getting one like every other patch, and no one notices.
Well, yeah, because it's not trendy to hate on Zarina because Zarina's a cool character.
Well, no, no,
Like,
no, 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 no. Zarina isn't a cool character. Zarina is a nothing character, and that's the best thing about her.
she's like a reporter, historian, something or another, and that's what people like that.
I just Zarina's a weird one because if you go back, like 2 to 3 years ago and look up like Survivor stereotype videos from back then,
Mhm.
the literal stereotype for Zarina is yeah, she doesn't have one. And I don't know if that's still stuck or if people getting her just to get off the record or not. I've I've thought about this before. Zarina is such a weird case of a character because off the record, for the people and Red Herring were often considered some of the worst perks in the game.
And now two of the three of them are either currently incredibly meta or were just incredibly meta.
And then there's Red Herring because
And then there's Red Herring. Yeah,
they had a
it can
patch.
exist.
Well, we'll actually talk about that. There's actually a patch that I was kind of mad that it wasn't part of.
Oh
Because it would have
no.
made so much sense. Uh, okay, all right. So that's Haunted by Daylight, and that leads us back to 2v8, the current one, which we talked about a little bit already. So I don't think there's any need to. And Houndmaster.
Jingle jingle, guys, we're almost there. We're almost there. Jingle jingle.
It took 5 hours. It took us 5 fucking hours, and we're finally here. Um,
Oh, are we not going to talk about 2v8 first? Come on, we got to
we
drag
we
it out a
we
little bit
already
longer.
did talk about 2v8.
Yeah, but we didn't talk about too many of the new changes. We
Oh
could talk
my
about how
god.
Hunter's lost her glowing concoction. I'm just messing
So
with you. Yeah, we could talk about
Houndmaster.
Houndmaster.
But before we get into the whole thing with Houndmaster, here's the thing I want to say, and you can see it before I even clicked on this video.
Uh-huh.
While is all we got was a 43-second video as a trailer drop the day she came out.
I don't know.
That's it. That's all we got.
Mm-hmm.
There's one about petting the dog, because cool.
Yeah, obviously
And,
gotta.
and it was a short. It wasn't like a normal video. So if you're someone like me who doesn't watch shorts, I didn't even see this. Same with that. Like we got like a little lobby thing, and that's it. It doesn't talk about the power. It just shows her. And
It
then
just shows her petting the dog. Yep.
yep. And then we got the one for the survivor, just doing an idling animation and nothing else. It doesn't talk about the power or her perks or nothing. It's so strange. And then we got this wasn't even okay. They did this short a couple days ago. This was the day before Thanksgiving. Because that's another
Right.
problem with this chapter. They released it on American Thanksgiving. Before someone says it, yes, I understand that not the world doesn't revolve around America. My point is from a business perspective, taking one of your biggest markets and releasing it on a very important holiday for many of them was probably not a good move.
Especially a holiday that's gonna have them not at their computer all day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, and then we got this. Well, this was actually announcing the live stream. This wasn't even talking about the chapter. Also,
Oh yeah, they did the live stream on Thanksgiving, didn't they?
yeah, they did it really
Yeah.
early, really early in the morning.
I guess that makes sense for it to be Thanksgiving because most people do Thanksgiving lunch or dinner. Nobody does a Thanksgiving breakfast, and if you do, I am so genuinely sorry you have to deal with that. I could not imagine a Thanksgiving breakfast having to deal with your relatives at 10 a.m.
But like, it was such a weird decision. And yes, I understand from what we know that the layoffs are the reason why.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't fully buy that. And the reason I don't is because of all the stuff we just talked about for like an hour and a half. We talked about all the stuff Castlevania added into this game and that they put in for almost an hour and a half. I don't think it was the layoffs. I genuinely, and I mean this with the utmost seriousness, I genuinely think they don't want us to care about this chapter.
Mm-hmm.
I think they want this chapter to release. They're going to fix her up a little bit, and they're never going to touch her again.
That would be odd, and there were some other kind of really crazy rumors about this chapter beforehand. I'm not sure how much I believe in those, but that those could also be, if they are true, which let me say I do not think that they're true, but if those rumors are true that this chapter was originally going to be something else and they got changed last second, that would kind of fit with how weird it has been around. Because like you said, there's a lot that's weird about this chapter, but I don't think those are true.
Like
I don't know if you really want to say what the rumors were by name. But...
Oh, is it what her original design was supposed to be?
Well, allegedly, what the other kind of master she was supposed to be.
Well, well, the thing is, I saw this on a lot of my comments,
Mm-hmm.
especially when I mentioned that, like, because fun fact about me that I mentioned this a few times in some of my videos about on her, my ancestors were pirates.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh, cool.
yeah, I have studied pirate history for years.
Mm-hmm.
She fits what a pirate would look like. Trust me, she fits.
Mm-hmm.
Now with the whole she was a slave bounty hunter, which is what I heard a lot of people saying was originally supposed to be her design. Here's a few things with that and why I don't believe it.
Mm-hmm.
One, do you understand how incredibly tone deaf that would be for behavior to do?
Absolutely. When I first read that, I had to do a double take of like, what? Wait, what?
And two, and here's the big thing and the reason I don't believe it. No one can give me a source. The closest thing to a source I can find is someone just saying, "Oh, the dev said this." Okay, where?
Where and when? Yeah, that would be
a
very massive help.
That would be very
to try to
helpful.
back that up.
Yeah, like I'm not just gonna believe some dude who said that because apparently I know why people are saying it, but I'm not. Whatever. That's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah, we don't have to get into that.
there's a few, like, again. So, okay, for those in chat and those listening on the YouTubes, what we're alluding to, there was a rumor going around that the Houndmaster's original design was supposed to be that of a slave bounty hunter. So what she was supposed to be was a slave that went and captured other slaves. That is what people thought, and that's why people think the design looks so bad, quote unquote.
Mm-hmm.
Again,
that was the big rumor.
Again, I have seen no dev notes. I have seen nothing talking about this. And two, the amount of insensitivity and tone deafness for them to add that kind of character into this video game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. It's just...
I also want to point out real quick that is basically just Deathslinger. Like, instead of slaves, it's prisoners.
Yeah.
That is just Deathslinger. That is the main reason I never really bought it. That and just kind of how crazy and out there it would be. Especially nowadays. If this was like 2016 Dead by Daylight, I maybe could have believed it. Because back then they were kind of crazy with it. And they were a lot more willing to show, like, quote unquote real life horror. But they've kind of moved away from that now.
And don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not and I'm not going to dwell on this too much. Because I am ignorant enough to it that I don't think I can fully speak on it. It's not on. It wasn't unheard of. I'm not gonna sit here and say it never happened, but I don't think it's something that should be represented in Dead by Daylight.
No, absolutely
that's
not.
my main point.
I kind of wanted to bring it up just and like kind of say no, that's probably not it. Yes, like there are a couple things that maybe you could draw comparisons if you really wanted to, but there's also you can draw that comparisons to a whole lot of terrible things from other killers and characters. So like let's
Yeah.
let's not, and let's just address this now before that's what your comments end up becoming again.
Yeah.
Because I saw that video and I saw all the people in the comment section talking about that.
Like, it was so weird. Like, where the fuck did this even come from? Okay, let me rephrase. I'm not going to get into why. If you don't know where people get that mindset, I'm not talking to you, I'm addressing everybody else. If you don't understand why someone would make the conclusion, oh, she used to be a slave hunter or bounty hunter, I wish I had your brain, because you are more innocent than I. I know why some people think that's what her original design was supposed to be without any evidence of any kind. But yeah, anyways. Moving on to her design a bit, though.
Let's talk about what's really in the game now.
She is our first pirate killer. People are not happy about that.
An absolute swashbuckler with a black skull and crossbone hat and a flintlock.
Yeah, most of them weren't. I say this all the time. Every time people try to think of like a pirate in history, there's like 4. You're thinking of Blackbeard, Bartholomew, oh my god, I forget the other 2 names. But there's like 4 very famous pirates that like every pirate in media is based on. And I hate this so much because most of them didn't look at anything like them. They were the outliers. Hell, even Bartholomew didn't wear a hat. Like, it's so weird. And then like the whole idea of like people are saying she looks too she's wearing too much jewelry. I don't understand that complaint.
That doesn't make sense at all, because like pirates treasure, like just on a surface level.
Yeah, and then
doesn't make any sense.
People said the dog doesn't fit, and I'm like, have you guys been on a ship before? They have animals.
What, did they think it was only parrots?
Like, and it's a hunting dog. It makes perfect sense for a pirate to have a hunting dog. Oh my god. And okay, this one's a bit of a more sensitive topic, and this is with Snug's design. Before I get into this, Snug's design is absolutely perfect. The breed they chose, because I mentioned this a bit, from a character design perspective, they made Snug look both intimidating and cute. And the way they manage this is because someone remind me the breed. I always forget it. But the way they made him look cute while being intimidating is his skin is flappy on his face. So it gives him the look of like being wrinkly. And like kind of floppy in the face area. But if you look down his body, he's like built like a brick shithouse because the skin gets tighter around like his pecs and whatever dogs have. His dog pecs and arms. Like they managed to make him look, like I said, like intimidating and cute at the same time, which is not easy.
Yeah, it's very hard. I haven't seen the poodle too much. I don't think they did too well with the poodle in that regard, but I also haven't seen it much.
So. The poodle looks just terrifying, but like not in a cute way.
Yeah, it doesn't have that perfect balance that Snug has.
And the other thing with Snug, I know a lot of people complained about this. The ears. I'm going to bring this up now. I do not advocate for people clipping their dog's ears. What I will say is people in the 17th century, for a hunting dog, probably would have just clipped their dog's ears. It was just more practical. Again, not advocating for it. I'm just saying from a character design perspective, it makes perfect sense. Um, if anything, I find it odd that they didn't snip his tail too. It again from a character design perspective. I'm not saying go snip your dog's tail. Please don't snip your dog's tails. But yes, like I don't know, and I'm not really focusing on Houndmaster herself because her design I think is actually kind of irrelevant. Ironically,
Yeah, all eyes on the dog.
like her design matters, but like a lot of it, like even in all the promotional material, she's just kind of there, you know.
Yeah, like right in the thing that was just showing on screen. It's the dog front and center, and she's off in the background.
Like, and that's not to say her design is bad because I think her design is great. Her weapon is so good too. Oh my god, the flourish she does, the little spin.
I think it's very cool.
We'll get into this with gameplay here in a minute, but like, if she wasn't so miserable to play, that would be the one reason I play her is just for that animation. But even things like she has an eye patch on. I've talked about this a lot too. She has an eye patch on her left cheek. There's a lot of people who didn't even notice that was an eye patch. So she's using it to cover up her face scars, it looks like. But like eye patches were used for they were used to help pirates adjust to seeing in the dark and to help with their depth perception, is what it was used for. So like having it where it is just makes sense from a character design perspective and a practical perspective. Like it just works. Like, and again, and even her boots. So I heard so many people complaining that she's wearing heels. She is a pirate. If
I
anything,
think a lot of people. Oh, go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if any, go. Do you have Google open right now?
I can, yeah.
Yeah, go on Google right now and look up pirate boots.
And I think a lot of people forget that heels were originally worn by butchers and stuff as well. You know, they aren't just kind of nowadays they're mostly a fashion thing, but
Yeah.
back in the day there was a lot of practical to having a raised heel. I mean, you even see something similar in like cowboy boots as well in some of those.
Yeah, aren't heels like sturdier or not sturdier, but aren't they they help you hold your ground better, don't they?
And there are several advantages to having an actual like thick heel. Not like the thin heels that you see in a lot of
Yeah.
like modern stilettos and everything, but like a proper like thick heel, there's a lot of advantages to them.
Yeah, because well, I mean, you looked at the pirate boots, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
I did.
yeah. How many of them have like, and not like super exaggerated heels, but like, how many of them just have heels though?
Have a heel, and most importantly, especially back in the day, that little separation between the raised heel and the front of the foot. I could be wrong on this, but I think those were, once again in like cowboy boots, because that's what I,
Yeah.
am more familiar with. Those were to help with like saddles and stirrups and that kind of thing, if I remember correctly.
It's
So
all
they served like several
yeah.
practical purposes back in the day.
Almost everything people wore, especially in the 17th century in such a way, it was very practical. It had to be. Again, like I said, the eye patch had practical purposes. It wasn't to cover eye wounds. God, I hate that movies have made people think that. Like they literally, like I'm dead serious. They have a point. And like I said, like Snug is also perfectly designed too, and even her hair, like her hair is such a funny thing too. Is she a tall killer? I've never really noticed this. Is she classified as tall?
Give me a second to find out. Let's go to DBD Wiki.
I never thought
I
about it. If
have it
she's
open.
tall, that might explain why she feels so bad.
She's considered an average height killer, but with that haircut, she might as well be tall. I agree.
Fair enough. Well, because I mean, we talked about this before with tall killers. Like 90% of the killers in the game that are quote tall are ranged, and it's on purpose. It's a balancing thing.
Right.
So yeah, I'm curious how. Yeah, that's. Fuck, I never really thought about that. Wait, does that mean that her skins that make her hair go down? Does that mean technically they're pay to win?
I would imagine so, yeah.
Because
that's not too like far fetched.
Never, because you have less hair, so whatever. But design wise, getting away from the marketing and such, which was still a mistake. This killer, I mean, I said it in my video. This killer is just so frustrating. I wanted to enjoy this killer so fucking much.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Like,
Uh,
again, like I said, like pirates, that's my heritage. Like, that's my great, I think it's 7 greats grandfathers. Like,
mhm.
I love pirates. I love dogs. Like, and I think Snug is such a perfect design. I love the weapon. I love the idea of sending the dog on like a search that like marks the survivors and you do something with that. But then playing it is one of the most miserable fucking experiences in this game for so many reasons. It's not even just the bugs. It's not even just the bugs. Like
Mhm.
there were so many times when I would shoot Snug at somebody and they just like easily moved to the left and dodged it.
It's so easy to dodge Snug. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I feel like that's one of my big problem with right now with Houndmaster. I enjoy Houndmaster, and part of what I enjoy about Houndmaster is how terrible they are, if I'm being honest. It feels like an actual like real struggle even to just get a 2K, and I think that's kind of it's fun as a novelty at the moment, especially after playing like Unknown and Dracula so much this year, two very strong killers.
I am just
It,
glad it's not just me having struggles with her. That's
yeah,
all.
it's everyone.
I thought I
I
was just being like bad, but nope. Even the people even the people like who are quote getting good with her aren't
mhm.
winning.
No.
That's the sad thing. Like a lot of the people getting quote good with her aren't winning. They're just getting better at the 1v1s, but her 1v4 is still so
It's
bad.
terrible, yeah.
And
I feel
it's
like I can play out of my mind as Houndmaster and end up with a 2K if I catch someone in the gate, you know?
mm,
And it's oh boy, there are some, like, golden moments, if you will, to Houndmaster, but they just don't outweigh, like, the problems. I really think Snug should just hold Survivor still. I don't think Snug should, like, walk
I
around with them, because the amount of times Snug has either pulled them to a pallet or, like, Mach 10 away from me, even when I try and account for them. Okay, like, you sit there, you've got 8 seconds, you can just sit there, right, and wait for Snug to kind of pull them to you, or at least you can tell where Snug's going. The amount of times I sat there for, like, 3 seconds seeing Snug go one way, so I start walking that way, and then just Mach 10 around the loop. It's like, "Where are you going? I'm right
well,
here."
that's not even counting like I said this before, like she is like the one of the first killers in a very long time who gets punished from the survivors camping pallets.
Mhm.
There is literally no punishment as a survivor against this killer for camping a pallet. Because either A, Snug hits you and you immediately drop it. So boom,
Mhm.
you're not grabbed by Snug anymore. Or B, you drop it early and Snug can't hit you. So who cares? Like
And that reminds me, I thought that they were supposed to I'd totally forgotten this until you said that. I thought they made it to where you can't drop the pallet on Snug anymore if it's just you.
where did they say that?
They said it in one of the dev changes that they were thinking about doing that, and then it just didn't happen. I'm trying to see if I can find the dev change.
I guess they didn't do it because they happened to me like 3 or 4 times.
You're absolutely right. You still can do it, but I feel like they said somewhere that they didn't want to do that. Hold on.
It just, I mean,
Um,
that was one of the biggest reasons I was getting frustrated. It just feels like that's because I remember I was chasing an Alucard on Autohaven. That's all he was doing. He was just going pallet to
mhm.
pallet, and he wasn't looping. He was just waiting at the pallet because it's all he had to do. Because even if I didn't use Snug and I went for an M1, I'm an M1 killer. He's just gonna drop the pallet anyways. There is literally nothing you can do.
I think another important thing to mention about this is there is no reason to respect search mode.
No, not at all.
Like, if you just sit there and stick whatever you're doing, oh no, I get hit in deep wounds if I get hit. I really think something that they need to do is they need to allow uh, they need to allow you to redirect snug after a search mode, like during search, if you detect someone.
I like that idea. Another idea I heard, and this was from my video from yesterday. A lot of people
Mhm.
were suggesting that Snug has a stay mode. So here's my thought. So when you send Snug out on a chase, you
Right.
have what, a second, right, to redirect?
Yes.
Why don't we up that to 3 seconds?
I feel like the reason why is they want the power to come back quickly so you can start charging it again. But at the same time, why don't we just put cancel or like control as a cancel to call them back early and
Well,
then have them sit at 3 seconds? Because
here, here's my thought process. Okay, my thought
Mhm.
process with it is, so twins and Knight, particularly Knight will sandwich you with AI, right?
Right.
But you're still as Knight, you're sending the AI out and responding to it to get that sandwiching going, right? With
Mhm.
Houndmaster, she seems more like a mixture of twins, where you're sending Snug to a position to hold, so they go one way in case you redirect. Now, as the Houndmaster, you can go that other way, force them into Snug, and then redirect.
Right.
The way she works right now, with you only having a second before you can redirect, before it cancels it, it feels too, like, it feels like you don't have time to breathe while the survivor does, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, no, I get that. Absolutely. Because like you said, you can't really set up a sandwich with Houndmaster and Snug, and I feel like you should be able to. So I like the idea of like the 3 seconds, but I still think you should be able to like manually call Snug back to start getting it back.
Yeah,
Because that way,
there's enough
oh, go
buttons.
on.
There's enough buttons. They could totally do that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying with like control, so you can manually like cancel it and call
Mm-hmm.
back if you add that. I think if they do that, that'd be a fine change as well. That'd help with chase mode, but search mode is still like laughably bad.
Well,
So
I mean, and the other thing with it, like someone could say, "Oh, well, that makes most loops uncounterable." No, it doesn't.
it's
How?
3 seconds.
Yeah, Houndmaster is an M1 killer, and then Snug. I didn't even say anything about changing anything else. He's still dodgeable, so
And
it's,
you can still just drop the pallet, even if they do get that sandwich.
yeah, like it's not uncounterable. If anything, I would actually kind of like that, because I think that that would kind of make her the first killer you don't want to drop the pallet early against,
hmm
which is something we haven't had in a while, except for Scamper Chucky.
Scamper Chucky, but it's healthy for the game.
It
Who
would
would
have.
have thought?
I don't know, because I could see the problems with it, because people don't like zone killers, and that would be a
hmm
zoning. But I don't know. Like, there's so much potential with this killer, and again, it's just quality of life and maybe some minor adjustments. She doesn't need a lot, because I think a lot of people are misunderstanding what a lot of content creators are saying about this killer.
hmm
I don't care that I'm losing. I care that I feel like I don't have a power half the match. I feel like I'm just shooting Snug off and hoping, and then it
Yeah.
never hits. Most of the time when it hits, I'm like, that hit? Like I'm genuinely confused. Like, it's so, like, I don't know. I think another thing they could do, and again, this isn't in conjunction. This is like another option I think they have. Just make his hitbox bigger. Not like
hmm
massive, just like slightly bigger. Um, he would still be dodgeable. It would just mean there's a little bit more leeway on the Houndmaster's part. They don't have to be pixel fucking perfect.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that change. Another change that I really want, I talked about this somewhere the other day, was I'd really like to see them increase her cooldown by her chase cooldown by like 1 or 2 seconds, but it starts cooling down the second that Snug exits chase mode. So
Mm-hmm.
like while he's running back to you, it cools down. So that way, in the scenario where he's running like 5 feet behind you, or like just like a couple inches behind you, but he's still not recharging for whatever reason, he is still recharging. And all you need to do is, instead of having to like stop for half a second and then have the power start like charging up,
Mm-hmm.
that way you can just stop whenever you need him, if that makes sense.
We we haven't even talked about like the other things about this chapter that kind of suck too.
Well, there's a lot to talk about with Houndmaster.
So, and that's the thing. This is why a part of me thinks they did this on purpose. Like, I genuinely, and this isn't me trying to be mean to behavior or anything. I genuinely think they used this chapter as like what's the word I'm looking for? That's kind of like not mean. Like a
Not like a throwaway.
but I mean, maybe that's the right word. It feels like they used this chapter as a throwaway for a bunch of stuff. With
It could also
with two exceptions.
Uh-huh.
And we'll get to those here in a second. But what were you saying?
I was gonna say, I think we need to consider maybe this is the cost of everything that happened with the Castlevania chapter. Maybe there was so much in Castlevania they couldn't give this chapter the time that it needed. And maybe that's why we don't see more chapters like Castlevania.
But I mean, they have two teams for killer. Which killer came out before Dracula? Who was it?
Vecna.
So the
and
team.
There was a lot in the Vecna chapter
Yeah,
as well.
yeah. The team who did Vecna would have done Houndmaster. I'm not. I don't know. But
it's possible. We've got no way of knowing for sure, but I think that's something we should at least consider.
Well, and that's not even talking about she has a lobby screen and no map.
Mm-hmm.
The map that came with the chapter is for the winter event for some reason, which cool, but it was on the PTB. Why didn't it drop with the chapter?
The bigger question is, why do we have another Ormond? It's already 67% appearance rate. I don't need more Ormond in my life. I'm sorry.
It's a good map, at least. I liked it.
I didn't get to play it too much.
It was. I think it's fine, but I think it's just because they want to keep doing snow maps, and they just think Ormond is the only option.
Please, just give us a new snow map. And if they're gonna update Ormond, at least have the courtesy to bring back the old tractor thing. That thing was so fun. I miss that.
Again, I just find it odd because she has a manor or something in the background of the lobby screen. It's so strange that we didn't get a map with her. That also leads us on to the Survivor, which I actually think is very interesting. And probably the highlight of the chapter, honestly, which is not a common thing. But the Survivor is definitely my favorite part of the chapter.
I think Tori is very interesting.
She has a very unique design. And I've already been disproven on skins, so I'm perfectly okay with that. Because I was scared for her. I thought she wasn't going to get any skins. And the reason why I thought that is because her silhouette and design was so unique, they weren't going to make any. I feel like she was going to fall into the plague syndrome, where the killer is so unique they don't know what to do. But she didn't. She already had some pretty good ones, some pretty overpriced ones too.
Oh, that's another thing. We'll get there when we get there.
Yeah, but and then the idea of the perks, or not the perks, I'm sorry, the idea of her being an evil character also, but on the Survivor side, we've kind of dabbled in this, but it's been more morally gray.
Right.
Yoon Jin, self survival. People can judge her, but we all we're she did what she had to do, right?
Right.
But then you come to her, and yeah, she's a cultist. Who just straight up killed people.
Well, I thought her whole lore is that she didn't ever actually kill someone.
Is it the lore? She didn't actually kill anybody?
She was going to. She was going to sacrifice, I think it's not Jonah. I don't think it's Jonah, but it's someone like that. It's like Hattie's brother. She was going to sacrifice Hattie's brother to the entity, but she hesitated too long, and the entity took her instead.
Interesting.
That's my understanding of the lore.
I mean, regardless, even with the intention, even if she didn't go through with it, I don't know.
She's still an evil character, yes.
And that's interesting. I feel like we need more of that moral greatness on the Survivor side. I don't think we get it enough.
I agree entirely. I would like to see more iffy,
and not like Jonah.
not like Jonah, dude. The longer it goes on, the more I think Portrait of a Murder might be one of the worst chapters in the game, like ever.
Really?
I I know that's especially considering, funny crow man talking about funny crow
Well, no,
lady,
no, no. Like legit. I don't understand how. Artist is great.
Artist is great, but there were some serious problems with her lore that were kind of, if I remember right, kind of
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of problems with
iffy.
their lore.
And same with Jonah as well. And artist, I feel like a lot of people have grown tired of. Don't get me wrong, I like to play artist on occasion, but I feel like a lot of people don't like playing as or against artist. She's one of the lowest picked for a reason. Her
I said this. We'll get into this with patch notes if
Mhm.
we ever get to them. But I found it so strange that artist was not on the list of killers getting changed.
Yeah, me
She has
too.
not been touched in all since her release almost.
Not enough people play her to have data.
I mean, is that what it is? Because it seems so odd. Because even with such a low pick rate, her kill rate isn't even that high.
It's not, no.
It's so odd because I know like 3 or 4 artist mains that make her look S tier.
I think part of that is most people who are playing artist while they're leveling her up to get her perks.
Yeah, maybe.
And they don't, they're not going to invest the time to really learn artist.
But I mean, that's another thing with it too. Is like artist also introduced what all yeah, all 3 of her perks are especially now extremely meta perks.
And with one exception, you can make an argument that they've been they've led to unhealthy metas in the past, which I would not make that argument, but a lot of people make that argument.
Yeah,
And just kind of finishing up the Portrait of the Murder, like being one of the worst chapters. Obviously, we've got Eyrie of Crows, and Eyrie of Crows is Eyrie of Crows.
I
I think
like
we
it.
both play killers that I that can. I won't say Unknown isn't hindered by it, but there are some things on it that Unknown can take advantage of, and Chucky is.
it's
Chucky's like the no you when it
it,
comes to Eyrie.
well, it's literally a map of 90-degree angles. Of course, Chucky likes it.
But Irie, I think we can't deny that Irie is a
Yeah.
problem still, even after its rework.
Here's the thing. I actually don't. Let me phrase this. I think Irie is an issue. I do not think it is as bad as people say it is. I legitimately think it is a mental thing at this point. I think most killers
hmm
hate this map so much because of how often it's brought. And I think it's brought as much as it is because killers hate the map so much.
I would agree with you in the sense that there is a massive part of the problem with Irie that is just purely mental. It's kind of like the skull merchant of maps. But
Hmm.
there are some genuine problems with the design that can occur,
Yeah, there
especially in the
is.
middle,
Hmm.
with how many pallets can spawn in the middle and how close many of the pallets are.
I just think a lot of the big problems with the Erie is literally just the mentality of the map. I think we've gotten to a point to where people hate the map just on its concept, and it's not like Garden of Joy because even
hmm
Garden of Joy is massively hated. Why don't we ever get sent to Garden of Joy that often?
Well, we used to. But they
What?
can't rely on it anymore. Survivors can't rely on getting Garden of Joy. They might get Greenville instead.
Wait, they're the same realm?
Yeah, that's what I that's what I was saying earlier about why Greenville was such a good addition to the game because it took away Garden of Joy. It's a 50-50 shot now.
I didn't know
And
that.
yeah, same map,
Oh,
same realm.
they should do that with more maps.
The whole idea of Garden of Joy's realm when they announced it and why people were so excited for it when it first came out is they announced that it was going to be a realm that they were going to keep coming back to, and it was
Mm,
going to be a realm that showed like snapshots of different horror stories throughout the world.
mm.
That's why people were so excited for it, and that never happened until Unknown with Greenville.
They should. Like, could you imagine if the Irie offering also had a chance to take you to Midwich?
Something like that, yeah, absolutely. Because I absolutely believe that's why we don't see Garden of Joy anymore. Because we used to. I think even you can recall a time where we did see a
Yes,
lot of
I would
Garden of
see it
Joy,
like every other match.
and the reason we don't anymore is Greenville.
I didn't even think about that. I wonder if that's why we don't see Toba that much anymore either.
Well, Toba and Alien are two different offerings.
That's so weird because they're the same realm. It's so okay.
That's why I was so surprised when you said they were the same realm, because they've got different offerings.
I don't fully understand it either. I don't know anymore. But going back a bit to, I mean, you said, I mean, what else? I mean, because like Jonah's perks weren't that bad either.
Jonah's perks weren't bad, but a lot of them are just absolute nothing burgers. Exponential is either really funny and a problem, or it doesn't do anything.
I don't even.
Corrective action for a long time was the only one that I didn't mind, because I had to use it when I was teaching a couple people how to play the game. I had to have corrective action
does
on, or else we did
does
not get any generators done.
does corrective action work with this other perk? We don't know. I will never let them look that down. What the fuck do you mean you don't know? You make the game. Come on.
Think about it. Test it, please.
Um,
And Overcome isn't terrible, but I feel like Overcome
Overcome has a lot of. I like Overcome, but it has a lot of problems.
it
Mostly
has a lot of problems, and one of them is the fact that you can just use dramaturgy.
the other problem with it is that Hillbilly exists.
Yeah, Hillbilly, Exposed, Leatherface, any Insta Downer, Plague.
Plague, Legion, Deathslinger. Like there
Yeah.
is so much wrong with Overcome, and a lot of it comes down to just you have to hope you get the right killer. Um,
Yeah, exactly.
but it's I get what you mean a little bit, and honestly, the more you describe it that way, it kind of feels like that's what this chapter is going to be. It's going to be Portrait of a Murder 2. And the reason I say that is because I like think about it.
hmm
It's a killer with a cool design. Also, they're both straight line killers, by the way. Um,
hmm
killer with a cool design who's probably going to get readjusted a little bit after launch and then never touched again at all. They're going to have a decently low play rates. Somehow people are going to make them look strong, but no one wants to play them. Which is still baffles me with artists. Like again, I have seen people make her look like a fucking monster, but no one plays her. It makes no sense to me. Um, a survivor that's probably going to get a few skins here and there and then be forgotten. I could be wrong on that one, honestly. Most of the perks are not necessarily met. Okay, no, yeah. I mean, the perks aren't even really meta defining on either side, except for two. Jagged Compass, which arguably won't even be meta defining. I just think it'll be nice for the game. But it might be meta defining. We'll see. And Shoulder the Burden, which
Oh boy.
okay, all right.
Is it time? Can we stop tingling that key?
I haven't made a video about Shoulder the Burden. And I probably won't because I don't want to deal with the fucking backlash. But I'll do it here because we're almost 6 hours in and I doubt anyone made it this far. So, Shoulder the Burden. Do you want to give your thoughts on it first or you want me to give mine?
You go. Because to be honest, I don't have much of an opinion on it. Yeah, it's a Swift booster, but at the same time, I don't think it's going to be as bad. But that's the extent of it.
I was playing a match last night.
Mm-hmm.
The bot is up right now. You can go over and look at it if you want. It was the matches I played last night. It'll be the one that was on Haddonfield. I had a Serena come up and use Shoulder the Burden on a survivor. I M1'd the Serena because she was exposed, and I happened to be nearby. I wasn't even camping. I was just patrolling like normal. She put herself on death hook. Someone else did it 5 minutes later to the same survivor. So I just got 2 kills when I would have gotten none. I really don't think this perk is going to be an issue, except in the very top echelons. But I don't think we need to consider that. And I know that sounds like dumb, but it's like, why should we be considering balance for the top 1%? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I think the best way to describe it is going to be a perk kind of like old stakeout hyper focus was before that was like super well known,
Mm-hmm.
where you're only gonna run into it in matches where you're playing against very, very good survivors. And let's be honest, if you're not like mentally prepared for that matchup, you're probably gonna lose that matchup anyways. Because if you go into it thinking it's a normal game and you don't immediately end a chase or you don't immediately leave a chase after it's been 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And that kind of match, by the time you realize that, oh, wait, I'm dealing with good survivors, you're losing three gens. you know, they've all perfectly split up. They broke the three gens. They identified it. They're coordinating. They're calling you out on a clock. That kind of stuff.
It's just like, again, like I feel like it's a perk. It's a win more perk.
Hmm.
Like I feel like against like good Swifts, like you were gonna lose anyways, regardless if this perk was in play.
Right.
And I know that sounds a little frustrating to say, but it's like it's just the case.
I also think we can't really. A lot of people are going to say, "Oh, well, it's going to be busted in comp." I don't think we can really make that argument either. Because let's face it, comp's just going to ban it.
Yeah.
Comp just bans things. I think people forget that comp bans things that are too strong, that are obviously too strong. And this is one of those things. So it's not going to affect,
Actually,
the average player.
it won't even affect comp. Even
Why not?
if it's not because they base their things on a scoring system.
Oh, you're right. Yeah,
So
with like hook stages and
it wouldn't
everything.
even affect comp.
Well, it would affect like your ability to kill someone out quickly, but so does reassurance and camaraderie. So
Yeah. Like yeah, and only one person would be able to bring it regardless.
hmm
Even if it wasn't banned. So like it wouldn't be that big of a deal even in comp.
so the only people that are going to be using this are going to be people who doing like public survivor win streaks or like just pub stomping in general. And once
Even
again, unless you're mentally prepared for that, like you recognize their names and you're like, oh great, I'm gonna be sweating this next game, you're
ironically
probably not gonna do too well.
ironically, you know who does the best against this perk?
Who?
I'm gonna hate saying this. Most of the weaker killers do.
Why do you say that?
Well, a lot of them can take more advantage of them being exposed.
True.
You know what killer this screws over the most?
Who?
Nurse.
I could see that, yeah, because she can't really capitalize on the downside. Not easily, at least.
She can't capitalize on the downside,
Hmm.
and she can't just tunnel somebody out. And then there's killers like again, like on the top end, like does Billy really care about this? Does Blight really care about this perk?
I don't know. I don't. I think maybe in like very certain scenarios they would, but only if they're trying to like hard tunnel someone out for some reason or another.
I didn't even think about that though with Nurse. Does this mean like we finally have a counter to Nurse? Not a
Well,
very
we had one and then they removed it.
yeah, I mean, like, yeah, not a very good one. But again, I really like in an average game, and I know people like for some reason like try to think of this game like at the top end. I
Hmm.
never like thinking at the top end because that doesn't make any sense to me. Why would we not think about the average? It's literally called the average.
I understand, and I think the reason for that is there are other games where it makes sense to balance around the top end. I don't think Dead by Daylight is one of those. I don't think you should ignore the top end. Ignoring the top end is how we had to deal with 4 years of old Dead Hard.
Right.
But I do think that it shouldn't be the number one priority. And especially with how things have gone this year, I think we need to wait before we see
Mm.
too much done to shoulder the burden. That being said, the change they made from PTB where the exposed is 60 seconds, that makes sense to me.
That was the only change I wanted to it.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's perfectly fine now. Well, I won't say it's perfectly fine. I think it's in a good place to hold it and see how it performs the next 3 months or so,
Hmm.
and then make a decision.
Which I think is something we need to do more often. I think the community is way too gung ho about nerfing something immediately off the bat. Um,
Absolutely,
and
yeah.
I mean, I said this for a while. Like, remember, I think I don't know if I was talking to you about it, but the MFT meta. It's like, oh, MFT is becoming really strong. We should probably just nerf MFT. Okay, you guys could play clown for a little bit, maybe. Did you ever consider that? Because that's what I
I mean,
did.
on one hand, yeah, but at the same time, one perk shouldn't force people to play one of 3 killers.
Yeah, but if more people play clown, then the meta shifts because now MFT isn't doing anything.
Maybe, but that just put it back into like a almost a rock paper scissors thing,
That's
and I
how
think
it
we
should
already.
be. That's how a meta should be.
I agree in a shifting meta. I don't like the idea of especially in a game like this. Uh, I believe the terminology for it is a silver bullet meta, I think, and it's something that's very common in card games. And what that is when it's like rock, paper, scissors, but you win or lose depending on the matchup, and there's not much you can do about it. And old MFT was very, very close to that, especially for killers like Nemesis.
Hmm.
Oh my,
Dredge. Oh
Dredge as
my
well.
god! You put your remnant down, they just leave the loop. You can't catch. Like it
Yeah,
was so frustrating.
and once again, MFT only countered the lower end killers, for the most part. Blight and Nurse, while it could be effective against them, you'd much rather have something else. I think except for Dead
Again,
Hard. I guess old Dead Hard, yeah.
I think it's ironic because I think Shoulder the Burden will actually get countered by the lower end killers.
And if that does end up being true, which I could understand that, I definitely agree with you about Shoulder the Burden, you know, Nurse being hard countered by it. I don't know if this like the lower end killers will, because I feel like a lot of lower end killers also rely on camping and tunneling pretty
Right.
often.
Right.
So I think we'll have to see on that one, but I do agree that it would kind of mess with Nurse more than anyone else.
I wonder if that was the plan.
Maybe.
I'm kind of curious. Um, but yeah, like it's. I mean, and then the other perks. I mean, what else? There's the healing one. What's the other one?
It was Clean Break and Invocation, Treacherous
Oh,
Crows.
okay. I need to say my piece about the invocation. We set this
Go
up.
ahead.
We set this up like 5 hours ago.
All right, guys, last key off
Okay.
the key ring.
All
We've got
right.
nothing more to jingle
All
now.
right. All right.
This is
So,
it.
okay. There are so many problems with this invocation. One,
Hmm.
why do we have to activate the invocation separately?
Yes.
Why? And here's the thing. I talked about this with Azamaz. Um,
Hmm.
I think they're future proofing invocations. I think that's why we can't activate more than one at once.
What do you mean future proofing them?
They're making the adjustments now and like the setting it so you can't do more than one at once for when we do
Mhm.
eventually get four.
I understand that.
That way they can make them as powerful as they want without
Okay,
having to considering them being combined with other ones.
I can see that, but I want to point out the fact that they're going to run out of keybinds very soon. They're going to have to make new keybinds just for these invocations if
That's the
they keep going the way that they are.
that's a sad thing because I someone thought it was a bug. I was like, no, it's a whole keybind. It can't be a bug.
Hmm.
Um, the other thing I don't like that both of them have the same. I don't like that they're both the downside for both of them is being broken for the rest of the match.
I think what they need to do with invocations is they need to take it in one of two directions. They either need to take it like boons, where you do them all in one invocation, but for every additional invocation, it adds 15 seconds to your total time.
I
So
like
right
that.
now,
Mm-hmm.
if you run just weaving spiders, it will be 60 seconds. But if you bring along treacherous crows, it would only add 15 seconds to it, but you'd also get the effect of both of them. And it really feels like if you look at the design of treacherous crows, it feels like it's supposed to be a supporting
Well,
invocation to help you stay alive after you cast an invocation.
well, the other thing with Treacherous Crows though is it also has its own problems, like on its own
Hmm.
as like even not even considering Weaving Spiders. The few problems it has, one, the biggest thing is if the killer you're going against can go undetectable, cough cough Chucky, cough cough Ghostface, Wraith, like, and that's not even counting if they have undetectable perks for whatever reason. And the other problem with it, because I was talking to somebody about this because they felt like it wasn't going off against, I think they were playing against a Billy.
Hmm.
And I asked them, I was like, wait, was the Billy chasing you? He's like, yeah. That's why it's not going off.
Yeah, because you're scaring all the crows.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Because you're in front of the killer. Now, it doesn't
Yes,
mean they'll
that's the other problem
never
with it.
scare a crow. Sometimes they will, but it kind of lessens the effect.
Yeah, and that's why I say I think that it's a more supposed to be more of a supportive like stealth perk
Mm-hmm.
than a chase perk. That being said, I think it should be a chase perk. I think once it's cast, all survivors should stop scaring crows.
I like that. I like that. That's a that's an interesting idea because that's something that like doesn't. I mean, there's so many times on stream where like I'll go into direction. I won't say it out loud, but the reason I went there is because I
Mhm.
saw a crow go up.
Exactly, yeah. And that way, the crows would only it would be actually like the crows betraying the killer.
Mm-hmm.
They no longer care about the survivors. They only care about the killer. So that's what for like treacherous crow specifically. I think that's what needs to be done to it. Maybe an extra second on aura read if they're feeling generous. I think the but going back to invocations, if they don't want to stack invocations, I think they all need to have a separate downside. So being broken for the rest of the trial is a fine trade-off for weaving spiders, but not for treacherous crows. So
Mm-hmm.
maybe instead for treacherous crows, the killer sees your aura for 60 seconds after you cast it, or something like that. Some kind of big but not permanent downside
You
because it's a much weaker effect than weaving spiders.
you scream every 10 seconds or something.
That would work as well. Maybe not 10 seconds, but yeah, you periodically scream.
Yeah, or you repair gens slower for a little bit,
Hmm.
which would kind of like make you have to lopside that with weaving spiders existing too. So, uh, but yeah, invocations are a good idea. It's just like like weaving spiders doesn't seem worth it, and the new one just doesn't seem again worth it, especially when they have to be done individually.
Yeah, so they need to go one way or the other with it. I think either way, it'll be a very interesting
And I'm still, and
mechanic.
I am still convinced they are just trying to future proof them so they don't run into a boon situation again.
And that's why I say if they're doing separate things, they need to have different downsides.
Mm-hmm.
I think each one having a unique downside not only would allow for greater balance with the perks, it would also allow for more variety with the perks.
But and then the last one, which is the healing one that I don't think is that good because you have to kind of coordinate with your teammate. You can't always do that in solo queue,
Hmm.
which I think I just noticed a problem with every single one of these perks.
And that is
They all require coordination. Technically,
true. Yeah, true.
the invocation doesn't, but again, you go down to do an invocation, your team's probably given up.
Unless they're working with you. Yeah,
Yeah, that's a damn shame too. Um,
I don't know.
it,
I do think
it's
clean
also
break is going to be good.
it's
Oh, go on.
also ironic that a cultist has like very selfless or selfish perks. I'm sorry, not selfish. Selfless perks.
I don't know because the whole thing about cults is unity and your peers
Eh,
above you. Well, not the whole thing, but a lot of cults work that way in the idea that you are giving yourself
yeah,
for a bigger purpose.
it's a collectivist situation.
And I think the perks reflect that pretty well. So I'd assume that was intentional.
Yeah, and then on the killer side of things for these perks. So
Hmm.
Jagged Compass is probably the best of the bunch. Um,
Yes.
I don't think there's any questions asked. And I know everyone's talking about it making scourge hooks as like the big thing. Honestly, its normal effect is also pretty damn good.
It's very nice, especially on Houndmaster, but I think on all killers, it wouldn't make a good perk by itself, but the fact that you get to make Scourge Hooks and get that effect is very good.
Yes. And for those who don't know what the effect is, I don't blame you because no one's talking about it. When you put a survivor on a Scourge Hook, you get to see the aura of the gen with the most progress. Simple, to the point, and it works. Like, there's like, again, I don't think Jagged Compass is ever going to be one you run on your own. But like the fact that it's kind of just like a bonus effect for whatever your other Scourge Hook is, it's just nice. Whether it be Gift of Pain, Floods of Rage, or Pain Res in some way, shape, or form. But I think Jagged Compass, it was like a perk that needed to happen at some point.
Yeah, so they needed to do something to make Scourge Hooks, like, I don't want to say usable, but like your options were run Scourge Hooks and run Agitation, and still sometimes not have any Scourge Hooks,
Oh my god, that's why I didn't run
or just
Pain Res.
mhm.
I had so many people asking me, why don't you run Pain Res? That's why. And then, I mean, then there's, is it No Quarter?
No quarter.
Isn't that the Merciless Storm for healing?
For only self healing.
Yep, that I was gonna say that's its one problem. You just said it. If it was all healing, it wouldn't be amazing, but it wouldn't be that bad of a perk.
We'd finally have a good perk to pair with Undone.
But the mere fact that it is only self-healing is the biggest downfall to this perk.
Yeah, it's so awful.
If it was all, and I don't even think it would be that bad. Like, I do not think it would be like super oppressive if it was all healing.
Especially considering healing skill checks are by default much larger.
Um, yeah, and it's just a damn shame because it's such a cool idea too. It's just Merciless Storm for healing. Such a simple concept.
But it's cool and it feels unique, and it feels uniquely garbage.
And then that leaves her final perk that I also forget.
All Shaking Thunder, also known as Vine Boom the perk.
I call it Thunder Thighs.
I think most people do.
This was just fun. I don't care. Like, I don't think it needs to be changed or adjusted. It's just fun.
I agree. Leave it as is. If anything, just get rid of the cooldown. It having a finite duration is more than enough. Odds are you're not going to fall, that many times in a row. And what is it? The cooldown is like 5 seconds.
Right? Yeah.
The cooldown's like 5 seconds. Yeah, just get rid of it.
I also don't even think it needs to be there just because of how situational it can be on some maps.
My theory about the cooldown, right, and why they have it is
So
they're
the
afraid of
effects.
people like running loops trying to cause like a thunderstorm.
It's the sound effect. They don't want people to they don't want killers to do what survivors do in endgame.
You know what? Let the killers have their revenge. They've earned it. It's been 8 years. They can have a little bit of revenge.
You load into a match and you just hear the vine boom over and over. You go over and it's just a Chucky like running up and down a hill. Seriously though, I think it's a fine perk. The biggest problem it has is it's map dependent, but not even fully. It's more like situationally dependent because every map has somewhere you can activate this. So technically speaking, it's not map dependent. But unlike Balanced Landing, you don't get to, as the killer, pick where you're going most of the time.
Right. But it does have the advantage of not requiring a great height. I think that is important to remember. It is just falling in general.
Yes. Apparently it's activating... Apparently Skull Merchant is activating it from vaulting.
Yeah, so there's a couple killers right now where you... if you vault, they do like a quick little fall animation. Houndmaster is one of those as well.
Yeah. But I've seen some killers making good use of it. I have inside knowledge that this is actually pretty decent on Plague. Because
Plague, and I saw Myers with tier 3 Myers coup de grace, and this perk can basically Chucky dash.
Yeah, Plague's very good with it because she can use it while she's dropping and shooting her vomit.
Ooh, yeah, I didn't think about that, but that's crazy good. Yeah.
Yeah, Chucky's not that good with it because of his third person camera. Um, but basically, I think the big thing with this chapter is that it just feels rushed. But
I agree.
but I don't even think rushed is the right word. It just feel like it just feels incomplete. Like they wanted to do more but didn't.
Hmm.
I don't know how to explain it. Like it doesn't feel like they were lazy with it because it doesn't feel incomplete. It just feels like something's missing. Does that make any
Well,
sense?
it does, yeah. I can't help but wonder. I'm thinking more about the timeline of everything that's happened this year. At the time where this perk was supposed to be would have been the priority, right? After putting out Vecna, because we talked about that earlier. The
Mm.
the team that worked on this was the team that worked on Vecna, right?
Uh huh.
I can't help but wonder if part of the reason that this feels so weird is the fact that it was moved onto the forefront to be worked on as the layoffs happened. Obviously, we don't know too much about those, and we don't want to talk about them too much, and I understand why. But I feel like it's important to mention that the timelines would add up. That maybe the layoffs, kind of frazzled things behind the scenes for this chapter.
So okay. So I mean, looking back, because we've been talking about this all night, but like
Hmm.
Vecna gets released,
Right.
Project T gets shown off, Casting of Frank Show gets shown off, Castlevania gets shown off and teased, What the Fog
Hmm.
gets teased, Skins, Frank Stone, Anniversary Event, 2v8, Laura Croft, more Frank Stone, Laura Croft Skins, more Frank Stone, 2v8 again, Castlevania gets dropped, Frank Stone, Frank Stone, Frank Stone, Frank Stone. Jesus Christ, they really wanted this game to do well.
Hmm.
um, Lights Out again for Castlevania, Battle Pass for Castlevania, Halloween event, and then and 2v8 again on top of the Alien chapter. This isn't even counting like all the cosmetics in the meantime, and the layoffs were somewhere in between all that.
Hmm.
So we had one, two, three, four, four, five game modes. It's not even counting Chaos Shuffle, which okay, that one doesn't really count because it was probably pretty easy to add back in. Five game
Yeah.
modes. One, two, three licensed characters: Vecna, Laura, and Castlevania, counting their survivor, on top of everything else that happened during that. So the special modifier for Lights Out, the battle pass with one of the best skins we've ever seen, on top of all the marketing happening for Frank Stone, they were probably um, still helping out on, like as far as consulting goes.
Hmm.
Even in the final hour, on top of the anniversary event, on top of 2v8 and the feedback from that, making the second rounds coming out. Like I think this is the thing, and again, we talked about everything that happened this year, and a lot happened this year.
Yes, everything leading up to this chapter was just kind of it was kind of just getting crazier and crazier, I think.
Like I don't like again. I think other than Houndmaster, and this is the thing, like Castlevania, good. I like from a generalistic perspective. I'm not going to talk like oh some people didn't like it, but
Hmm.
Castlevania masterpiece. It was a perfect chapter. Like
Yes.
most of the perks were okay, decent at least. Killer was amazing. Survivor was good. Laura, out of nowhere, a video game icon added to the game. The
Hmm.
anniversary event, it was okay. Like it was good. I enjoyed it. A lot of people did. 2v8 coming to the game, massive. This is something people wanted for years, even with all the bugs it had. What the fog, random thing, but it happened. Whatever. Um, Frank Stone, disappointing, but still a massive step in the right direction. Project T got canceled. We don't talk about that. Vecna again, like all the perks were at least liked to a degree. They were all okay. Vecna himself was great. The survivors were good. Um, we had My Little Oni. I don't know how long it's taken to make up, but it probably took at least like a week or two. Um, the Slipknot collab, the Blood Moon event, the Iron Maiden collab, All Things Wicked, one of the best light or original chapters we had in years. Alan Wake, the Lights Out game mode originally, the Frank Stone original chapter, adding an entirely new camera system to the game. Like, so much happened this year, and I missed some stuff. I didn't even talk about the Halloween event or 2v8 coming back again. Like, so much happened this year.
And all the big changes into like game mechanics, like the 8 kick limit and all that kind of stuff as well.
Yeah, and I mean, even looking at the cosmetic for Houndmaster, because we said we were going to talk about this.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you wanted to talk about was you were going to ask me if I think it's overpriced.
Yes.
Okay. Do I think it's overpriced from the consumer standpoint? Yes. Do I think behavior is going to or should lower it? No.
Mm-hmm.
And what I mean by that is, given the standard they've set, I understand why it's the price it is. It is the first skin that changes the killer power.
Correct.
We have nothing to base this off of.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really what it comes down to. We have nothing to base this off of as far as what the price should be.
Right. I kind of I get that, but I kind of wish that it was at the same price level that the it's at the same price level as I think they call them viscerals with the Mori.
Yes.
I kind of wish power skins were at the same level of that, and then the price that this one is currently at would be the price for skins that have both a Mori and a unique power.
Mm-hmm.
That's personally how I would like to see it done. But at the same time, I understand why it's cost so much because let's face it, they made it very clear that this was basically I don't want to say it was impossible, but it was very, very hard.
Mm-hmm.
It would be very hard to do and very expensive and take a long time to make it to where they could do it. Especially because we know, I don't know exactly when it was said, but apparently somewhere in the live stream it was said somewhere that they've gone ahead and updated it for older killers as well. So in the future, we'll
They're
get
going
skins with
to.
older killers.
Yeah, they're going to. The prediction right now is that we're going to get Blighted Twins next year.
That would make sense.
Yeah, which, based on what I know, makes perfect sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think another thing that's also, this is a very weird indicator, but I noticed, I have a feeling that the alien skins, the new ones that came out a couple weeks ago,
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling these were supposed to come out when Romulus dropped.
Well, they announced them around that time, didn't they?
They did. They announced them a couple weeks beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
And I found it odd that we had to wait so long for these skins to drop.
Because we already got what do you call it? We got Rain, right?
Yeah.
When the movie dropped, so it wouldn't surprise me if we were supposed to get these and then they got delayed for some reason.
Yeah. I mean, that was about when the delays or the layoffs happened, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was kind of odd. But I think like looking over the year in general, and in terms of content, because we still haven't gone over the patches, and we're not. I'm not going to spend too much longer on the patches, but
Yeah, we've been here for a while.
but I think in terms of like general content for this year, maybe this is just recency bias.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is one of the best years Dead by Daylight's ever had.
I absolutely agree.
With one problem. And I do think it was too much licensed content.
Yes, especially when those licenses are things like the Rainbow Six Siege collab. just to spit on his grave some more, man.
All right, for the patch notes, I'm gonna try. There should be. There's got to be an easier way to do this. Like, I think if I go to the forums, it has them listed.
I believe so. Yes.
It has the patches listed, right? Like in order.
It should.
Uh, forms. Oh, it does. Hooray. Okay.
Okay, nice.
Okay. Well, this is going to be complicated because I don't. It would be just October or November of 2023. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, so in November of 2023, I didn't even. This is technically before we started talking.
Uh-huh.
Player cards were added?
Uh-huh.
That was only a year ago?
Yeah, it was.
The Trickster rework happened. This add-ons changes. Made for this. Made for
We
this.
are 1 year from our.
I
It's been 1
forgot
year since
about
we've been
this. Yeah,
saved.
I forgot about this. And hear me out on this conspiracy theory. They only did this because Chucky was coming.
I think you've said that before, and I don't know if I completely agree with you with only, but yes, that definitely had a factor in it because Chucky would be terrible with old MFT.
Oh my God. Garden of Joy got its quote changes. Red Forest got its changes. What are we on? The PTB. Chucky gets added and Trickster gets changed. God, there's not a lot on these.
I think that's good.
January. Generators. Oh, this is when they added the kicking.
I think this was a good
no,
change.
no. This was gen tapping.
Oh, really? That's
Yeah.
when they added.
Yeah.
Oh, that's only been a year.
Going forward, each generator can only suffer from a maximum of 8 regression events, where a regression event is any time the killer or the perk removes at least 2.5% of the generator's progress.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so this is when, they made it 5% whenever you kick a generator, but you can only kick it 8 times. I think this was a great change. I think it got added to the game a little bit too late, and I think there are some perks that should probably be not count
counted.
towards it.
Surge.
But I think overall, I think this was an incredible change.
Oh, so do I. I think this was future proofing the game.
Yeah, so we will hopefully never have to deal with another Eruption Skull Merchant.
We need this for a lot of things in this game. I think we need this for slugging, camping, and tunneling to a degree, and we kind of have it, but not to the way I would like it. But,
right.
FOV slider. That was just only January of this year.
Mm-hmm.
That is so insane to me.
Back in the days, Shadowborn.
Oh my God, the third Sadako rework was this year.
That one's not too surprising. I felt like they were always changing.
Hillbilly's rework was this year as well, which was a very good change, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
He went from the most liked to the most hated killer in literally a week.
Yeah.
Which is quite the accomplishment. Blight,
I think part of that was just Wesker syndrome.
Yeah, for sure. Blight. Is this when they removed Hug Tech?
I believe so, yes. But isn't it still in the game? It's just a lot harder now?
No, you can't do it now.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is when they had the Compound 33. Each consecutive rush, which is longer than 4 meters, increases your turn rate by 33%.
Oh, yeah, that and the Infinite Rush.
Oh, the Infinite Rushes. Let's go. That was so much fun. I used to run around Haddonfield with that.
It was fun, but I am so glad that did not last long.
Oh, this was the Stabiffle nerf, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 2 tokens are lost when the Obsession loses a health state by any means. Ooh, that was funny.
Let's just recontextualize this as the change that killed Deathslinger.
Oh my God, I forgot. Oh my God, yeah, because you shoot your spear and lose like 4 stacks.
Yes.
This was the Grim Embrace change too.
Mm-hmm.
That was January.
Yes, it was.
Oh my God, yeah. Before this, Grim Embrace was so bad. It was so bad. This perk went from hero to 0 in like a patch. It's insane how that happens. And it wasn't even that big of a change.
Mm-hmm.
Quick Gambit. It was still bad back then.
Yeah, that's not the recent quick gambit change that made it somewhat good. This was the
Yeah.
one that just increases range a little bit.
Ruin. This was when they got rid of it having deactivating when someone dies. Because why?
Yeah, why was that there to begin with? You already killed it when you made his regression 100%.
I think it's fine now. Honestly speaking, I really do think Ruin is overlooked.
I
Uh,
think it's not bad by any means, but I think you have to be playing the right killer for it.
I think you need to slug more.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding. I think if you're using Ruin, you need to slug the first person and then hook the next person. You need to get
Just
all
to get
yeah,
people off the gens.
yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Um Shadowborn got changed to somehow being more useless than it was.
Yeah.
In the year this has come out, I have used this one time and gotten a use out of it one time. I was playing Myers on Ormond, and someone hit me with a flashlight because they had Champion of Light, and I outsped them. That was the only time I've ever used Shadowboard and gotten use.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Monitor and Abuse, they got rid of the FOV change because of the FOV change. Ormond got changed in January. We still don't know why this happened. And I can't believe this was January. I thought, wow, man, time does fly, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. We've been dealing with New Ormond for that long. And they
Uh,
didn't even have the courtesy to bring back the rock climbing update. Shameful.
more Onryo changes, more Blight changes, more Hillbilly. Stabibble, say the best for last, will now lose 2 tokens whenever the session is hit by a basic attack or special attack. The reason for this change is because people were bringing plot twist.
Yes. Once again, plot twist stays winning.
It was so dumb. Quick Gambits. Again, they tried to save this. I made a video about Quick Gambit, how it can never be good. It will always be bad. It will always either be overpowered or not good.
Yeah.
And I credit where it's due. The new version that's currently in the game, while not that great, is a really good information perk. I will give it that.
Yes. It's very nice to run on the survivors end, and the extra bonus speed, it's nothing major, but it's good to have, and in like 1 or 2 specific scenarios it can be very good.
Mm-hmm. Moving on to February, the pig got buffed this patch, which was fucking unheard of. Okay. This patch is actually one I remember very distinctly, and the reason I do, so when I started doing the Killer Main podcast series, I had Gummy on for Pig, or I'm sorry, not Pig, for Hag. I had Hackaroni on for Pig. I had Jackie on for Demo. All 3 of those killers got changed this patch. It was so convenient.
I think I remember you mentioning that, and like how you had to like try and schedule people to come back and stuff.
Yeah, I scheduled them all. I asked them all to come on and talk about the patch that day. I got really lucky that they all came on, but this is a patch I remember very well. But yeah, Pig got buffed a bunch, which was great, except for this part. Pig no longer sees the auras of jigsaw boxes. Reverse bear traps now have a base timer of 3 minutes instead of 2.5 minutes. This shit went like you were either in camp, this is the best thing, or this is terrible and this game needs to die. I guess I was in the latter camp. I don't know. It was this does get reverted eventually. In general, these were good changes. Hag, almost everything on here is a quality of life change to Hag that she's needed for years. Like there is almost not a bad change on here.
I do. Oh, go on.
No, you're good.
I was gonna say, I think this is one of the few times where removing the light burn mechanic was actually like good, or not light burn, but like getting rid of traps with flashlights.
Mm-hmm.
That never really made sense to me because the traps were a physical thing. I get they were magic, but like the traps were a physical thing that she put in the world. So you should have to be able to like kick it away, instead of just burning a light on it for a couple seconds.
So another thing with that, and we didn't get to that because it was actually in the patch before
Hmm.
Chucky. I also feel like they got rid of the light burn, and I say this with some confidence because the patch they did that on was a year before Alan Wake came out, and they make
Oh
patches
yeah,
about a year in advance. So
I could see that.
my guess is they got rid of the light burn stuff because they thought it would be too good with Champion of Light.
Removing it on Wraith, I could see that. Removing it on Nurse, I will never like.
Oh no, I
Yeah,
agree.
it almost
But
never happened, but like, why buff Nurse?
uh, clown changes. Oh, these were so good. All my friends in the clown man community from back in the day, they were raving about this. These were such good changes. Um, it doesn't seem like much, but it's just small quality of life stuff that just uh,
That made them
and
better to play. Yeah,
and
absolutely.
and they got rid of the motion sickness,
Hmm.
like massive. Doctor, just small quality of life buffs. More of this. More of this. And we got this with the last patch. And honestly, this is why when people were scared about the patch, um,
Hmm.
I think I need to show people this patch. Because this patch is, I think, a good example of what was mostly happening all throughout the year. And it wasn't just Skull Merchant.
Yeah. Aside from that one patch with Skull Merchant where they just kind of went a little too crazy, overall, most of the changes I think were good for this year.
Yeah, Demogorgon. This was such a stupid change. Honestly, I hate that he was on the list because it was one sentence and it was a bug fix. Um, and Huntress. Oh my God, these Huntress changes. We
Oh yeah.
we
Okay.
are we are still feeling the effects of these changes to this fucking day. I know I'm gonna sound like a weirdo saying this. I think
Uh-huh.
these Huntress changes have single-handedly hurt the game more than anything else we've seen.
I honestly would kind of agree because there was a time where people used to love playing against Huntress outside of weird hitboxes, but overall they still enjoyed it. But now people hate her because of this change.
And 2v8.
And 2v8, yeah, but that was inevitable.
Um, I don't understand why she needs 7 hatchets. I don't.
I don't either. The other like quality of life changes, yeah, sure, but 7 hatchets, 5 was fine.
Or the movement speed when holding a hatchet. Remember that crap? She
Did
was
they revert that?
that was reverted.
Okay, that was reverted. I was about to say I don't remember that, but that
Yeah,
would be why, because it got
On
reverted.
BTB she could back rev people. She was that fast.
Oh yeah.
Like it was
Yeah.
insane. And this was the patch where Mangled was changed.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Man, we were just talking about like how good overall the changes were for this game, and then we get to this one.
Okay, I have said this. I understand why they did this.
Hmm.
Do I think it was the best course of action? No. But I understand it. I do think they need to go back through and increase some of the timers.
I don't think some. I think they all need 30 seconds more at minimum.
Yeah.
Because I said when this was happening, most of the time, by the time you're unhooked, the majority of mangled sources are going to go
Mm.
away either by the time you're unhooked or by the time that you get to wherever you want to heal, they'll basically be over. And I was right about that. It's too, all the durations right now are way too short.
Yeah. And this inherently affected Mangled and basically took Sloppy Butcher from being one of the most picked perks to like barely seen anymore.
Yeah, because there's no point in it. The only good mangled hemorrhage perk is a gift of pain now.
Yeah. It's such a weird time to live in. And this also
Hmm.
almost it's okay, I'm gonna preface this. This did not kill Hit and Run. It
No.
wounded Hit and Run, ironically. Um The killers that were good at hit and run kind of just had to adapt their playstyle a little bit. That's all. They couldn't do it
Yeah.
as mindlessly. Is basically what happened. Um, the one thing I will say is this actually did future-proof slugging,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't think was intentional.
But it did help a bit with it, I guess.
Yeah.
Now that you say it about.
Well, because you'll notice like during Karn's like slugging experiment, I don't know if you watched the video on it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot
I
of
did.
us ran mangled add-ons.
Mm-hmm.
And if it was like it used to be, it probably would have been better.
I could see that, yeah.
Like I maybe I'm just overthinking it a little bit. Yeah, I think this was a necessary change, just done badly. Um, the blood web improvements automatically spend blood points to ensure that newer players took time to familiar yourselves.
That was a good change.
They didn't they not do this?
They, I don't know.
Didn't they like? Didn't I remember this? Didn't they say they were gonna do this and they never did? Because you still have to prestige your character one time first.
Oh, I guess they didn't do that then. That's weird. I wonder why they didn't.
And then this is All Things Wicked chapter. So this was
Mm-hmm.
yeah, this was all the other changes. Unknown getting some changes. Pig, they reverted the bear traps back. Huntress got rid of the movement speed. Clown,
Yeah.
they made Pinky Finger one bottle because of course they did because it should be. Invocation, God, they tried for so long to get Invocation in a good spot.
Mm-hmm.
When the invocation is completed, permanently reduces the required charge of all generators by 10. It was 15.
Oh, so they did nerf it from PTB to
Mm-hmm.
live, but
They
they
did.
compensated with the time change. That makes
Yeah.
sense.
Well, eventually, the time change wasn't on here yet.
Mm.
I mean, even Strength and Shadows, it got buffed. It was 60% on PTB.
I totally forgot about Wicked PTB.
Oh my god, what was Wicked before?
Wicked PTB was the worst perk we've ever seen in Dead by Daylight.
I forgot what it was. What was it?
It was for every 30 seconds you spent in the basement, you gained 1 token. For every token that you had, gain or recover from mangled it was like 10 or 15% per token to a maximum of 3.
And it was such a joke. I remember this because the mangle changes happened in the same patch.
Yes. To be fair, they said that it was a placeholder perk that they had just put there in like the meantime while they figured out what they wanted to do with the perk. But, wow.
It was one of those things. I think a lot of us speculated what happened was they didn't know the mangled changes were coming in that patch. That is so funny to think about. This is like such a good anti-tunnel perk too. Like it's so weird to think it was almost that bad. Oh dear God, I forgot.
Uh-huh.
Welcome to March. We didn't mention this one because behavior buried it.
Oh yeah.
The twins PTB.
Oh my.
Okay, here's what I'm gonna say.
Mm-hmm.
I admire behavior trying.
Yes. They
That
put in
is,
a lot of time and effort onto that.
and I am glad they listened and did not go through with this.
Yes. This was I think we should probably give a very vague idea for maybe those that don't remember. Uh
So,
Twins, go on.
no, go ahead. You're good.
I was gonna give a Cliff Note summary of what this was twins no longer attached onto healthy survivors. Instead, they attached onto down survivors when they downed someone with Victor. And they also buffed Victor's speed and like reduced the time it took to basically do anything as the characters to the point where they were probably the only other killer or probably the only killer to genuinely rival Nurse as the best killer in the game.
Mm-hmm. It was miserable. Like it was so good. And the sad thing is, a lot of these quality of life changes actually still went through.
Well, the quality of life changes are good.
Yeah. Everything else though, like the actual new stuff, none of it got through. None of it, except for the add-on. Some of the add-on changes did. I will say that.
Hmm.
Um,
Oh yeah, that's another important one I totally forgot. You could not kick Victor.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. You couldn't kick Victor. He just became Chucky, but better.
Yep.
It was so
Oh,
bad. The idea was to try to get rid of slugging, and it backfired. It
horribly.
backfired so bad. Um, and the sad thing is, so I did the interview with Linksy, and me and Linksy, this is why you need to have a no person in a group sometimes. Me and
Hmm.
Linksy actually a lot of these ideas, and I'm not saying the devs watch my podcast. My point is that we had a lot of these same ideas. Like I did have an idea where you had the option to let Victor stay on the ground with the survivor. I had this idea months before the PTB happened. Um, I also had an idea where you get movement speed when you're moving towards uh, Victor, like no matter what he's doing,
Hmm.
similar to how Houndmaster works. Actually, um, I had
That
this
would be
idea.
cool.
Yeah, I had this idea for that. Linksy had some idea about the locker thing that Victor could do in this. Um,
Hmm.
and then we had an idea for like there's a lot of ideas in here that a lot of Twins players have had, which is why I don't blame Behavior for trying them. And I hate that we all got so mad at them. I'm going to be perfectly honest. I
Hmm.
think we overblew the hate, and now they're never going to try anything like this again.
Wow. Dead by Daylight community being over dramatic over something.
Like,
Wow, that's new.
again, like people bring this up too, like it's some kind of boogeyman. Guys,
Hmm.
it didn't come to life. We should be praising them. Like, they tested a thing, it didn't work, it didn't come to life.
Yeah, especially considering uh they for a longest time they had the mentality of, oh well, we worked on it and people don't like it, but we spent so much time on it, we kind of need
Yeah,
to put it in. That's why we got the Billy overheat.
exactly. Like, this is the mentality we should be encouraging, not discouraging. Because
Hmm.
if we keep telling them, well, don't try this shit anymore, because look how bad Twins went, they're never going to do anything again. And I get it, like, people, especially right now, people are burned by Skull Merchant, but it's like, guys, Skull Merchant was a special case. As much as I hate it happening too, believe me, I do. I don't think it's fair. But at the end
Hmm.
of the day, I have a feeling they have metrics and numbers. They had to do something. They just had to. I have a
Yeah,
like there was probably some executive above them. They had to do something. A killer,
I would agree with that. Just based off of DC rates alone.
yeah, a killer cannot like I get it, and we all know it wasn't because of actual kill rates, but she had a
Hmm.
75% kill rate. 75%.
Yep.
Something has to be done at that point. Like honestly,
What I'm hoping for right now is I'm hoping for in the year that it takes for the Skull Merchant rework part 3 or part 4, whatever we're on now, right?
mhm.
I'm hoping that in this year where Skull Merchant is basically unplayable, she kind of gets removed from the public mind and kind of just buried somewhere in a deep recess,
She won't.
kind of like someone like
He, he,
Freddy has become.
Here's why she won't. Because
Hmm.
every time anyone mentions her even a little, people blow the fuck up about it. Every single time.
We'll have to see. I do think with time that will die down
I
over
hope.
time, especially as like things kind of cool off and it becomes more of a distant memory. I think we'll I'm hoping that a year will be enough. My only concern is that a year won't be long enough, but at the same time I do feel bad for people who actually somehow enjoy Skull Merchant and
I
want to play her, you know.
I was wrong. This was the patch where they removed Hug Tech.
Oh, okay. Well,
So, okay, all right. So let's recap this entire patch here in March. Twins rework that makes them better than Nurse. A Blight change that gets rid of his hug text. Haddonfield became killer-sided. That was this patch. Decisive... Actually, no. It became more survivor-sided. Didn't it? And then they readjusted it
I think
again.
at first, yeah.
Decisive Strike went back to 5 seconds. Adrenaline got nerfed for no reason. Ultimate Weapon got nerfed. Oh, no.
Still mad about this.
Oh, no. It got changed, didn't it? Now reveal survivors' auras instead of causing them to scream. Reduced activation time to 15 seconds. Increased cooldown to 60 was 30. They never went through with this.
No, they never did because it was busted on Nurse, and they realized it would be worse for the game than the original one. So they just kind of ended up changing the original one next time.
Remove the ability to lose a pip. That
might be one of the worst changes they ever did in this game. I think that's had such a massive...
With emblems being
effect.
used solely for monthly rewards these days, it felt needlessly punishing to lose a pip after a rough match. This quality of life change will make the emblem system less stressful. This also applies to modifiers. You can enjoy these limited time modes without worrying about your grade. Oh, cool. Why doesn't it work in 2v8 again? We're gonna answer that? Anyways. This was such a stupid change. I didn't care that like the last little bit of the grades took like a couple days for me sometimes. I didn't mind that. It was kind of nice. It gave me something to work towards. Now it just happens. Like I don't care. I didn't care back then either, but like I care even less now.
I think this is also the primary catalyst in what do you call it?
DC rates.
In DC culture or Go Next culture, whatever people call it.
There's no punishment.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? If it's a killer you don't enjoy, just go next.
There's
You
no
didn't get the map you wanted, just go next.
Mm-hmm.
Not only, with the removal of this, there is genuinely no reason to care about if you win or you lose. If you win, all you're rewarded with is a harder match next time. That's it.
On top of that, like, if you're the kind of player doing that, I can promise you that you don't need the blood points. So why do you care? Like, there's literally nothing keeping you in the match. It's almost like behavior needs to come up with a new reward system of some kind.
Wow, that'd be a really interesting topic. I hope somebody talks about that.
I'm just saying, like, it really sucks that, because I say this all the time. I don't need blood points. Like, once I P3 Houndmaster, probably tomorrow, I don't need blood points for anything. So how do you incentivize me to do something? It's like when you have an employee at work who doesn't work for money. Because there are employees like that. They exist. I used to be one of them. And my company hated me. Because they didn't know what to reward me with to make me do stuff. And I told them straight up one day, I was like, here's what you do. You give me time off. They're like, yeah, but we need you to work more. Well, then you're shit out of luck, guys. All I want is time off, and you can't give me that. So, oh, and this was also the store. Oh my god. Okay.
The visual store update.
Yep. I know we all shit on this. And I know we're all like, oh my god, the store looks so good, like in like a bad way. This was genuinely a good change.
I think the biggest benefit here is obviously the free gift monthly.
Oh yeah, that's
or not monthly, weekly. I think that's a massive boon to newer players, especially.
It's also,
I mean, they give out like 250 blood points every other week.
They're adding more. They just added the mail system.
True, yeah.
Yeah, so we're getting more of that stuff too. They're doing that way you don't have to go on Twitter all the time to get stuff through codes.
Yeah.
But no, I also like in general though, just oh shit. Yeah, like in general though, like the store like looking fresher like it is. is
Hmm.
really good. Like I know some people don't care about this kind of stuff, but it does make a difference. Like having a UI that like is appealing matters. Also but this is when they added bundles for like charms and stuff like that.
Hmm.
And like the new player bundles and like 3 killer bundles and things like that. Um, New archives and their respective risks will now open the same. That was massive. This is a change no one fucking talks about. That was massive.
I forgot that they started at different times, to be honest.
Yeah, they used to. It used to be 2 weeks after the patch.
Yeah, that's kind of yeah. I That's a good change. I don't know why that needed to be a change to begin with, but that is a good change.
Mm-hmm. These are some stats that no one cared about, except for the interesting one here is that Chucky stayed at the 5th most played killer for a few months.
Hmm.
Uh, the April update. This is when they reverted the twin stuff. They changed Summoning Stone. I forgot about this on Blight. Because this used to be just a mini blood flavor,
Hmm.
and then they changed it to something boring.
I much preferred Mini Blood Favor.
Decisive Strike no longer has a new anime. Oh yeah, I forgot they added an animation to Decisive Strike, and it didn't work because of
Oh yeah.
Sadako and Alien.
Yeah, every killer had a different like animation stun length, and it was so weird.
How did they not consider that the 2 killers with different animations might affect? Okay. Here's the ultimate weapon revert. I'm curious what they say in the dev notes here. It remained a strong choice on killers with high mobility. Oh, okay. So nurse. Yep, you're
Hmm.
right. Okay. May 2024. Medium update on the good guy. Oh yeah, this is
This is Manual Scamper Go Bye Bye.
yeah the medium up. We got rid of a fundamental part of your character, guys. Here's the medium update. Oh my god. Uh, you know what's sad? This has been reverted.
Pretty much all the other changes to it.
Yeah. Well, the scamper one's actually been buffed. The sad thing about this, the more I think about this, Chucky is technically speaking stronger now than he was on release. His cooldown on release was 18 seconds. It's now
You're right.
12. And
Huh.
the scamper time was 1.3. It's now 1. He is, technically speaking, by all accounts, stronger now than he was on release.
Ignoring Manual Scamper.
Right, but like even manual scamper, like you could a lot of people argued it wasn't even the best part about him.
It wasn't, but it was easy and
It was
free, so people
easy.
used it.
Yeah. So it's a weird thing. But yeah, technically speaking, he's stronger now than he's ever been. Which is weird to think about because so many people complain.
Hmm.
His kill rate is not that high, by the way. Go look at it. It's not that good.
Yeah, it's pretty low.
Um it's also, from what I can tell, he either 4Ks or 1Ks. There is no in between. For the most part. This is
Oh
when
yeah, I see that. Yeah.
Bubba got so. This patch for Bubba, no one talks about this anymore again. Like, this patch for Bubba was so good. And I think, again, this is another one of those patches and changes where when people were, like, scared about their killer being in, like, the update list,
Hmm.
did they forget about this? This was huge. The Bubba mains were so ecstatic for this. Like, oh my god. And the Death Slinger changes? Again, like, not that big of a deal, but like it mattered. And then the Wesker changes. This was more just to stop Wesker from tunneling. This really was not like a balance patch necessarily. This is more like a hey, we know here's some changes. Um And then Compound 33 got changed again. And Iridescent Blight Tag got changed again. This is the third time. Because they have no idea what they're doing. Toolboxes changed. This was the start. This was the fuck. When was this? May?
Yep.
This wasn't even 6 months ago. This is when sabotaging was faster than a killer's blade wipe. Was this patch?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I said it when I read this patch. Give it a few more months, and people are going to realize how good this is.
And they did.
And they did. Deadlock got nerfed. Everyone cried except for me because I think it needed to be nerfed more. I still think Deadlock is too good for what it does. Because it just works. Todd Howard said it himself.
25 is a good amount of time for it, honestly.
Yeah, I think 25 is okay. I could see them nerfing it again though, but
well, I haven't seen it. I have not seen Deadlock in ages.
Which is weird. I use it all the time. It's such a good just throw on slowdown perk. And that's the problem it has. It's just that good. It just works. Again, well, thank you, Mr. Howard. Background player. Wait, was this when background player got...
I think this is when it got buffed to where it would be like 200-something%.
Uh-huh. No. This is when it got nerfed.
Oh, is that when it got nerfed down from 200%?
Yeah, but they buffed the cooldown. The exhaustion timer went down to 20 seconds.
Oh yeah, that change. Okay.
Yeah, and then Graham, the block duration was nerfed. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, decreased block duration to 10 was 12. Yeah, nerfed. Decisive Strike down to 4 seconds. I still forget it's 4 seconds. I don't see Decisive Strike enough to know this.
I think 4 is a perfect time for it, honestly.
Yeah, I think it's okay. Like the killers that don't get affected by this don't care if it's 8 seconds. Honestly speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Pop goes the weasel. Decreased regression to 20% was 30. Ooh, this patch basically killed this perk. Let me rephrase that. It didn't kill this perk. It made this perk much more situational. You had to run Eruption with this, or be using a killer that could utilize Pop very well.
Yeah, Pop is so weak, and I think the reason we still see Pop so much is people just don't know what to run in its place, you know?
I mean, Eruption's a good option. Deadlock's a good option. I've been running Gift of Pain recently, honestly.
Especially with Jagged Compass.
Yeah.
I could see Gift of Pain being crazy.
But no, because Pop went from... Pop has had a fucking history. It went from one of the most used perk in the game, combined with Ruin, to and then it stayed that way until 6.1 when it got nerfed. And then it got buffed again, and then it got nerfed again, and then buffed again, and then now it's getting nerfed again. And they keep doing this back and forth thing with Pop, and it's so strange.
Because the game is a lot of the game is balanced around the idea that the killer will have Pop or Scourge Pain Resonance.
This is why, and honestly, when I saw this change, when it happened in May, I was like, just give 10% base kit Pop. Just do it. The 30% wasn't that big of a deal. No one was really complaining about Pop back then.
No, it was perfectly fine, but it was still popular, so they had to do something about it.
So again, just give killers a 10% Pop Goes the Weasel base kit hook. And then we can have the best of both worlds. And this also means killers have a reason to hook over slugging.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of slugging, Buckle Up no longer provides the endurance. Survivors healed from the dying state. You know what's sad? We've been going through all of these patches, And a lot of these changes, you'll notice that they're changes to things that were a problem for like 6 months.
Yep.
I will give behavior credit on this. They have gotten much faster.
Yes. Old behavior, we would have had Buckle Up for the People for at least a year and a half.
Pain res, again, another regression perk nerfed.
Mm-hmm.
20% from 25. This one wasn't as hard. What I will say, and this is I've done the math on this, with pain res being 20%, basically all the time you save with this is the time it takes you to hook.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't even save time. It literally just gives you back the time that you just wasted putting the person on the hook. That's it.
Yeah,
and here's the thing, because I hate that this dev note when I read it too. Pain Resonance finds itself in almost 40% of all loadouts. I'm going to tell... Here's the reason why. Pain Resonance, it's not because it's such a good slowdown. That is part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Literally every killer can use Pain Res. That's why. Not every killer can use Pop well. Not every killer can use Jolt or Surge. Pain Res was a perk that every single killer can use. Because M2 killers can't use Jolt. Killers with low mobility can't use Pop. Like, Ruin is only good on killers that can slug well.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're running out of options now. Pain Res was the only one that every killer could use. That's why it was ran on 40% of builds. Not because it was necessarily the best one. That was part of it, but not the whole story.
Isn't 40% also the amount of killers that are M1 killers? Just out of curiosity.
I believe so, yes.
Rather suspicious, methinks.
Invocation Weaving Spiders. This is when they have the fucking time. That was a nuts thing to see. Like, I was happy for it. Oh, and then this where it loses 1 charge instead of 20.
Yeah, that invocation change was...
Oh my god. That wasn't even that long ago, man. That is so... Borgo, they changed the lighting on Borgo. That was only in May.
I could barely play on Borgo beforehand because I just couldn't see scratch marks anywhere. I don't know what it is. I'm not colorblind. I just couldn't see scratch marks.
Oh, the item preview and trial. I love this change because looking back, this was some good foreshadowing.
Yes.
April stats. I don't know if there's anything really interesting in here.
No, that's just all about Unknown. I will say Unknown's kill rate, according to Nightlight, has dropped significantly since when he first came out. It's dropped almost 12 points.
It's also funny, Chucky went down, no longer in the top 10 most played, and then he did shoot back up, but I think it's funny that a lot of people dropped him after the scamper changes. Speaking of Chucky, look at that, he's in a patch. This was the patch where we got Vecna, Blight. Compound 33 was changed again. They could not,
add that to the counter.
They could not figure out this fucking perk. Wait, where's the
what?
I'm looking for the changes. I see Blight, Still Sight, Weave, Dark Arrogance, and then no changes.
It might be in the June update.
Oh no, I see. Okay. Okay, so these are all the changes they did to Vecna from the PTP. And Bardic, they raised it to 90 seconds. Stealth Sight got its range increased. Weave got its range increased. And then Dark Arrogance got the percentage increase to 25. Oh, this was the Night and Larry update. Oh my god, there's so much to go over here, but in general, these were both really good updates.
Yes, they were. The Knight had a little bit of an issue like immediately after launch, but after that, it was a very good
The
change.
funny thing is, the issue he had was he was bugged on PTB, and the bug felt good. That's the sad thing. Like, could you imagine if behavior wasn't like bad at their job sometimes, and he actually just worked? We would have never thought about that.
Well, now the bug is how he's supposed to be, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Cool.
Singularity, all good changes. As a Singularity player, these are all good changes. There's one bad thing about new Singularity, and it's not even that big of a deal. And that is this Deep Wound add-on. But otherwise, Darkness Revealed got buffed. I'm All Ears got buffed. Trails of Torment got buffed. Oppression got buffed. Dragon's Grip got buffed. Machine Learning got buffed. Autodidact got... was it nerfed or buffed? I don't remember. Decreased starting skill check penalty to mine. Got buffed. Empathetic Connection got buffed. Iron Will got buffed. Resurgence got buffed. Solidarity got buffed. Babysitter got buffed.
A lot of very good buffs in here.
They buffed so many perks in this patch.
And
oh my god!
Don't gloss over hook respawn. Don't gloss over hook respawn.
Oh yeah, and the hook respawn. We'll get to that in a minute because that was massive too. But like all of these like aura reading changes, buffs to them, Trail of Torment. Like, dude, this was mostly. I have a feeling this was just to help it out, so people had a reason to pick it over, unforeseen. Yeah. Oppression. Yeah. This needed to happen years ago. This needed to happen like 2 or 3 years ago. I do not understand how this thing had an 80-second cooldown.
No, Oppression. It's still not great. I don't think Oppression should have a cooldown.
And then Dragon's Grip. Okay, here's the thing: as someone who uses Dragon's Grip a lot, also hi Ghost. As someone who uses Dragon's Grip a lot, this basically fixed 2 problems at once without fixing either. And here's what I mean by that. I will explain what I mean by that. Dragon's Grip has 2 cooldowns. It has a cooldown for its activation and for its reactivation. So by lowering this to 40 seconds, basically you made the 80-second cooldown its full cooldown.
Yes,
So that's what I meant by it fixed 2 problems and also did nothing.
I don't get why Gen Kick perks have a cooldown. I really don't.
Nowadays they shouldn't. They don't really need them now.
Back in the day before 8 Kick, yeah, they should have a cooldown, but nowadays I don't think so. Especially considering survivors can't just tap a gen, so you can't like really rapidly like spam the effects. I feel like most of them don't need a cooldown, and if they do need a cooldown, it's like 20 seconds at most. Like Oppression with a 10 or 20 second cooldown, please, yeah, just don't make it 40 because there's no reason.
Machine Learning got its effect doubles. Oh my god. It still wasn't good because it required 2 kicks. That will change in the future. Autodidact is a weird one because I talked about it with the Alan Wake chapter. This Autodidact is a weird perk. This perk goes from stages of getting directly and indirectly buffed and nerfed all the time. What I mean by that is when Alan Wake's chapter came out, this perk got buffed indirectly because of Deadline. And then the very next patch, Mangled got nerfed. So Autodidact inherently got nerfed as well.
Like, so is this just a compensation buff then?
I guess. I'm assuming it's so strange. And then Empathetic Connection, or empathetic? Empathetic?
I don't know.
Empathetic. Is that how you spell empathetic? Am I stupid? Yeah, that's how you spell empathetic. Okay, I'm stupid. A good change. Honestly, what it is, whatever.
Yeah, it didn't do much.
Iron Will. This is how it should have been in 6.1. Just saying. I don't know why they ever made it 75%. Resurgence. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna say about Resurgence. Everyone keeps asking, why did they buff Resurgence? It was already good. Here is my response to the people saying that. All right. Where were all the people running it? Because last I checked, before they did this change, it was almost in the fucking negatives on the pick rate.
You're not wrong about that.
That's why they buffed it. Like, if it was so good, why was no one using it? That's the thing. Like, that's why it never made any sense to me. That's why I was cool with them buffing it.
Mm-hmm. I think it's a little overrated right now. I'm not gonna lie. That being said, it is a good perk.
Mm-hmm. Well, also, there's a counter to it.
Yeah, Gift of Pain, and guess what? It just became meta.
Well, not just Gift of Pain. Leverage also counters this.
Leverage too, yeah.
Yeah. What's funny too, I remember there was actually a Shrine of Secrets week where Resurgence and Leverage were in the same shrine. I think I made a joke about it where I was like, people trying to figure out what does it mean? Solidar, I loved this change. Not enough people use Solidarity, and this change I thought was going to change that. Just like Resurgence, it did not. But this is so nice, and here's why this one is so nice. This means that if you're healing somebody with somebody else, you still get your heal. Because of how the math works out. It's so nice.
And also, isn't it just like when you in the situation where you're injured healing another player, isn't it basically the fastest heal perk outside of
yeah,
Will Make It?
Yeah, pretty much, because you heal at the same time. So yeah. It's really, really good. It's also really good with autodidact.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Next is Babysitter, a perk that I am still to this day surprised I do not see at least 2 of in every match.
Yeah, Babysitter, a single like Babysitter perk basically removes tunneling. Like people talk about Shoulder of Burden removing tunneling. No, Babysitter does it. You just don't know that.
No. People do. People just don't care because now they have to deal with it. What people want is an anti-tunnel perk that helps them, keeps them safe while also helping their teammate. That's what they want. When they could body block or run borrowed time and increase the timer to mess up the killer's timing. Not run decisive and run a different one that helps their teammates not get to whatever. The hook respawn. This fucking change so good. I remember I got a kill with I 4K'd a boil over squad after this change went live because they didn't know this change happened. It was so satisfying. Anyways, there was so many people mad about this change. And I remember some of the exact quotes, and some of them were along the lines of, killers don't even got to think about what hooks they kill survivors on now. Who gives a shit? That's my response to that, honestly speaking. Who gives a shit? It was an outdated mechanic for hooks to go away. It really was. And now they still do. You can just wait it out. Like, it just led to survivors making dead zones. That's all it did.
Yeah.
And just making the killers want to bleed you out anyways.
I will never understand the hate towards this because a lot of the like well thought out wiggle builds, they still work after this change. It's just that you can't just run into a corner after your friend dies and escape for free. You're not escape, but like drag out the game for everyone now because of this change.
Yeah. Also, if you really don't like the hook spawns, just run breakdown. I do not envy the day where people realize how good breakdown is.
That's gonna be a rough day. Yeah.
Like the moment people realize how good of a perk breakdown is, I am dreading that day. It's coming. I swear it's coming. Added layout variation for Yamaoka. I think they added a couple gazebos.
Yeah, they added a couple new things.
Oh, and one of the new the tiles from Coldwind was added to Yamaoka as well. Added layout variations to Mount Ormond again. Mount Ormond was a very popular map this year for them to work on.
Yeah, maybe that's why we're getting it so much, is so that they can get data on the Ormond reworks. But at this point, please stop.
Why though? That's my question. Um, this was the patch Lara dropped. They fixed up night a little bit, fixed up singularity. Specialist, they buffed it. We talked about this earlier when we were talking about people complaining about this perk. They buffed this shit.
Yes, they did.
People were so confused.
And I was confused.
This is one
I
of
still am.
This is one of those changes, though. I'm genuinely curious. I want to see the data that behavior had that made them think they needed to buff it.
I think that their idea was with this change so that when you run the perk with appraisal, you could hold all the chests and all the appraisals on them without having to stop. Because at 3, you had to search one chest, appraise it, and search another chest, but you couldn't appraise it. So if they increased it to 4, I think that'd be fair. But I don't know why they made it 6 so you could do all 3 and appraise all 3.
I couldn't tell you. It's so weird. Strider, I don't even know what they did to the Strider effect is now. It's additive instead of multi. Okay. All right. I'm not going to go on my normal rant for this. What I will say.
Right.
Behavior, do this to more things. There are so many number-based things in this game that would be fixed if you just did this. Anyways, moving on. Character selection. Oh God, this.
This was when they fixed the UI.
Yeah. Okay. Here's the thing. I think we've all gotten used to it, as you tend to with most UI. People were so mad about this UI when it dropped.
This is them fixing it. They were mad about the UI when it initially dropped, and it only had 3 per row.
Oh yeah, it was 3 per row. That's right.
And this is when they made it 4 per row. And honestly, I do not blame people for being mad about 3 survivors per row.
Yeah, it made no sense. Just honestly, make it 5. Like
they've got the room to.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is just dead space. Just I referenced the thing. Yeah, like this is just dead. Just I don't know. Stats for July. God, this feels like this was so long ago. This was only August. This was the Dredge update.
Oh yeah, the Dredge update and the changes to Doctor. Yeah.
Again, so many people were doom and gloom because of Skull Merchant changes. Did we forget about the Dredge and Doctor changes too? Because this was really good for Dredge.
Yes,
it was really good. The Doctor changes.
The Doctor changes were good too.
The Doctor changes, like I played Doctor for a few hours the other day on stream. This feels so good to play with.
Mm-hmm.
And Nemesis. These changes. Like Nemesis is a different killer.
Pretty much, yeah.
Like it's insane. On top of, I mean, to the point to where Liquor Tongue is now a meme in some communities where, which killer is it? I think it's Xenomorph. There's a meme where Cat Carrier will get the Liquor Tongue treatment, where it'll go from being one of the worst, like almost completely useless add-on, to one of the best things in the entire game. Because that's
yeah, I hope so. Yeah,
that is such an insane glow up. Like the Nemesis change was good. Again, this is what surprises me about everyone being so scared about their killers getting updates.
I think it was genuinely just like the Skull Merchant change, because I was pretty optimistic going into the patch for Unknown. I was pretty optimistic.
We have been looking through every single patch they've done this year.
Mm-hmm.
Almost every single change they have done to a killer, with the exception of twins and removing hug text from blights, has been good. It's been good. Like, I can't think of a single one that wasn't, and the ones that weren't were either didn't come to live or were changed back. The only exception so far has been the twins. We haven't gotten to Skull Merchant yet, but I feel like people are having some negativity bias here. Maybe I'm wrong.
Most definitely.
But this was the patch I was also talking about. Red herring would have been perfect to change. This was the patch they changed all like the deception type perks. So flashbang, diversion, deception, dance of me, mirrored illusion, chemical trap, wire trap, blast mine. It's basically cooldown changes, range changes, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And the fact that red herring was not in this patch boggled my mind.
They probably wanted to give it some time before they gave Zarina a third meta perk.
Yeah, that's probably it. It should be too powerful. Prestige levels are no longer shown in the pregame lobby. I don't know if this was a good or a bad change at this point. I really don't.
As somebody who doesn't really like prestige, like my survivors a lot, it never really affected me one way or another. And I don't dodge people either, so like
neither do I. So like I didn't care personally, but like I don't know if this is a good or bad thing for the game overall.
I think it should be an option. I don't know why you can't toggle it per survivor.
Yeah. Increase the duration of a hook phase to 70 seconds was 10. You want my hot take about this?
Go for it.
I barely noticed this except in in-game.
Yeah, I haven't noticed it too much myself, but at the same time, there have been times where I have noticed, like, wow, I really should be second state here, and I'm just not.
Yeah. I think this change was actually made to help solo queue. I hate to say it. And I find it so odd that we can somehow sit here and say we all want solo queue to be better and buffed.
Mm-hmm.
And when they do a change like this that is meant specifically to help it, we all call it a bad change. I have a feeling ever since this change, solo queue survival rates went up at least a little bit.
Oh, most definitely.
And that was probably behavior's intention. And it probably worked out. I get why people are mad about it. I just find it odd that we constantly say we want to help solo queue, but whenever a change comes around that does it, we just get pissy that Swifts are going to abuse it. It just, I don't know. It's like clockwork every time. This was a fucking lie. Moving on. So,
scratch mark visibility.
Oh my god, this didn't get fixed for another 2 months.
There's still times when I have a lot of problems with scratch marks still.
I played Chucky. I always have problems with him. Because his camera is lower to the ground. Oh, this is when they added stuff to Midwich for no fucking reason.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Like, I get it, Midwich was a killer set of map, but like, they did too much.
I'd like to circle back to the scratch marks for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I think this entire time we forgot to mention what caused the scratch mark errors, and that is the update to UE6.
To what?
And how terrible it was for the first couple months after that.
It was the update to
or the first couple weeks.
Oh, Unreal
the
Engine.
Update to Unreal Engine.
Oh
6,
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
That was bad.
Oh, we didn't really have an update for that at all.
Yeah, that's why we didn't remember it until now. I think it's just a collective repressed memory. But yeah, that is, I guess, just worth mentioning. That did happen. We're mostly fixed from it now, and hopefully, I'm hoping that the reason that we've gotten so much cool stuff and like since then has been because of Unreal Engine 6.
Maybe.
But the scratch marks are still kind of goofy.
Next is the Dracula patch, by the way.
Ooh, okay. All right, we're getting there.
Some changes here, nothing too much. They buffed wolf form. There's a lot of things buggy on the PTP with wolf form. For example, the centaurs didn't give you a movement speed buff, even though it said they did.
Yeah, and wolf form was actually 110, even though they said wolf form was faster than the others.
It was so dumb. Um,
Hmm.
Nemesis, yeah, they actually buffed Nemesis again.
Right.
Like, that's fucking nuts that he got buffed like 4 times.
Well, he
Uh,
needed it.
that
Nemesis was just getting worse and worse with every year.
Yeah, Night. This is the patch they made the bug a feature.
Hmm.
Human Greed got buffed. Technically speaking, it's not really a buff because the cooldown doesn't really matter on it. Um,
Yeah.
and Exaltation, they removed the condition which prevented upgrading items from being kept at the end of the trial. So, if you upgraded an item, like if you brought in a brown toolbox, stun the killer, upgrade it to a green, you wouldn't take the green out with you.
Yeah,
I
I
have
never understood why it was like
I
that.
have no idea who thought that was a good idea. Yeah, like why?
I'm glad it got changed before the perk went live.
More September stats. Oh yeah, this is when Vecna had 66% kill, and everyone lost their collective minds. Uh,
Yep. And it was all about Mage Hand, even though he only used 4 per game on average.
yeah, I think people forget that it's average
Hmm.
because I remember when the stats for like the pallets got shown, and people were like, "How are people only throwing one pallet per game?" Well, that guy over there that didn't throw zero, that guy over there that threw four, their average would be two
Hmm.
because that's how it works. So if that guy threw zero and that guy threw three, then their average would probably be about one comparatively if you add in the other hundreds of thousands of people. Like, I swear people don't know how averages work. Um, this is pretty recent. This is September, so we're almost back around. But the finishing
Finishing
Mori,
Mori.
I enjoyed this change.
Hmm.
Um, I know a lot of people don't like this change. I'm just going to say something about it though. It is not the reason people are slugging for the 4K.
Nope.
And nope, people were
People have
doing it.
always been doing that, and people are going to keep doing that.
Yep, and this might encourage it a little bit more, but I think having a coup de grace of sorts is kind of nice.
Hmm.
Um, Teamwork Power 2 got buffed. It did basically nothing. Same with Teamwork Collective Stealth. I still have not seen either of these.
You know, I agree. The buff to Teamwork Power of 2 did nothing. Nobody should ever run it, and that's where we leave the conversation. I agree. There's absolutely not an active problem with the perk.
Nope. Corrective action now applies to the survivors within 8 meters while prevents failed skill checks now become great skill checks was good skill checks. Oh my god.
Oh,
This change. This gets reverted, but this fucking change.
I'm glad it happened just so it's a funny thing we can point and laugh at.
How did they
Does
not
this interact with Stakeout? We don't know.
How did they not? Like, it's not even a matter of, like, it doesn't work with Stakeout. How did they not think of it working with itself? Like,
Oh.
I don't get it. I genuinely don't understand. Inner Focus. Again, I don't really see this I've seen it a couple times since the changes, but they made it better. We're gonna live forever. Of course, the infamous line: "Survivors aren't left in the dynasty." This was only funnier because this patch dropped at the same time a lot of us were recording
The
the
slugging
slugging
experiment, yeah.
experiment. It was
It would not surprise me if survivors aren't left in the dynasty often doesn't become like a new
it is. There's I
good
forget
job
who it
so
is.
far.
There's someone on Twitter who will say this about everything. And I swear to you, they are so petty about this line. They refuse to listen to anything good that behavior says and just quote this every single time.
That's funny. I'm not encouraging that, but I do think it's funny.
Oh my god. Poise, another perk I don't see at all. Even though I think the change was actually really nice.
Yeah,
Um,
especially considering when I read this, I thought it was like the first time in a trial that you touch a generator. But no, it's the first time you touch every generator.
yeah, it's just
And that's
six.
such a big difference.
Yeah, it's 6 seconds of free aura reading. It's nice info. Like,
Hmm.
it's not really that bad. And the scratch marks, like removing when you finish a gen, is still there, which is this is a nice change.
It is a nice change, yeah.
Blood Rush, the new anti-tunnel perk. I actually don't think it's that bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think Blood Rush, considering because you had to be on Death Hook, right? No, no,
You
they.
had to be Death Hook for the old one.
Okay, never mind. Yeah. Still, I mean, like, I'm fine with there being more anti-tunnel options. I would rather, like, I'm actually fine with there being anti-tunnel options. I actually kind of like that there's
Mhm.
variety now.
I do like I agree on the variety end. I just feel like Blood Rush really lost a lot of its identity with this change, which is unfortunate.
I,
And I
I,
also feel like it's the worst anti-tunnel option. It's not bad, but I feel like it's not good either.
I think the problem with old Blood Rush's identity was just it was so situational that no one wanted to run it
I
at
liked
all.
the risk reward of it though. It was incredibly situational, but the risk reward of it was very fun.
I played for 9 hours one day with this perk in a
Hmm.
community night. I didn't get a single use out of it. That was the bigger problem in my opinion. I almost did. I can remember this very distinctly, and this is why I stopped running the perk. I was about to get it to go off, and then I got shocked by Doctor.
And you couldn't finish the heal.
I couldn't finish the heal. Fuck me. Quick Gambit. This was a controversial change. Holy shit. Still hiss. Um,
Hmm.
when chased, see the auras of other survivors. Quick Gambit now has a 60-second cooldown upon losing a health state. Reduced repair speed. Wait. Reduced repair speed bonus is 5% from 8%. Yeah, okay, I was confused.
Hmm.
I was like, is that reducing your repair speed? Why would you do that? Repair speed bonus no longer has a limited range. This was massive, and I'm still surprised I don't see it as much as I think I should.
I feel like I see it kind of often. I mean, just earlier, I think 2 games in a row, I had 2 players with Quick Gambit on it, and the other people were using Shoulder the Burden to keep those Quick Gambit players in the game.
It's it.
It's a very fun strategy. I don't
Mm-hmm.
think I'll see it much after once like the sheen of
it
once the new toy syndrome goes away.
the funny thing with Quick Gambit is it actually gets weaker as the game goes on because of how the
Hmm.
math works out. Um, but like it's really not as I think someone's done the math in it if in the most optimal situations this will save you about 30-ish seconds, which can matter.
Yeah.
It can matter. I'm not saying it can't, but it'll save you about 30-ish seconds throughout the whole match. The bigger thing with Quick Gambit to me is the aura reads. The auras on Quick Gambit are so good. It's so
Yes, the
nice.
aura reading. It's like Bond, but better. Yeah, it gives you the aura read when you really need it.
This is such a good solo queue perk. I don't care what anyone says.
Hmm.
Um,
Uh, just for like not bringing the what do you call it? Just for not bringing the killer to your team. Yeah, that alone makes it very worthwhile. Not only that, you can kind of keep that information in the back of your head. So if you escape the chase and they leave you, but you get injured, you know roughly where your survivors were. So not only do you know where the killer's probably going,
mhm,
but you also know where you can go to get a heal if you need it or something like that.
yeah. Next was the other controversial change. Whoo! After like what was it, 2 fucking years of all of us complaining about it, they finally nerfed distortion. Distortion no longer has tokens. Instead, deactivates once until the next time you are chased. Increase the duration to 12 seconds was 10. I have I have seen distortion. It actually has messed me up a couple times since the change.
Hmm.
Um, this counters barbecue and chili really hard. The
And
new,
not much else.
yeah, the new version counters barbecue and chili very hard. Otherwise, yeah,
Hmm.
nothing much.
I'm
Um,
glad it got changed. It needed to get changed.
it did.
Shark known stonks have been through the roof. You know, Shark Gnome's feeling incredible. You
I
almost never see distortion anymore.
I am legitimately curious since this change. I would love to know if aura reading perks went up in pick rate. Because if that's the
They
case,
must have a little bit.
because if that's the case, that has a knock-on effect. Because that means that gen regression perks probably went down in pick rate, which means that gen progression perks also went down in pick rate. Like if the cycle continues itself. So
Most likely, yeah.
I'm
It would not surprise
curious.
me if that's the case.
I'm curious how long until we feel the full effects of this. I know people like acted like we were treating distortion like this boogeyman. The problem distortion had was that it could completely negate an entire build, and as a result, those builds never got brought. So killers would just bring more slowdown, and then more.
It was so strong that even a full like aura reading build, if it didn't like, with the exception of Gearhead and maybe Face the Darkness, could not burn through distortion. Distortion would pretty much always be off cooldown when you needed it.
Lucky Star. This was actually a really good change, I feel, because it still kept all its effects. They just added a new thing. This works really well with it's one of Yoichi's perks, parental guidance, I think it is.
Right.
It hides your pools of blood and whatever when you stun somebody. Because this hides your grunts of pain.
And like quick and quiet to get into a locker. I could see that, yeah.
It's kind of nuts. You can basically just disappear. Like the killer could be watching you disappear. It's kind of funny. Genetic.
And then if they do find you, if you've got head on, you can just do it all again.
Yeah. Genetic limits. This. Remember how I like this perk went from one of the worst perks in the game, like legitimately, to one of the most powerful enabling perks for Chucky in Spirit to ever exist. Like, just those two. Like, don't get me wrong, other killers can use these. Those two killers in particular benefited so much from this. Spirit never has to deal with Iron Will because of genetic limits. And Chucky never has to deal with Dead Hard because of genetic limits. Their two biggest counters are just gone now. Oh, it's a good change, though. Leverage. This was introduced specifically, I feel, to counter Resurgence.
Most likely. I mean, Leverage needed a rework. I'm glad it got a rework. It's a usable perk now, but...
It did. I mean, the problem I had before was that once you got all the stacks, it didn't matter. The game was over. That was the biggest problem I had. So then changing this to this. And it's funny to think that this was still technically a unique effect that hasn't been on a perk before.
What, just a global reduced heal speed for a little bit?
Yeah.
What about old Thana?
No, Thana doesn't reduce healing speed.
It used to.
Well, okay, fair enough. But yeah, this is only when you unhook, though. The unhooker gets the debuff.
Oh, okay, I see what you mean.
Yeah, we never got a perk like that, which is weird. Just I just find it odd that we haven't. The Thwack rework, they just gave it a token system, pretty much. It's funny, it was bugged after this and didn't work on killer powers.
Well, it is important to note that Thwack did get nerfed here slightly in the fact that it lost the aura read along with the screen.
Yes, this is true, but I think it's a lot more useful now.
In general, yes, it is, but unfortunately that meant that it was no longer good on Unknown, which is tragic as an Unknown main.
Machine learning, basically they just made it one kick instead of two.
Which is a good change.
It is a good change. I do think, and they did compensate a little later, I think. But yeah. Deathbound, I love this change. This is one of my favorite perks in the game. So much. Deathbound no longer has a distance requirement, and Deathbound no longer has a duration. Instead, deactivates when the healer is hooked. They changed that second part. But that first part alone, basically, you get just oblivious on whoever was healing them until they're healed again. This Deathbound is just such a good perk right now. It's funny.
I agree entirely.
It's funny.
I think it's...
No, go on.
I was going to say, I think it's a really good not just for hit and run, but I think in general it's really strong. Just having that almost permanent oblivious until you chase the survivor.
Mm-hmm.
Granted, Oblivious, excuse me, Oblivious always focuses on. Well, I won't say focuses, but it always affects solo queue more than like super coordinated groups. But it's just you get it for so long that I think it is overall a good change, and I think that this is a good perk, and I'm surprised I don't see more people run it.
Yeah, I mean, and again, my killer in particular loves Oblivious, and this perk is so good on Chucky. It's so good. If you can slot it into your build, slot it in. It's insane. Zanchin, this gets changed later, so I don't even really want to go over it. All I will say is this was fucking insane.
It was stupidly overpowered, but man, was it fun.
Dead Man Switch got changed to 50 seconds for one gen, which is... I have heard mixed things on this. I still don't know if it's better or worse.
I think it's a good rework then.
Yeah, fair
I think
enough.
it's a good rework. I always thought that this was a good rework. And it can be incredibly frustrating to play against, but also at the same time, it can also just do basically nothing. It really depends on how you play it. That being said, I think Dead Man Switch plus New Jagged Compass, that might be a little problematic at times because it tells you exactly where you need to go harass.
I didn't even think about that.
That's my only concern with this. Other than that, I think it's a good perk. And really, is that any better than Dead Man Switch and Pain Res, which has always been a good combo?
Yeah, fair enough. Blood Echo, it no longer has a cooldown. I don't know why it did. Reduce the duration to 30 seconds, was 45. It's whatever. The problem Blood Echo ironically has now is there's so many other exhaustion sources.
Yeah.
Like, this just isn't, like, very few, like, Plague is, like, the only killer who can make use out of this now. Realistically speaking, it's just, yeah. Crowd Control. Oh my god, I have not seen this perk.
I haven't either, and I'm glad that I haven't.
This perk is kind of nuts.
I think it's because it's a Hex perk, and up until recently, Hex perks have been very weak.
Oh yeah, it's almost like we got two buffs to two Hex perk enablers. Yeah, we'll see how that goes.
Oh, that would never happen.
Basically, it blocks the last 5 vaults that have been fast vaulted, which is fucking nuts. Predator, oh my god, this change. Predator's actually useful now.
Yes, it's so good. Predator is so good on Unknown for so many reasons.
There it is. There's the Skull Merchant changes. I would like to mention, we have been going through the entire year of changes. We have praised almost every single change. Almost every. Yep. There's been a couple here and there we've been like, that was kind of dumb, but whatever.
Right.
This one change flipped public perception to a 180, and now we hate. Yes, it did. And now we hate behavior again. That's all it took. Now I don't
think we hate them. I just think there is a lot of people who were very scared for basically no reason. Although, to be fair, there was a lot of other... Didn't pretty much every killer in this get a minor nerf, even though most of them didn't actually make it to live? Because I know Unknown did.
Yeah, Unknown, it was... A lot of these made it to live, didn't they?
I don't know.
The HUD change...
Yes, it was the movement speed decrease that didn't make it to live, because that was just a bad change that did the exact opposite of what they were trying to do.
Yeah. Twins, this made it to live because no one complained about it because it's Twins.
No, who plays Twins, yeah.
And then Hillbilly, this was so weird because so many people were complaining about Hillbilly, and then these changes come through, and then I don't know where the fuck all these people came from, but people were like, no, don't nerf Billy, he's fine.
Yeah.
It was so weird. It was so weird. People had been complaining for months that they wanted Hillbilly nerfed, and then they nerfed Hillbilly, and they're like, no. Like, what the fuck? Like, it was... I don't get it. And then obviously Skull Merchant.
Hmm.
I have 2 videos on this. I am not going over it again. My main point of frustration is just the community's reaction to this, because it,
Yeah.
again, we have gone through every single change they've done, every single thing they've released in the past year, over the past almost 8 hours,
Hmm.
and we have been almost completely positive about basically everything.
Yeah. A lot of the things that we talked about that were negative were for the most part things that weren't exactly about the game or were just kind of around the game.
Yeah, or they were removed,
Hmm.
not put to live, or changed again later.
Exactly. Yeah.
So
There
far,
were. Oh, go on.
I was gonna say, and then this happens,
Yes,
and
and everybody
then
forgets.
yeah, none of that other shit, Matt. That Bubba changes didn't matter. The Doctor changes, Nemesis changes, Night changes, Singularity changes. None of it matters. It's so dumb. Uh, Ebony Mori, yeah, they added the Moris back in, because they got rid of them. That was a dumb
Hmm.
change. Skull Merchant, they tried to help her out a little bit. It did not work.
No, it did
Hillbilly,
not.
um, they gave him a little bit more movement speed on overdrive. Distortion, tokens now recharge over 30 seconds while in chase, up to a max of 2.
Hmm.
Um, Zancian Tactics, they just made it so the aura isn't doesn't refresh. Uh, Corrective action. New corrective action activates to reveal the aura of survivors who miss a skill check for a few seconds. Removed. Collective action no longer has a range limit. Um, Change corrective action once again turns missed skill checks into good skill checks because they realize how stupid it was. And then this perk literally became a meme perk. This is a
I
perk.
think it's very funny.
I do like what this perk is now. Like, this perk can never be good. I just love that it's just like this dumb perk you can bring into a match to see who fucked up a skill check. Just point and laugh at them. I love it. Deathbound, they changed it so it ends when they lose a health state instead of a hook. Good change, honestly.
Yes.
Um, and then that leads us to our current patch change.
The December one.
Yeah, apart from like the 2v8 changes, but yeah, the December changes, which, pharmacy, they got rid of the health requirement. Scene partner lowered the cooldown. Dominance made the cooldown, or the activation longer. Langwin got a cooldown reduction. Weave attunement shows the item. Uh, Ghostface, Chucky, like all of these killers basically either got buffed or nerfed slightly, but not too much. Um,
Hmm.
but yeah, that's it. We
I will say the Ace in the Hole change I wasn't a massive fan of from what I remember.
I don't remember it. Were
Yeah,
they?
exactly.
Oh,
It's a minor
oh,
change, but it's a minor nerf to Ace in the Hole for some
oh,
reason.
right. They changed it. It's not like completely luck based. Like they changed how the percentages work, right?
Yeah, they reduced them slightly if I remember right. I don't remember exactly what happened because it really got washed in the rug, but I remember reading and going, "Why? Wait, was it Ace in the Hole?" Because it's not showing on the wiki. It's really hard to find what they did to it. I don't know if you noticed that, but I feel like a lot of the perk changes were really hard to locate.
Yeah, well, that's because they weren't technically developer updates. They were
Okay.
patch notes. Um, so yeah, but still, like we went through like a lot of the major updates that actually made it to live.
Yes.
Um, this took almost 8 hours.
Yes, it did.
I
It
don't
took a
know.
long.
I don't know how long we were planning on this for taking, but we went over every single release and every single patch.
I don't know about you, but I I was expecting this to take a long time. 8 hours? I don't know,
I
but
was I was thinking like 4 to 5 hours, not 8, but here we are. Um, but I think something I will say about this whole thing:
hmm,
patch notes, general releases. This was a good year for Dead by Daylight.
absolutely. I don't think
S-
anybody can argue any other way.
so much happened. Like, there are still people who say like this game is still the same game, like, but from 5 years ago.
And it's really not.
just again, just like the past like 6 months alone.
The game has changed so much. And considering the first thing we started this year with was an MFT nerf, are you kidding me? The game with MFT and without, that alone could probably classify as a
Like,
different game.
do you understand that like it got to a point to where we were looking at these patch notes and we forgot these changes happened?
Yes.
That is how like integrated they are into the game.
Yeah, they did so well with so many of them, and I've always kind of had a positive light on it. I mean, like it's no secret that I was basically out pretty much out the door before this year started when it comes to DBD. I've
Mm-hmm.
made that pretty obvious. I don't think I've ever really talked about it directly outside of one of these podcasts, but
Mm-hmm.
I've made that no secret that I was on my way out of DBD as a long-term player, but they've just done so much to change it around.
Yeah, and I feel like it just feel it kind of sucks just hearing people say like the game is dying or like they're not trying hard enough and all of this stuff. And usually I hate it because like I think Houndmaster is probably the catalyst for it because it's like no, look at how Houndmaster turned out. Yeah, one mistake and they're just dead. I guess doesn't
That's just DVD making, mountains out of molehills. You remember when like 5 streamers said that they were taking a temporary break from
Oh my
DVD?
god! Listen,
Oh no, everyone's leaving DVD. Abandoned
uh,
ship. No.
I get it, I get it, but man, like that is just like that's just how gaming like stuff works. Like I'm sorry, like again, I was in the League community for years, and we had content creators. They wouldn't even announce they were leaving. They would just leave.
They just disappear.
Yeah,
Pull a noob 3.
yeah. Like I haven't heard. Like, does anyone remember Kiori? Fucking Kiori, like literally just left one day. Bad administrator gone. Magikarp use fly gone. Uh, shit. Fucking Nate wants to battle. Like, I mean, he still exists a little bit, but like he kind of just dropped off the face of the earth for like a couple of years. Um, there was I don't know, there were so many like elite creators that just kind of left the scene and like we never heard from again. Even I mean
I mean, that's bound to happen, especially
even
with a game that's been around so long, like League.
yeah, even the most famous one, everyone knows about it. Fucking Donkey.
Hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people forget he started with League.
That's interesting. I didn't know that. I
Yeah,
don't watch much Donkey to begin with, but I didn't know that. That's kind of a neat
yeah,
tidbit to know.
that's where his content started was League of Legends.
Cool.
Yeah, and then he did, and then he made a video about quitting, and there you go. The rest is history. But yeah, there's content generations. It's just I feel like other games don't really have this anymore. Like I literally see people in like
Hmm.
their 50s still, and nothing against being an older gamer. It's just like you've been covering the
Hmm.
same game for 10 years. It might be time, man. Uh,
You kind of briefly touched on it, and I think this is something that's a very interesting, I guess, kind of thing to talk about. I feel like in most games, the generations aren't nearly as defined as they are in Dead by Daylight. Like I feel like in Dead by Daylight, you can very clearly like categorize almost every creator into a specific generation of creator, where most others it's like a lot harder to do, and I don't know why that is.
well, I think again, I think it's because in a lot of other gaming communities, people actually leave.
Hmm.
So like, well, and I mean that seriously. Like in League, for example, like the first gen of League creators, like I said, it was like Kiori and Donkey, right? They were like the
Hmm.
two big ones, and then the second wave was like Bro Fresco, Magikarp use Fly, Darkmane, Bricky, who actually, ironically, Bricky did Dead by Daylight content as well.
I was
Um,
about to say, didn't Bricky leave to do DBD and then he went to Variety?
yeah, yeah, it's actually kind of funny to think about.
Hmm.
But yeah, so that was definitely like that era, and then I left after that era myself, so I don't know what came after that. Um,
Interesting.
there was like Dumbs is really big. There's like Chilling Smite. Um, But it's funny, like, because if you look through like League's evolution of like content, you'll see the difference. Because like when the game first started, especially back then when it was like Kiori and Donkey, It was mostly like
Mhm.
gameplay stuff. It was mostly like funny clips. That was lead content, was like funny clips.
Mhm.
And maybe some like ranked stuff here and there. And then when it moved to Magikarp Use Fly, Dark Mane, and like Bricky, it became more highly edited like explanations.
Right.
Comedy explanations, let me rephrase that. Like actual champion spotlights and things like that. And then it kind of moved more and more into like the esports scene, and that's kind of where it is now. And if you're not into the esports scene, it's also kind of moved into like more of the like art design and like gameplay design and character design kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And informative in that way. And that's really where the generations have gone with it as of late. And Dead by Daylight hasn't really had that.
I think we are about to start seeing a lot more competitive players rise in popularity.
Oh, for sure.
I think we are about to see that. I think the writing's on the wall with that one and has been for the past like 6 months or so
Mm-hmm.
that we are going to start seeing a lot more of that. Because I mean, even with all the drama that happened around comp DBD, in the past like year or so, because there was a lot of that. That was one of those things that we didn't talk about, but there was a whole lot of stuff going on with comp DBD, just pretty much at all times of the
Oh,
year.
I didn't want to get into the creative drama and such. No offense.
No, obviously not. Obviously not. Especially because that has nothing to do with the game. If we're being honest with ourselves,
Yeah.
um, but I think that it is even despite that, we're going to see a lot more competitive stuff very soon.
I think another thing with it also is like like the game. I don't know how to explain this. The game has kind of been moving in that direction with all the patch notes and changes and such, but it's also like from the average player's perspective, what else is there to do in the game? Again, I keep saying this all the time. Once you own all the characters, once you have all the perks, and no, this isn't everyone, but for some people it is. And once you have all the BP you could ever need, then what? The next
Yeah,
step is
there's really not
comp.
much left.
The next step is comp. There's no ranked mode. So the next
At
step
that
is
point, either you become a creator, you quit the game, or you go competitive.
exactly. Exactly. Like that's the thing. Like if I wasn't a creator for this game, I probably would not play it as much as I do.
Hmm.
It's a sad reality. I love this game. I'm just saying, if I didn't make content for it, I probably hell, I make content for it, and I actually don't even play the game for most of my content. I talk
You
about
talk about it
it.
more.
Like yeah, I don't know, but I think we're gonna end it there, bro.
I think that's a good place to end it on. I agree.
I need to get out of my chair.
Yeah, me too. I'm starting to get a little restless. I don't know if you can hear me like
A
jumping
little
around
bit,
and moving.
little bit. Um, I finished my drink like 4 hours ago.
I've still got a little bit of my water left.
But to those on the YouTubes listening, this was quite a long one. I actually don't know if this beat anything.
No, this didn't even beat the Unknown podcast.
Oh Jesus Christ, it is hard to believe. I'm just gonna end stream chat. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you. Okay, this is gonna be
I
weird
think
for the
that's a good call.
YouTubes. I will edit this out, but I love you guys. Have a good one as always, and yeah,
Bye. Thanks
bye.
for tuning in all the time.